Hello, my friends. Today we're going to be playing some more Daggerfall Unity. If you're new here and you haven't done so yet, be sure to follow or subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube. If you want to support the stream and help it grow and help me achieve my goal of replacing my busted hard drive, be sure to subscribe. Subscribers also gain access to the special subscriber channels, voice chat on stream, and the special I already said the special subscriber channels, and they get to watch my streams ad-free. And finally, if you want to join me or just hang out, join the community, be sure to join the Discord via the link in chat or down below. All that being said, we're going to go ahead and get started. So last time, we underwent the trials and tribulations of trying to get into the Dark Brotherhood, but now we're finally here and we can get our first assignment. What is our first assignment? Get quest. Occasionally we receive requests to claim a life while deflecting suspicion. The greatest assassins in Old Tamriel know how to make people die quickly or slowly, which is why our business recurs. Will you accept a simple job to poison a mark? I'm sorry, TJ. Yeah, I feel the same way, Lucas. This task will send you to the Lynxen Pit Lodge. The target, Gwynolda Ashton, is expecting a prepaid shipment of green berries within 44 days' time. You will deliver this in its place. We have dispatched her regular courier, so you will face no interference. Avoid unshielded contact with the plant. The poison we have placed on it will react over several hours. To avoid suspicion, you must not stay within the building for more than a few minutes. Your face will be easily remembered otherwise. Return when the task is finished. Farewell. Alright, our first assassination mission. Let's get out the door and get out to Rothgaria. We're in the mountains right now, so it's going to be snowy as shit outside. I'm a lurk while I work on a commission. Good luck. Hi, Turtle. Good to see you. Sorry I couldn't hang around yesterday when I was during the raid. I was exhausted. Good luck with your commission. Also, Ziggy, how's painting your Kitar coming along? But yes, here we are, the Rothgarian Mountains. It's actually not snowy. I was expecting it to be. Where are we going? All right, we got to go to the Lynxen Pit Lodge in the Rothgarian Mountain Province. So what you do here is you just kind of click on the... Yes. Absolutely, let's go. Hope you're doing well, Turtle. Also, same working on stuff, but I'm gonna be here lurking. Alrighty, sounds good, guys. You can also do an exclamation point lurk command if you just want to let me know you're lurking without typing all that. Best beer in all of Rothgarian Mountains, proudly proclaims a sign. Bloked them. Good job bloking them, my friend. Alright, so we are looking for Gwynolda Ashton in the Lynxen Pit Lodge. So that's this entire town. So we gotta find out where Gwynolda Ashton is. Hello, that's Gwynonna Copperham. I'm looking for Gwynolda Ashton. Just look for it. It'd be easier if I mark the Dirty Huntsman on your map. So it is in the Dirty Huntsman. Magnificent. So let's go ahead and take a look at our quest item here. We have a... it's right here. Green berries, southern. Alright. So I'm guessing if I go inside and just drop it somewhere on Vara... Alright, I can't spend too much time in here. I just need to find out where the shipment needs to be delivered. Or maybe I can walk up and talk to them? Let's go ahead and quick save here, and we'll see. We gotta talk to Gwynolda Ashton. No, exclamation point fart isn't a command! You can't do this! You can't keep getting away with this, Turtle! You can't keep getting away with this! That's a bed. I mean, this is an inn. Most things are going to be beds. I bet I've failed the mission already. Oh, shit. How come so many buildings have this? Woodsley, Banivara, Morden. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and load the save. I'm gonna... Huh. He can't keep getting away with this. Alright, I'm gonna open a window real quick. Here, back. It's a sunny day outside. That is a command, but one that does not exist yet. Alright, so we quick saved. Let's talk to some people, maybe... Oh, there you are. Hello, I'm sorry, what? I don't recognize you. Get my shipment from a certain courier who I haven't paid my confidence. And that is not you. Is there any reason I should accept these green berries? Yes. I should be a fool to take this, but our friendship is not worth tossing into the waste pit merely because of a wrinkle in delivery process. Tell me, before I make my decision, the agreement that I have to receive this, does it require that I pay my courier? No. Well said. I will admit my suspicion gets the worst of me. This is just a sample of green berries. What could possibly go wrong? Thank you, friend. I will take it now. Send my regards to the fellows at the apothecary. I hope to see them soon. Mission accomplished. Alright, so that's how we do that mission. Don't die on us, honest Timothy. Courier Fallout New Vegas is in Daggerfall? That's what I think. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I think of the exact same thing whenever I see a courier. Wait, where the fuck was I? Rothgaria. Okay. So I gotta go to Rothgaria. I totally forgot where the fuck the Dark Brotherhood was. Yes, let's go. Excited to see the results, Siggy. That sounds really fun. Not many channels have alert command? Really? Huh. Oh, yeah, of course, I saw you were live. You were in the stream earlier, so I figured I'd pay it forward. I appreciated you showing up, so. Right? Yeah, no, the music in this game is really chill. It's very different from later Elder Scrolls music. They, I actually need to look up who did the music for these games, because it's super unique and awesome. Oh, hold on. I'm good, thank you. I got work to do. Yeah, the music is really calming right now. It's not in the later games, but the music in the later games is still good, it's just different. Like, this is a lot more like, what I would like to call traditional fantasy music, you know? But, like, the later stuff is so good, too. Return to sender. I don't think... You know what? I'm at the point where I think Obsidian, hates the concept of New Vegas 2. I think they're at the point where they don't want to make it. And I think most of the people who worked on New Vegas aren't even at that company anymore. And they're, like, getting increasingly resentful every time someone mentions it. Like, I think it's at that level of just... They just want people to shut the fuck up about New Vegas 2. I presume you did not linger in the tavern for very long. It would be a shame for the Brotherhood to be associated with clumsy traipsing by one of its members. No matter her history, your devotion has been noted, Feline II. Newer Vegas. Ooh, damn, Turtle. Yeah, I feel that. Like, honestly, I'm imagining that, like, Outer Worlds really took a lot out of them. I'm nervous about Avowed. I really need to play more of the games that released between New Vegas and now. Because all I've really played from that era is Pillars, which I really liked, and Outer Worlds, which I really did not like. I thought it was very overrated, and not nearly as... Like, I thought its writing quality was lower than Bethesda Fallout. Like, I thought Outer Worlds' writing quality was so poor that, like, I felt offended by playing it. And then there's Obsidian game... Like, okay, so you gotta look at, like, what developers are known for, right? A Rockstar game... Rockstar games are about, like, pushing boundaries. They're about exquisite attention to detail and big worlds. But if you can have two of the three, but as long as you have two of the three, it still feels like a Rockstar game. So you can get something like Manhunt or The Warriors or Max Payne 3, where you don't have the open world, but because it has that exquisite attention to detail and the dark, crime-infested, seedy subject matter, it still feels like a Rockstar game. Oblivion is notable for two things. Your choices mattering. They're notable for good RPG design and good writing. Those are the two things that they are notable for. If you remove either of those two things, it no longer feels like an Obsidian game, and Outer Worlds has neither. So that's my issue, is that those are the two things Obsidian's known for. New Vegas, Knights of the Old Republic, Alpha Protocol, all of their best games, or Knights of the Old Republic 2, Alpha Protocol, all of their best games share these in common. Things like Dungeon Siege 3, however, aren't even notable at all. I'm actually nervous about Neverwinter Nights 2. I want to see how well they do with that. But, like, South Park The Stick of Truth is actually a really good example of this could have been any developer. It didn't have to be Obsidian. Like, nothing about South Park Stick of Truth feels like an Obsidian game. It feels like a damn good South Park game, but that's what it is, you know? It's got South Park writing, not Chris Avalo, Josh Sawyer writing, you know? Grounded... So my issue is like... Oh, that'd be great, a Warriors remaster. So Grounded was like... I'm like, is this a CRPG? And so, like, whenever I see a new Obsidian game, my questions are always, is this an RPG? If the answer is no, then I just move on. I'm like, all right, well, you're the RPG company. Nothing about this is going to get my attention unless I hear that it's a masterpiece. So, like, Grounded comes out, and I'm like, is this an RPG? No? All right, moving on. You're the RPG company. You're the RPG people. So I'm just going to move on and not care, you know? Like, hold on, let me actually... We're saying every joke. We got to say every joke, it's important. I'm actually curious now. Let's go ahead and pop on over to Steam and see what Obsidian's actually made. Because I'm curious now. Just go ahead and pull up New Vegas. Oh man, that monster on the cover of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel looks like shit. It looks like a combination of Majin Buu and Frieza. It is one of the ugliest character designs I have ever seen. Alright, we got... So we have, let's go ahead and, we got Fallout New Vegas, you know, notable. Dungeon Siege 3 is an action RPG, and it's considered the worst game in the Dungeon Siege series. Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, which is one of the best Star Wars games of all time. South Park The Stick of Truth, it is the best South Park game, but it's not really the kind of game Obsidian's famous for. Like, they could have had any developer do the work for Stick of Truth, and it would still feel like Stick of Truth as long as it had the good art style and writing. It's about Vegas. If you're out of ideas, what do you want from us? Tyranny. I also realize Outer Worlds isn't on here. Is Outer Worlds not on Steam? Oh, okay. It's not showing all of them. I see. Man, I really fucking hate how Steam's list works sometimes. But no, like, Obsidian, when they're not making RPGs, is not really notable as a developer. They're like... That's not really their thing. They're the RPG people. They're the good writing RPG choices matter people. And if you're not making those kind of games, then what are you doing? You know? Yeah, Stick of Truth is fucking awesome. It's just, like, Obsidian's name being on that is hardly notable at all. Alright, so let's go down the list. Not counting the canceled games... We have... Oh, they're making an Outer Worlds 2. Yeesh. So they have Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lord. This was their first game. It is the legit... That would be Outer Worlds, and that sucks. Knights of the Old Republic 2 is, like, one of the best RPGs ever made. It's one of the best Star Wars games ever made, and it, like, fundamentally changed the way that people look at Star Wars as a setting. Neverwinter Nights 2, I haven't played, though... What I have played of Neverwinter Nights 1 has made me not confident in Neverwinter Nights 2, mainly because Neverwinter Nights 1 doesn't really play to the strengths of Obsidian. Obsidian's strengths is not its gameplay, it's its writing and its narrative choices. Like, if you told me Obsidian was making a visual novel, I would be fucking hyped. But I'm sure it's fine. Alpha Protocol, fucking amazingly written game. It is I would argue that Alpha Protocol is probably the ultimate Obsidian game. It has one of the most reactive, well-written stories, and it plays like shit. It's like, aside from New Vegas, it's like the ultimate... It's like the ultimate, Obsidian game. New Vegas is probably their best work. Because ultimately, Obsidian is not a gameplay game. They don't make games, they make stories, they make worlds. And if the story and world is lacking in an Obsidian game, throw it in the trash. Dungeon Siege 3, action RPG, they probably just made it for the money. Pillars of Eternity, genuinely great. Oh, fuck! Skyforge? They made Skyforge? Ew! They made a fucking MMO? Ugh! Pathfinder Adventures is a card game. Armored Warfare is a vehicular combat game. Yeah, because, like, what you have with Obsidian is what you have with a lot of developers, is you have the big titles, and then you have the titles that are there just to make a bit of money between the big titles. Has RPG elements, but it's mostly survival. Yeah. How's the story? How's the story in Grounded? That's my question. The Mages Guild has come to us for a bit of messy business that's too gross and nasty for them to deal with. A renegade mage needs an accounting. Fast. Interested? Yeah. Good. Now this mage. The name is Belladowza, Mastercroft. Has absconded with a number of magic thingies. But the Mages Guild don't mind. If you take whatever she has stolen, they just want her dead. And you've got only 22 days to bring in the accounting. You'll find her cowering down in a nasty place called the Ruins of Masterson's Guard. Get back here with the word. World -1 rogue mage in 22 days. Mephala, steady your arm, apprentice. Huh. Yeah, that's... Again, like, I'm not saying it's a bad game, I'm just... It's in that same category as Stick of Truth of why did Obsidian make this? I'd love to actually bend the ear of someone who were like going, hey, what are you guys doing? Are you guys still the RPG company? Do you guys still make good RPGs? Because, like, you haven't made one in a minute. Outer Worlds was trash, so what's going on with you guys? I didn't really hear anything notable about Pillars of Eternity aside from its setting being like a pirate game, which is pretty awesome. Pillars of Eternity 2, I haven't heard anything notable about it. Tyranny was cool sounding, of just like an RPG where it's already been conquered by evil, and the whole game is about showing you the different shades of evil. That's such a cool idea. So I just ask, like, so what are you doing? What are you doing, friend? Like, why are you making these games? Why don't you let someone else do them? Because it sounds like it's not really playing to your skill. And I think that's why I think the people there, I think what we're getting into is we're in a... I think Obsidian is kind of like a musical artist past their prime. It's like when Madonna came back, you know? And Madonna's... like, people are asking, like, hey, Madonna, why don't you play some of your old music that people love, rather than your new music, which people hate? Like, there was an interview like that, and her response was, I don't even remember those old songs. I don't even remember Like a Virgin. And it's like, fuck you. We don't care then, because you are your older work. But, like, I mean, that's a different thing altogether. I mean, like, if there was a Metallica concert and they told me in advance we're not going to play any of our old stuff, I'm just not going to the concert. You know? Or AC/DC, right? Yeah, no, for real. People get hung up on... It's a really cool sounding game. People get hung up on nostalgia and conquered by it. Yes, that's true. And I can agree with that. However, when it comes to something like Obsidian, it's that... It'd be like if id Software was like, oh, we don't want to make first-person shooters anymore. We want to make puzzle games. And I'm just like, why? Like, and I wouldn't expect those puzzle games to be very good, you know? Rockstar's like, oh, we want to make games... we want to make wholesome games about furry animals. It's like, but you're a Rockstar. Like, we want to go back to Lemmings. Like, but you're a Rockstar. You're the people who do this. No one else does this. Why are you trading in something awesome for something that your core audience just doesn't want? And that's why people want New Vegas 2 so bad, because, like, that was their peak. They peaked with New Vegas 2. And it's like, I'm sure Obsidian doesn't want to hear this because they got talented people working there, but no one plays Obsidian games for their gameplay. The gameplay in an Obsidian game is secondary to its world building and writing. That's why Chris Avallone leaving the company was such a big hit, because I'm just like... It'd be like if Kid Rock's just like, hey, look, I don't want to do the hip-hop country infusion anymore. I want to play jazz. Which is exactly what Kid Rock did. Like, okay, I get it, but you don't have to keep making music. It's okay. You can stop. Well, like with Obsidian, it's so sad because the reason they came back was because of support from their fans. It's not like they made a bunch of really great games and then did well because of that. They only came back because those games got support on Kickstarter. Like Tyranny, Pillars of Eternity 2, those games only happened because fans really love the kind of games Obsidian makes. And then Obsidian just stopped making those games. It'd be like if Platinum was like, oh, we're going to start making games as a service. We're not going to make things like Bayonetta anymore, or Wonderful 101, or Nier Automata, or, you know, awesome action games. Metal Gear Rising. Everyone's just screaming at them to make Metal Gear Rising 2. And they just won't. It's their best game. It's the same thing of just, you did not make it here on your own. You used other people to get to where you are. Yeah, it's like Weezer not doing incel music anymore. There's a lot of examples. It's a reoccurring thing, and it's like, okay, but the reason I supported Pillars of Eternity on Kickstarter was so that you would make more games like Pillars of Eternity. So that you could eventually get to the point where you could make a New Vegas 2. And that's why I think Outer Worlds feels like such a betrayal, because it's like, when that game came out, I was ready, I was open for it. I'm like, yo, hell yeah, make your own game. Make your own New Vegas. Make your own Fallout with blackjack and hookers and anti-capitalism. I'm down. And then you play it and it's like, this sucks. This is not only bad, this is so much worse. Like, this is worse than Bethesda Fallout. Because at least Bethesda Fallout games are fun to play. Like, that's why Outer Worlds hurts so much, is it just throws away all the strengths that Obsidian has as a company and just leaves the weaknesses, which is ugly game. It's an ugly-ass game with bad writing and terrible, and, like, unfun gameplay. And it's like, well, damn, man, you're worse than Bethesda. I'd rather play Fallout 4 for another 20 hours than touch Outer Worlds ever again. That's why it hurts, because it's like, you were supposed to be so much more. I guess the Outer Worlds is like my Fable, you know, or my Spore, where I look at Spore and I'm like, this is awesome. I don't know what y'all are on about. On Twitter, I don't know. Probably since you started reading Twitter. If I don't like something, I won't pay for it. I may support an artist's choice in a different direction, not listen to it or watch something if it doesn't vibe with me, but it's cool to see them branch out. Yeah. It's like an example of this where it's not a problem is Angry Video Game Nerd. Angry Video Game Nerd wants to put more time into, like James Wolfe wants to put more time into side projects and his band, Rex Viper, you know, and I'm just like, good for you, man. I'm not ever going to listen to that shit because I think it's shit, but I mean, you should still be able to do that, and I'm okay with it. Obsidian's weird because I feel like I can't tell if the company's been taken over by somebody else or if it's genuinely like a Bethesda situation where they just kind of got old and lost their fire, you know? Because some artists just get worse with time. That's a sad thing, is that you hit a peak in talent. You get to a certain age and you get about as good as you're gonna get. And Real Barenziah Part 4, do I have that book? Oh yeah, we're gonna do some reading today, every 2 hours. Real Barenziah, King Edward, Fool's Ebony. Is that Fool's Ebony Part 5th? Oh god, more fucking Fool's Ebony, good lord. Do I have Real Barenziah Part 4? I have Part 10, Part 7. Nope. Well, welcome to the collection, Real Barenziah Part 4. I hope he likes it, and happy birthday to him. Hell yeah. That is cool, though, that it's just a Berserk PFP. That's great. Oh, good fucking lord. The game has reached the stage of fuck you, die. Like, the game just wants me dead at this point. I'm gonna have to retreat. Yeah, these are liches, by the way. These are like max level enemies. Game's like, you've gotten too overpowered. Fucking die. There we go. Yeah, it's gotten to that point of the player's way too powerful, we need them dead. It's like the end of Final Fantasy 1, where it's just like, all right, here's 4 giant... Or you know what? Final Fantasy 6 was really bad about that, of like, Alright, here's a stupidly hard boss. Good luck, motherfucker. We want you dead. Like, we have given you all the tools you need to be overpowered, so you better get overpowered real fucking fast or die. Don't, come on, over here. Let's pull them out into the hallway so I don't gotta fight both at once. There you are. Alright. Alright, fella. Oh, cool. I leveled up dodging. Alright, let's backtrack. Rest. Lead design to check your shit. Sounds like the Tonberry. Yeah! Absolutely. The Tonberry is a great example. The Tonberries or the Iron Giants. Just... It's the end of the game. You've been winning for far too long. We want you dead. Oh, yep. Marlboros. Of like, fuck you, die. But no, my take on the Obsidian... That's why Obsidian's so upsetting to me. Obsidian's in the same area of Platinum as... It has basically been passionate fans keeping you alive, and what you have done with this passion is basically just stomp all over it. Like, we're owed a New Vegas 2 at this point. Like, and the problem with Outer Worlds is that it failed to be one. Honestly, if I was working at Obsidian, I'd be like, yo, give us the fucking IP. Yo, Microsoft, people really want this, it'll sell really well. In fact, if I was at Microsoft, I would be forcing them to make a New Vegas 2. I'd make it an Xbox exclusive. Like, yeah, you can use your own engine, fuck it, we don't care. You don't have to, I mean, we own Bethesda now. We own Bethesda, and we own Obsidian, so we can just let you make a Fallout game. Here you go nuts. Make a Fallout game. Make it good. Like, Avowed's exciting. I like them working on another first-person game, another first-person, I'm glad they're making another Bethesda-style RPG. That's awesome. Because that's what I want to see from them. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but you've proven with Outer Worlds that you don't know what the fuck you're doing. That's why if modern-day Platinum was like, we're gonna make a Metal Gear Rising 2, I'm like, alright, well... I hope you still have the skill to do it, because I doubt it. I doubt you have the talent necessary to make a Metal Gear Rising. Like, I don't think Bayonetta 3 Platinum could make a good Metal Gear Rising. I feel like if Bethesda's like, we're gonna make Morrowind 2, and I'm like, whoa, huh? You guys do that? For one. And then again, Dragonborn was pretty great. I don't know, Bethesda's, like, weird to me. The reason why I don't have the same vitriol towards Bethesda that a lot of other people I've seen on the internet do is that when Bethesda's making Bethesda games, when they're making their games and not shitting on someone else's, like with Fallout, they do a really good job. Like, I genuinely think... I've been having a hard time not playing Skyrim. Like, I still think the core appeal of Elder Scrolls is still super strong. Like, I can play and enjoy most Elder Scrolls games unmodded. I cannot enjoy the Outer Worlds at all. But I could play another 40 hours of Fallout 4 unmodded, absolutely. Because that game's fun. Because their games are fun. They make fun video games. Obsidian doesn't. That's never been their skill. They've never been good at making fun games. And that doesn't mean they make bad games. They just make games that make you think. That's their strength, is they make thought-provoking, well-written RPGs, you know? Honestly, they should probably become a visual novel developer. Like, they're better at writing than they are making games. And I've already read Brief History of the Empire. I just didn't make enough room to pick up this book. Broken Diamonds. There we go. Yeah, never used a mod for an Elder Scrolls game. Yeah, honestly, me too for a while. I only started modding somewhat recently. I never beat an Elder Scrolls game, to be honest with you guys. I've never completely beaten one. Closest I've gotten was Skyrim, but mainly just because, I don't know, I've always wanted to do the full modded playthrough like I am doing for this, you know? And this is great. Like, I'm even been tempted to go back and play Arena. Just, I think they're a talented developer who makes fun games, but Obsidian doesn't. They're like, honestly, here's what should happen. You know what? Let's do some crazy shit. The next Obsidian game should be a game they write for but don't design. It should be a game created by Platinum Games but written by Obsidian, and that would be one of the best games ever made. If you had a game where Platinum did the gameplay and the optimization, but Obsidian did the writing, it would be one of the best games ever made. Because they're not good at making games, they're good at telling stories. King Edward Part 6, do I have that one yet? Oh yeah, we need to read these books and get them out of our fucking inventory, holy shit. King Edward Part 4, Barenziah Part 4, Broken Diamonds Part 4, okay, Lizzo. King Edward Part 6, Epic of the Grey Falcon we haven't read yet. Let's grab what we can here. Alright, yep. And we need to head back to the entrance soon. Yeah. No, it's sad seeing a developer get away from what they're good at. Like, and also especially because we put them there. If it not for the support of fans, Platinum and Obsidian will not be where they are today. If they did not have the support of fans. And they had the support of fans because they made some really amazing games. The reason why Platinum is doing as well as they did is because they made Nier Automata, they made Metal Gear Rising, and fans wanted them to make more of that, and then they just never did. They refused. You are, as an artist, you are what you make sometimes, you know? You are what you've made. Sorry, as a company. Let's not say as an artist. As a company, you are what you made and what your fans give you. Especially if you're charging up front for it. Like, you know, I'm like, Obsidian's name being on a game means nothing to me now. They've shown time and time again that they just can't make the kind of games that I want from them. Is this my target? Or is it a different mage? Okay. I'm looking for Renegade Mage, so I guess that wasn't it. It's really funny, but like, where did it come from? I've never heard it before. I don't even know who Yujiro Hanma is. Is he related to Baki? Oh, fuck me. Hi, Blue. Alright. Baki's dead. Why does everyone in Baki have those dick-sucking lips? I gotta ask. Like, it's like when you see like a porn artist try to draw a liquid that's not cum, and you like take one look at it, and you're like, hey, you're that's not those are tears, man. That's not how you're supposed to draw those. Like, everyone in Baki's got them dick-sucking lips, and I look at the art style and it makes me uncomfortable. I have questions. No concerns, just questions. Just questions. I'm like, yo, why's it gotta look like that? Because, like, in Elder Scrolls, like, with JoJo, I was like, yo, why does it look like that? And the answer is because the character designs are meant to... A lot of the poses and a lot of what inspired Araki's style is based off of, like, Greek and Roman statues. And I go, oh, okay. That makes perfect sense to me. But, like, with Baki, I'm like, why's it gotta look like that? What's up with those lips? Why's everyone got them DSLs? I feel the same way about the way ladies are drawn in Seven Deadly Sins. I look at the way women are drawn in Seven Deadly Sins. Like, everyone's got those very plump faces. I mean, nothing against it. I'm just like, what inspired that? I'm curious. I zone back in, and that's what I hear. Zone out, now zone back in. Now zone to the side. Look at your man. Now look at me. Now look back at me. Back at your man. Now back to me. No, but I'm just wondering, you know, as a manga enjoyer, why does it gotta look like that? If the answer is it just looks like that, and that's how he likes to draw lips, I'm like, all right, man, you do you. That's fine. God bless. But I'm surprised at the fact that I've gotten no answer whatsoever. Also, the multiple stacks, I'd love to drop some of these books, but the problem is, once they an item stacks, you can't unstack it. Or at least I haven't figured out how yet. That's why I'm desperately wanting to find this fucking mage so that we can get out of this cavern. We could also just sit down and read some books too, that works too. I'll probably teleport back to the exit soon. Yeah, I'm curious why Baki the Grappler makes the guys' mouths look like that. Because those lips look like hentai lips to me. That's why I have always asked, like, did he draw porn? Like, was Baki made by someone who drew, like, Bara art? Because I look at the lips and that's what I think. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like you see the lips and you're like, alright, there's something more going on here besides just, I wanted to draw lips, you know? Like, it feels like there's something more to it, you know? Like, you can see the way breasts or an ass is drawn. And you're like, yeah, that's a lot more emphasis. Like when you watch The Labyrinth, right, with David Bowie, and you see his bulge, and you're like, that was on purpose. Someone was horny for Bowie, and they wanted to see him in this outfit. Or like you watch Batman the Animated Series, and it's clear that whoever was drawing Harley Quinn was thirsting after her real hard. You know? Like, it's clear. It's like, this is your type. And you can feel it with the new Suicide. You can feel it with the new Harley Quinn, too. More just, we are ashamed. Like, well, the new Harley Quinn designs, the one in, like, Suicide Squad. There we go. Finally. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Tele to exit. Boop. Yes, fuck's sake. Whew, just... Oh, the wagon's full. That's interesting. All right, well, I guess we'll have to save when we get back to Rothgar. The Tonberry looks like, oh, look how cute this little dagger. And slowly waddle to where he gets poked and dies instantly, right? Oh, man. Tonberries are terrifying. Let's get out of here. Let's get back to Rothgaria. Like, you can feel the horny. Of course, with new Harley Quinn, it's less you can feel the horny and more like you can feel the shame. Like, Harley Quinn's new designs, to me, reek of shame. Like, we are ashamed that we created this fetish. We're so sorry for starting the Clussy. We're so sorry. Let's just make her look like a whore. There you go, that's better, that's an upgrade. Let's make Harley Quinn look like a fucking whore. Let's just ditch the clown girl aesthetic altogether and just make her look like she's about to get reamed. I genuinely believe that's the way they're, like, I think that's what it is. I think they're ashamed of the Clussy. And they don't want to admit that they started it. Like, you guys started this Clussy shit, and, like, you're ashamed of it now. It's like Kojima with Quiet going, no, it's like, she's not dressed that way because I think she's hot. It's because she breathes through her skin, and it's a weird alien thing. And it's like, oh, cool, that's better. Okay, that's better somehow, I guess. Whatever. It's weird, you know? Stop being ashamed. Just, you invented the Clussy fetish. Take pride in that. You started the Clussy. It's okay. It's okay that you started the Clussy. No one hates you for it. In fact, we're all extremely grateful. But stop being ashamed of yourself. If you won't have it, we will. Yeah, exactly. Like, when people talk about the Clussy, they should be talking about Harley Quinn. But they're not. They're talking about fucking murderer clown girl from Ace Attorney. Which, like, to be honest, like, that design's fucking awesome. What a great design. Like, wow. But, like, there's shame. There's no shame there. There's passion. I don't want artists to be ashamed of their work. It's like, I want more people to be like Yoko Taro, where it's like, hey, why does 2B... I like girls. I like women. I find women to be beautiful and awesome and attractive, so I had my female artists draw a lady who looked awesome and attractive. Is that okay? Yeah, Yoko Taro, that's actually exactly what we wanted to hear. I really like women. Okay, cool, yeah. Alright, cheers, checks out. Why does Bayonetta look like that? Because of fucking... she's awesome. Isn't she great? Didn't my female character artist make something really awesome and great? Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Like... no, like, we don't need to be ashamed, you know? Like, it's okay. Why does Raiden wear high heels? Oh, because they're actually like they're like super technologically advanced boots that let him run on the wall. No, the answer was because he looks great in high heels. That's the real answer, Kojima. You coward. Because the high heels make his ass look fantastic. That's the answer. Ah, fuck me. I need to get to a pawn shop. Hey, dude. No, I don't want to pickpocket you. I just want to talk. Oh, fuck me! Yes. Hey, hey, dude, it's hey, yeah. Alright. You are accused of pickpocketing. If you plead not guilty and are found guilty, you will face... That's it? Not guilty. Debate. You have been found not guilty by this court. You are free to go. Yeah! Alright, guys, I earned my innocence. Hell yeah. Alright, I guess it's frozen. Then there's situations like... then sometimes there's cowardice. Like, not cowardice, but, like, smart writing. Like Steven Universe, or... Steven Universe and, like, Gundam the Witch from Mercury are, like, my two favorite examples of just... oh, I wanted to really write a story about lesbians when I know I'm not allowed to write a story about lesbians. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trick the censors. And so, let's go ahead and... banking time. Hello, friend. Let's go ahead and deposit all of our money. I'm looking at the amount of gold, 216,266. 216,266. But... I'm looking at that amount of money. Oh, sorry. Deposit all letters of credit. Yep. And then now that's our actual money. 8161. There we go. All right. And then we'll withdraw 200,000 as letters of credit. And then we'll withdraw 100,000 as money. And then 4100. Perfect. All right. That's all our money. They know fashion. Yeah, exactly. That was JoJo's answer. Like, why do they all dress like? Because they're all fashionable and they're all cool. Every character in JoJo, no matter where they are or what they're doing, is on the cutting edge of fashion at all times. There is no excuse to be unfashionable in the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Thank you, sir. Where is that? It's to the north? Yep, it's to the north. Okay. But, yeah, like, Gundam. Gundam the Witch from Mercury is like, alright, well, I want to write a story about lesbians, but I am Japanese, and I am making an anime. So what do I do? Well, for starters, what you do is you have the reason the characters get together be an arranged marriage. It's like, oh no, it's part of the political maneuvering of the world of Gundam, which is huge in Gundam. Political maneuvering, political power plays. Absolutely. It's a political move. That's why they're lesbians. That's not because they are two characters who has feelings for each other. But then as the story goes on, and as it's really successful, it's like, hey guys, these characters really have feelings for each other. And they are very clearly in love and are very clearly lesbians to everyone watching it. And yeah, so are you going to cancel this super successful show? No, so I guess they're just in love then. Congratulations. You did it. Well done. Or Steven Universe of, oh, they're not women. Gems are genderless. Even though it's clear they're women, and it's about lesbians. And anyone who's a fan of Steven Universe loves it for that reason. Like, I cried like a baby during Ruby and Sapphire's wedding. Well, I find everyone hot. Yeah. Just channel my horny through the pen. Doctor, turn off my Coom inhibitors. Alright, we gotta go find a potion shop so we can sell all these items. Hey, Belladine. We're looking for an alchemist. Southwest here? Can you mark my map, please? Thank you, my friend. Rathgarian Unguents. There we go. This way. No, I love stories like that. And that's a big part of being a successful artist in big business, is you gotta know how to trick the businessmen. That's a past lesson we talked about, where it's like, you need to know what your investors want to hear so that you can effectively lie to them and trick them into giving you money so that you can make whatever the fuck you want as an artist. That's your goal. You don't need to worry about making money. You need to worry about lying to the people who are worried about making money so that you can make them money while making yourself money while making something awesome. Investors exist to be lied to. Managers exist to be tricked. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Anyways, the point of my whole rant here is that if you're horny, use that horny to make something good. If you're passionate about something, use that passion to make something good. Don't be ashamed of the passion. And definitely don't take over for someone else's art and then retroactively act ashamed for what those artists did. You know, the people that are the reason you're here in the first place. So you put out the spark of that spellcaster, Feline. Ah, Mephala is pleased with you, as are her children. But yeah, the reason why Harley Quinn looks like that is because DC is ashamed. They're ashamed they invented the Clissy. It would appear the Dark Brotherhood was wise in recruiting such of you. Our confidence in you has grown. It is only right to give you an increase in rank within the Brotherhood. Consider yourself, starting today, a full-fledged journeyman. Our chemists have been instructed that you are permitted to buy potions and poisons from their wares. So you needn't visit the Mages Guild any longer. I would also like to give you the location of another graveyard. You ought to really be acquainted. The Sepulchre of Verulus. Here it is on your map. Once again, my congratulations, journeyman. I think we should do some reading. How many books we got here? We got 1, 2... Okay, so we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Okay, we got, let's say 10. So we got 30 books. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30. All right, we got 30 books, 8 hours. We got 30 books and 7 hours remaining. So let's take a look here. 30 divided by 8 means I need to read 4 books. All right, well, let's get started. We're going to try and read these books in order if possible. We have Vampires of the Iliac Bay Part 2, which is a rare book, actually, banned by the Tribunal in Morrowind. We got 4 good books to start with. Hell yeah. All right, starting with Vampires of the Iliac Bay Part 2. Everyone get comfortable. I told in the first chapter of my story how I became a vampire and of my first kill. While it might, and indeed should, horrify the reader that my first victim was a friend of the mortal I used to be, it is my understanding that they are not uncommon first kills. I left the snow-white corpse in the alley and ran to the only place I felt perversely safe, the mausoleum. For the first couple days of my own death, I starved myself while I considered my fate. I relearned what I was capable of doing, and I found that I was stronger, faster, tougher, and more agile than before. I had powers that as a knight I had only seen powerful mages wield later. I discovered additional abilities such as total immunity to disease, helpful when descending on a plague-stricken city like a jackal. I'm actually going to change the title. Don't be ashamed of the Clussy. There we go. That's my title. That's not going to cause any trouble. I also found my weaknesses. I could no longer stand the light of the sun. Exposure to it for longer than a few seconds burned me terribly. It also pained me to enter temples and other places of worship. The worst effect, of course, had to be my bloodlust. If I did not kill a warm-blooded creature once a night and drink its blood, my hunger would gnaw at me, and any wounds I suffered would not heal, no matter how much I rested. In this moment for me to admit there was a time I loved being a bloodsucker. Is this the moment for me to admit that there was a time I loved being a blood-sucking creature of the night? It is not impossible to live only at night, mere occasionally inconvenient, and I wouldn't have to kill humans every night, merely warm-blooded creatures. Orcs have a delicious, rich, brothy blood. Rats are a little sweet for the only meal of the night. Werewolves are a real treat. Ooh, yeah. Almost decadent, the tincture between human and beast, a real gourmet's delight. About a month after I died, I was having the best time of my life. One night, I received a letter from someone who said he was family. Curious, I went to visit him at his tavern, and was told about the tribe of vampires to which I belonged, the Montalion. In return for me performing certain duties for the family, the man at the inn would train in my vampiric abilities and skills. Though I never got very much detail, I surmised that By the way, I love the idea of, like, different bloods having different flavors for vampires. That's a really cool concept. Though I never got very much detail, I surmised that the 2 main differences between the different vampire clans is geography and powers. Montalion alone have the gift for teleportation, but the other 8 have powers of their own. Hi again. Hi, Foxeltrot. Good to see you. My mentor, that is the title he used, would congratulate me after each mission I performed, and came to trust me more and more. If asked, he would tell me about the Montalion's new alliances, who they were manipulating, who they were stalking. It was then I started to become frightened at last. They, and all of their rival clans, were draining the blood of Tamriel itself. I panicked. I had to find a cure. But nowhere could I find any book or rumor suggesting that vampirism is anything but permanent, so I resolved to kill myself. But I wanted to bring the Montalion down with me. I joined guilds that they opposed and failed any missions given to me, spectacularly. I thought my mentor would turn against me, but he only became quieter and less forthcoming with information. Never violent. He was not concerned. He had probably seen vampires like me before. Here's why he never attacked me. Immortals can afford to be eternally patient. At last, he refused to give me any further missions. He wouldn't even talk with me. But he never left his tavern. I could come and go, and he'd watch but never talk. That's when I got another letter. There are several of us, you see, former vampires who know what to look for. We're patient too. We learned it in our own life. We watch and listen and anonymously contact the vampires we know wish to end this curse. Ending the curse is possible, but only just. It is very dangerous, but when you are cursed, the only real danger is no escape. That's fucking awesome. Okay, I really hope there's a part 3 to that, because I actually want to find out how he gets rid of the curse. Alright. That was that book. We're going to go ahead and read the War of Bettany, which I think we might have read. Could there be a better proof of the natural perversity of Bretons than their conduct before, during, and after what history will remember as the War of Bettany? By the most depraved of motivations, the most despicable of tactics, and the most ungentlemanly of triumphs, the kingdom of Daggerfall changed the nature of warfare in the Iliac Bay, and perhaps over all of Tamriel in Sentinel. We call the recent carnage the Siege of Bettany. But as the book of history is writ by the victors, let us speak instead of the War of Bettany. Scarlet and Violet, there's a normal gym leader, and a lot of people make memes of him being Yoshikage Kira. One moment. Let's get a look at him. Pokemon Scarlet, normal gym. Pokemon Scarlet, Larry. Yeah, because he looks like a fucking... he looks like a serial killer. He looks like Yoshi... He's got the same, like, vibes that Yoshikage Kira... Because he looks like Yoshikage Kira. Redguards, by their nature, are a modest and practical people. We are not phlegmatic like the High Elves, nor cowardly like the Wood Elves in Khajiit. But what would infuriate and enrage the swaggering, vainglorious Nords and Bretons would not merit a shrug from a Redguard. Had any Breton kingdom possessed the little island of Bettany, it would have been covetously guarded. Bettany's trade would have been seriously restricted, its religion subjugated, its people bound by active and constant pledges and duties of vassalage. But Bettany was not a Breton dominion. Bettany was part of the kingdom of Sentinel. Chat, Larry might be this Kira we're after. Right? King Lysandus, may the Old Ones continue to torment his soul for his wickedness, saw the prosperous island, which is closer to his land than the Sentinel, and his black heart turned to avarice, through threats, lies, acts of piracy, and finally invasion. Heartburn. Daggerfall illegally took possession of the island of Bettany. His court sorceress, the Lady Medora, his enchantress mother, and other experienced counselors were horrified by the brutality of his campaign and begged him to abandon his tyrannical act of war. Gradually, all dissenters were removed from the court. None but the ignorant and the warmongers remained. Our late King Cameron tried to employ civil diplomacy with Daggerfall, but in the end, he made the formal declaration of war. Daggerfall and Sentinel have fought many times in their 2,000 years of coexistence, and Cameron knew the black magic and espionage of the Bretons. The Bretons considered honest warfare, never debasing the Sentinel character by duplicating the Breton villainy. Cameron knew best how to combat Lysandus. King Lysandus' knavish battle tactics were even more perfidious than his ancestors, and the war continued to rage until it began to involve more than Sentinel and Daggerfall. Lord Graddock, ruler of Reich Gradkeep, acted as conciliator between Sentinel and Daggerfall, and eventually convinced both monarchs to meet and make peace. The ill-fated Treaty of Gradkeep began civilly. The terms of peace were discussed and agreed on and set the paper. The terms were excessively generous. Cameron had agreed to give up some of his rights to Bettany in order to placate the madness of Lysandus and bring peace back to the Iliac Bay. It was not until King Cameron read the treaty he was about to sign that he realized the outrageous perfidy of the Bretons. The treaty had actually been purposefully miswritten by the Daggerfall scribe in a desperate and ignominious attempt to trick Cameron into signing a contract different from the one to which he had agreed. The castle of Reich Gradkeep erupted into a bloodbath, and the war continued. Damn, Lysandus. This is the guy who's haunting Daggerfall right now, the ghost of King Lysandus. So, like, we gotta figure out what the fuck's going on with him. The Battle of Cringane Field was the tragic ending of the senseless war of attrition. The Cringane Field is located between the Yorth-Burland and the Ravinian Forest, where the armies of Sentinel and Daggerfall respectively made camp after the massacre at Reich Gradkeep. As the battle began, Daggerfall proved that she had some foul Daedric magical tricks left by blinding the Redguard army with a wall of mist. Lysandus did not have the opportunity to gloat over his cousinage for long, for the sure arm of a Sentinel archer struck him in the throat even through the thick swirling fog. Lysandus' son Gothred, who had spent the battle in lugubrious relaxation, was crowned without ceremony, and thereupon demanded a duel with King Cameron. Cameron was many years Gothred's senior, and though a superior warrior, was exhausted from the endless warfare the boy king had been spared. Nevertheless, as a point of honor, our king agreed to the duel. The new king of Daggerfall, by dirty trick and black magic, managed to backstab our king before the duel ever began. Thus, the victor of Cringane Field in the War of Bettany was Daggerfall. Daggerfall's wickedness continued even after her inglorious victory, while the Widow Queen of Sentinel, Her Majesty Akarithi, mourned and tried to mend her shattered lands. Gothard demanded the Princess of Sentinel as a hostage of war. To save her homeland, the Princess Abakai agreed to leave Sentinel and even marry the murderer of her father. But we true Redguards of Sentinel know where her love and honor lies. The Queen of Daggerfall is the Princess of Sentinel, first and foremost. Damn, okay. A lot of bitterness towards the War of Bettany. Let's take a look at the map real quick. I think Bettany, hold on. I'm inside right now. I'll have to go outside to check that map. Anyway, let me pop up my paper map then. I have a paper map right here I've been keeping. And I'm going to have one on my desk for every Elder Scrolls game I have, because I have one for each game. It came with the Elder Scrolls Anthology. Alright, Bettany, if I remember correctly, yes. Okay, so the Eliac Bay, you have the two peninsulas, top and bottom, right? Yeah, you have Hammerfell and High Rock. In the middle, you have the Isle of Balfiera, but heading down the Eliac Bay, you have Bettany. And I remember reading that Bettany is basically like a trading post. It's a place where you can easily set up a naval blockade. So what it does is it basically, whoever controls Bettany has control over trade with the rest of Cyrodiil. Pretty cool, right? Probably gonna hang this up on my wall when I'm finished with the game. But yeah, the real Barenziah by Anonymous. Now I've been very excited. I read book 2 of the real Barenziah and really enjoyed it. So we're gonna read book 1. The real Barenziah. 500 years ago in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow woman, and her only child, a strapping young man. Excuse me for a moment. I'm back, friends. He was a miner, and as was his father before him, a common laborer in the king's mines. For his magical ability was but small, the work was honorable but poorly paid. His mother made and sold small wild and berry cakes in the market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, his mother said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof only leaked when it rained. Symmachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike in the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours, he enjoyed hoisting a glass of ale in the tavern with his friends and gambling with them at cards. He drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven girl, although none had held his interest for long. In short, Symmachus was a typical young dark elf man, remarkable only for his size. It was rumored that he had a bit of Nord blood in him. With a name like Symmachus, that's interesting. That's a Greek name. That's interesting. In Symmachus' 30th year, there was great rejoicing in Mournhold, for a girl child was born to their lord and his lady. A queen, the people sang, a queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of a female heir is a sure sign of peace and prosperity to come. When the time came for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed, and Symmachus rushed home to bathe and dress in his best. "I'll come straight home and tell you all about it," he promised his mother, who was not to attend. She had been ailing. Besides, there would be a great crush of people, as all Mournhold would be there, and being blind, she would be unable to see anything anyway. "My son," she said, "ere you go, fetch me a priest or healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return." Symmachus crossed to her bed at once and noted anxiously that her head was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried up the loose floorboard where their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and owe the rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and rushed away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the mage guild and the temple were locked and barred. "Closed for the ceremony," read the signs. Symmachus elbowed his way through the crowd and managed to overtake a brown-robed monk. "After the rite, brother," the monk said. "If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. My lord has bade all clerics to attend, and I shall not offend him." "My mother's desperately ill," Symmachus pled. "Surely my lord would not miss just one lowly monk." The Father Abbot will, the monk said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus' grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmachus tried other monks and mages too, but with no better result. Armored guards came through the streets and pushed him aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the royal carriage drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, "My lord! My mother's dying! I forbid her to do so on this glorious night!" The lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched her babe to her breast and stared wide-eyed Symmachus. Her nostrils flared in disdain. "Gods!" she cried. "Remove this oaf!" Rough hands seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and watched the rite of naming from the top of the hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the folk far below. Barenziah, the name came dim to Symmachus' ears, as the high priest lifted the naked babe and showed her to the twin moons on either side of the horizon. Joan rising, Jode setting. "Behold, the Lady Barenziah, born to the rule of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ever that she rule to Mournhold's will." "Blessings, blessings!" all the people murmured with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone, and in his silence he swore a mighty oath, that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Barenziah he would have as his own bride. This mother's Ooh, damn! Symmachus, what the fuck? That his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule Mournhold. That's like a Jacob move. That's what fucking Jacob does in Twilight. Like, God. Hey, I'm mad that you dated a guy, you dated and had a baby with a kid I don't like, so I'm gonna date your daughter when she comes of age. Like, what? Ugh. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the monk to whom he'd spoken first. The man claimed gladly enough now in return for the gold Symmachus had and in promise of more later. They found his mother dead, as he feared. The monk sighed and tucked the bag away. "I'm sorry, brother. Well, you can forget the rest of the gold, as there's naught I can do here, likely." "Give me back my gold! You've done naught to earn it!" He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, beginning a curse, but Symmachus struck him before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Symmachus took the gold back and fled the city, muttering the name, Barenziah. The child Barenziah stood on the upper balcony of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where soldiers milled, splendid in their armor. Presently they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as her parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad head to toe in ebony armor, the long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned, shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates, and then turned to salute her. "Barenziah!" they cried. "Barenziah, farewell!" The little girl blinked back tears and waved bravely with her hand. Her favorite stuffed toy animal, a gray wolf cub called Woofin, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before, and had no idea what it meant, save that there was a war in the west and the names Tiber Septim and Symmachus. Damn! He teamed up. Did he fucking team up with Tiber Septim? Were on everyone's lips, spoken with hate and dread. "Barenziah!" the soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, soldiers trailing in their wake until the palace was near emptied. Some time after a day, when Barenziah was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly and carried from the palace, all she remembered of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes that filled the sky. She was passed from hand to hand. Foreign soldiers appeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or was it weeks, of travel. One morning she woke to step from the coach into a cold place, with a large gray stone house set amid an endless empty gray-green and hills patchily covered with gray-white snow. She clutched Woofin to her breast with both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the gray dawn, feeling very small and very black in all this endless space. Gray-white space. A large gray-white woman was staring at her with dreadful bright blue eyes. She's very black, isn't she? The woman remarked to her companion, a brown-skinned, black-haired woman named Hannah, who had been traveling with Barenziah for several days. I've never seen a dark elf before. I don't know much about them myself, Hannah said. This one's got red hair and a temper to match. I can tell you that. Take care. She bites. And worse. I'll soon train her out of that, the other woman sniffed. And what's that filthy thing she's got? Ugh! The woman snatched Wolfen away and cast it into the fire blazing in the hearth. Barenziah shrieked and would have flung herself into the fire after him, but was forcibly restrained despite her attempts to bite and claw her oppressors, while poor Wolfen was reduced to a little heap of charred ash. Damn! What? So characters. We got two main characters in the real Barenziah Part 1. We got Barenziah herself, who is a child who's being heavily mistreated. Like, she's a victim, you know? And then we have the other victim of the story, who looks like he went from miner to conqueror, from peasant to conqueror, based off of just the circumstances of Barenziah's birth and the politics of Mournhold. Fucking tragic. Very good, though. Alright, that's real Barenziah. We got one more book to read before we just continue on and play. Etiquette with rulers. Because the rules are so complex and the stakes are so high, many people blanch at the thought of speaking with a noble with a title. For starters, it is important to address them correctly, for just as no one likes to be misnamed, no one likes to be mistitled. The problem is that in High Rock, traditions of the peerage differ slightly from region to region. The base rules follow. There are 8 kingdoms in High Rock in the following regions: North Point, Daggerfall, Shornhelm, Camlorn, Faerun, Evermore, Wayrest, and Johanna. If a woman is ruling one of these areas, she is called the queen. The husband of a queen and the wife of a king is not necessarily the equal rank. They may not be kings and queens themselves. Their children are princes and princesses. Their grandchildren are also princes and princesses. If a male ruler dies, his wife takes the title Dowager Queen, providing that there is not a Dowager Queen already. Like all rules, there are exceptions. One noted exception took place recently in Daggerfall, when King Lysandus died. In most regions, his wife Minisera would not have become Dowager Queen of Daggerfall because Lysandus' mother, the widow Nilfgaard, still lived. In Daggerfall, however, it is permissible for there to be 2 persons with the same title. Thus, both Nilfgaard and Minisera have the title Dowager Queen. If a female ruler who does not share rank with her husband dies, there is no male equivalent to the word dowager. Widowers of the queen usually take another title, either a lesser family title or one given by their children. There have been a few men in the history of High Rock who have fallen from being addressed as king to being addressed as Mr. at the death of their wife. Damn, really? Okay. That's crazy. Other regions are ruled by dukes and duchesses. Marquises are marquesses, and marquises are marchionesses. Counts and countesses, viscounts and viscountesses, barons or baronesses, and lords or ladies. This list is theoretically listed from highest to lowest rank, but the ruler of a territory outranks all other nobles, regardless of title. Dwynnen, for example, is a barony, and the baron or baroness of Dwynnen outrank any other noble in that territory, even dukes and duchesses. In theory, again, this may not be the case according to local custom. The eldest son or daughter of a noble takes their parents' highest family title below their parents. Thus, the Duke of Northmoor, who is also the Marquis of Kildare, had a daughter who became the Marchioness of Kildare. Kings and queens are always addressed as Your Majesty in conversation, dukes and duchesses, Your Grace. All other rulers may be addressed with their title and name, or lord or lady and their name. A few hints may be needed to determine exactly who rules a territory. You may need to rely on people on the street to make reference to their ruler, but that may not be enough. After all, if the gossip involved Lord Beamish and Viscountess Beard, neither or both could be the ruler of the territory. I have found that a more predictable method is to pay some attention to the names of taverns and shops in a region. By tradition, many of these are called the Duke's Fox or the Lady's Provisions. This, more often than not, is the name of the ruler. If the shop's name is Lady and Mrs. Provisions or Lord Boxworth's Fox, that is probably the name of a local titled merchant, not the ruler. A store with an unnamed ruler's title has probably been around for more time and does not bother to change its name with the new name of the ruler. Wow, this isn't confusing at all. In speaking with any person, a ruler or not, it is best to know what sort of person they are first. Rulers tend to stand on ceremony and prefer that people addressing them speak politely and deferentially. There are, of course, exceptions to this. particularly among younger rulers or rulers new to their positions. They may prefer a bolder, slangy style. If you are unsure of your ability to adopt the vocabulary of either an aristocrat or a criminal, choose to speak as plainly and directly as possible. You will seldom charm someone by plain talk, but you will also not alienate by mangled politeness or dated slang. Alienating a ruler, I need not tell you, can be the last mistake one can make. Alright, that's a nightmare. Jesus. Okay, well, that's our first 4 books of the stream. We're going to go ahead and try to organize these, actually, according to alphabetical order. So, A. Any A's here? The Arrow Shot Woman. AR for Arrow Shot Woman. And then, alright, B's. BR for Brother. Broken Diamonds. BROK. BROT. Any more B's? Biography. Broken. Alright, B's. A history. Alright, looking for C's. Confessions, there we go. Any other C's? D's. No D's. F's. G's, H's. Any G's? Oh, there's an E. The Ebon Arm. God damn it. The Ebon Arm. There we go. Any F's? No F's. The Epic. Cool. E's. F's and G's. Good lord. Welcome to the alphabet stream, everybody. Biography. B. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll just do first letter. Oh, good lord. A, B, fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Alright, well, at the 2-hour mark, we'll go ahead and read the next 4 books. Hello, Tristictor Garum. Let's get a quest. Journeyman, I will not mince words. You, I, and every other person in Rothgaria hates barbarians. We have a petition to rid Rothgarian mountains of one of them. Will you take advantage of it? 26 is way too many letters. I agree. The only correct answer. This barbarian staying in the Retton Castle is actually the target of multiple contracts. If only every day were as lucrative as this. The motives include ceaselessly bragging about romantic conquests, debauching the soon-to-be-married, shouting loudly in the morning hours, and even scratching a beer glass. Apparently the innkeeper has also grown tired of this beast. Serve Rothgaria by slaying this brute and returning here within 12 hours. Sounds good. Alright. Let's go kill a guy. Oh, it's in Rothgaria. Alright, we're looking for the Ratton Castle. Alright, let's go ahead and find out where that is. Whoop! Hello! I'm looking for the Ratton Rascal? Right. Fuck you, man. The Ratton Castle. Says it's here. General? No, I'm looking for... is it... Okay. Taverns. The Ratton Castle. There it is. I'm blind. Thank you, friend. Southeast. Alright, just southeast of here. Perfect. I can't believe the alphabet uses all those letters. That's crazy. That's too much work. I could never use that many letters. Alrighty, let's go ahead and check out this. Wow, deja vu. Did you guys feel that? Whew. Deja vu's crazy, isn't it? There's got to be something else there. Any idea what that might be? Aside from, you know, something new being loaded into the Matrix. Oh, nice ears, girl. Oh, is that a fellow Khajiit? Hell yeah! Few and far between, really. There you are. Hello. Hey, barbarian. Sorry, Khajiit. I'm having too much fun here. Maybe a good thrashing will get some of the beer out of me. Ha! That's rich! This Khajiit is trying to start a fight! Hey, Phyllis, get on over here and let's even the odds. Oh, it's a lady. But how many more could I have? Alright, target's complete. Let's get out of here. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy green turtle. That mostly naked lady's back must be hurting standing like that every day. Yeah. You remembered what but you forgot what you remembered, so everything got weird. That's probably the best explanation I've heard of deja vu. Yeah, just like, that's associated with something. That leg open death pose was out of pocket. Yeah. I would not mind some new sprites. I feel like this game could use some new sprites, rather than just sprite edits, you know? Let's b-hop on over to the Brotherhood and tell them the good news. In fact, let's just climb this wall. There we go. Up, and boop. Good journeyman, but let this task cause you no pride. You have yet to do meaningful service in Mafala's favor. How am I doing rank-wise right now? Dark Brotherhood, rep 17. I'm doing good. I'm doing good for myself. Idiocy in Tamriel seems to know no bounds. Imagine the stupidity of a person who enters a Dark Brotherhood sanctuary unannounced and uninvited and begins taking valuable items from off the ground. Such is the quality of the people the Thieves Guild is turning out these days. If you will, slay this thief. If you will slay this thief, you'll be rewarded with an item that will empower you to swim like the swiftest of fish. Sounds good. I pray that the Thieves Guild will learn to keep their members to stay out of our halls, and soon. The fool recently left town and now stays at the Queen's Sword of the Crossing. So says the spy master. Return with news of the thief's death within 20 days. Yeah, that is interesting. I would love to actually hear some theories as to what deja vu is. That's an interesting idea. That's up there with, like, death as a topic that just I find fascinating. Alright, let's head to the crossing. Oh, crossing. So the area they're probably in is... Yes, I have Dark City's on my list. I have not watched it yet. It's, I know it came out around the same time as The Matrix and has a lot of similar subject matter. And The Matrix is one of my favorite movies, so... Alright, we're looking for the Queen's Sword. Which is probably, it sounds like a tavern to me. What do you guys think? Let's check out this tavern here and maybe we'll get lucky and this will be the exact one we're looking for. The Lucky Dragon. We're close. Hey. We're looking for the Queen's Sword. Alright, you ain't gonna tell me. Fuck. These people are no help. Hey, I just need to talk. I need to know where the Queen's Sword is. Mark it on my map! Fuck you. Guessing that's the Queen's Sword. Could be a colorblind thing, too. Movie don't have that weird green tint anymore. That's a Matrix thing. Yeah, it is just a Matrix thing. Yeah, tints are interesting. They're always very controversial. Matrix had one, Fallout 3 has one, Deus Ex has one, New Vegas has one as well, but I usually turn it off. It's like an ugly orange tint in New Vegas' case. Alright, so now we'll just wait. We'll walk until we see a special sprite. There you are. Oh yeah, I'm tougher than you, are ya? Alright, let's see how you do. Thief is dead. What you got? Steel armor, not good. Take that adamantium short sword, though. That'll be worth something. Actually, we'll take everything, because we're in town. Which means I can just offload all my shit. Did I accidentally sell my Daedric short sword? Okay, no, good. I'm trying to keep that on me. That's a kind of an important item. There we go. Alright, we're done. Alright, let's head back to Rothgaria. Or a motherfucker attacks you, right? I think when I get to my next location, which is probably going to be Sentinel, I want to buy myself a boat. I want to get a boat. Yeah, no, for real. I fucking love the way Sin City looks. Yeah, using CG to give your movie a very specific style is really cool. Zack Snyder kind of ruined it for everybody, but it's still cool to do. Or a motherfucker attacks you. Yeah, that too. Alright, head to the Dark... Let's go to the Dark Brotherhood. Yeah, once I finally get caught up on all the books I have, we'll just start reading books as we pick them up like we did in the first episode. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a cool idea, Lucas. You should definitely do that. Like Sin City, the way Sin City looks is really cool to me. Wish more games use that shit, honestly. Only a few games I've seen like do the high contrast style and do it well, and then Hatred had to go and ruin it for everybody. Alright, Tristar. To be honest, I'd hope you would accept this contract. Our members are expected to put the Night Mother's wishes above all other considerations. The Thieves Guild loss is your gain, and your new tower shield proves it. Thanks for the shield I can't use, asshole. Alright, I'll just sell it. Go ahead and make a hard save here. Every time I finish a quest, I like to do a hard save. Alright, dude. What you got for me? Journeyman, it is the Brotherhood's prerogative to maintain the balanced nature when it has been altered. This time honored purpose is the anchor to all connections, civil and royal, throughout Tamriel. What that balance actually means is generally left to the highest bidder's imagination, but we have no qualms in using our skills to satisfy needs. Will you slay an errant knight and serve your fellow beings in Rothgaria? Oh shit, I haven't seen that. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, 1 hour photo. Well, my favorite Jim Carrey movie is The Truman Show, but I'll definitely check that out. I've heard good things about that one. This complaint is against some warrior over in the Gering house. Loudmouth keeps running on about some particular adventures and being part of the Knights of the True Horn, supposedly. Rothgaria won't miss this raucous distraction much. We will return here within 12 hours. Alright, let's find the Garehouse residence, friends. Huh. Oh, hello, Walking Square. Why are you ghosts! Eat shit. Thank you. Alright, there it is. Yep, let's head on over and get them. Ship names are funny because every time someone makes a new ship, they create a cat dog version of those two characters. What? Can you explain, Ghost? Anyway. Oh, shipping as in shipping, not as in boats. Right, I thought you meant boats. Boat names are cool. Hello. Where is our friend? There you are, errant knight. Like Bakudeku. Bakudeku. Yeah, I got you. What fool challenges me? I've slain liches and harpies. You don't scare me. Yeah, well, It's not looking good for you. The Knights of the True Horn will hunt you down. The Knight's Faded Insignia says otherwise. Your work is done here. Indeed it is. Were it so easy. It were. It were so easy. Should meditate on what you learned about backstabbing. Yee. That was really fun, though. Just bam, 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 bam. Good backstab skill. Just fucked him up. Yeah. That's someone's fetish, Ghost. They share the same abs. Okay, now it's just gross. Hi there, Garum.
Well done, journeyman. Understand that your charitable act is its own reward. The Night Mother recognizes those who stay zealous in her service in due time.
Ab Chestman. Yeah, that's a terrifying fetish. I don't know how to feel about that one. That's someone's fetish. Well, it's my joke. Okay.
For obvious reasons, we rarely send our members to the Temple of Kinnereth. Usually their practitioners and ours are incompatible, lending to an uncomfortable friction. Yet even they will occasionally request our aid as a last resort, when kind words and uncomfortable glances are not enough. We have our hands on an errant cleric who requires an accounting. This complaint concerns a priest in the Temple of Kinnereth who has shown little of the restraint and etiquette necessary for a preacher of morality. Some say this cleric has gone too far. One is paying us to prove it. Bring balance to Rothgaria and return within 12 hours.
Alright, where am I going? Temple of Kinnereth. I gotta go kill a priest. Damn, alright. No, let's find the Temple of Kinnereth. Hey there! Hello! Mark it on my map. Mark it on my map, thank you. Alright. North, Temple of Kinnereth. Alright, yeah, the only temple in town. Got it. We're gonna go ahead and take the wall. No, that was South Park. Ab Chessman. Everyone thought that Kanye West being a gay fish joke was funny until they saw Prince Sidon in Breath of the Wild, and they're like, "Damn, I think I might be a gay fish." Like, I think I got my wish. Now I know. Stop it, brain. You should draw Ab Chessman. I also would like to say his name, like, oh, hello. You have the hands of a healer. May the doors of this temple be closed to you forever. The priest lets out their one final gasp and collapses. The other members are not so convinced of this fool's pronouncement. Your work here is done. Hell yeah. Thank you, game. Alright. Job's done. Let's go ahead and take his stuff and put it in the chest. Alright, I'm doing this assassin thing's pretty easy, not gonna lie. I'm pretty decent at this. I am out of touch, and Thursday was yesterday. Right? Hey, that's a fucking boomer-ass reference. That's an old Popeye reference. I got that one. That's, what's his name? I always forget his name. The guy who's always borrowing money from Popeye but never pays him back. Damn. Stop it, Brian. A hamburger mooch. Okay. That works for me. Damn it, climb. There we go. Is there a bed in here I can sleep in? Or is it like the Mage's Guild?
Very good, journeyman. May Mephala guide you in your future service to the Dark Brotherhood.
Alright, well, he's finished. We're finished here. Let's go ahead and try and get some rest for the night. Oh, it's it's from South Park. There was an episode where Cartman made a really juvenile... I think it was Cartman made a really juvenile joke about, like, oh, you like fish sticks? Like, yeah, what are you, a gay fish? The idea is it's fish dicks, you know? And, like, for some reason the joke got super duper popular. And then Kanye West heard the joke and just didn't get it. Until eventually he accepts himself and learns that he's actually a gay fish. And starts to live among the fish. I just explained the entire episode. So yeah, there you go. That's the whole episode about gay fish. It was Jimmy Cartman stole it? Ah, damn. That fucker. Yeah, it must have been Jimmy, because Jimmy's the funny one. He's the comedian. Hey, give me a room. I'll take it for... I plan on living here, so 30 days sounds good. Also, I like your Dark Elf waitress. Ah, I see. Then when he stops being a gay fish, he marries a hobbit. That's true. I remember that. Alright, we got some rest. Let's head back over the Dank Brotherhood. I am glad that the Dark Brotherhood's open 24 hours a day. That's such a mundane statement to say about evil demon-worshipping assassins. I'm glad you guys are open 24 hours. Like, it's so mundane. Give me a quest.
Understand that we have no personal vendetta against this mark, journeyman. For us, all are free to obey the skies, the trees, the Night Mother, or nothing at all. However they might find satisfaction. Yet when one causes wild beasts to attack passers-by, a request for an accounting quickly follows. Will you return the nature-crazed hermit to the earth?
The recluse has made... Oh! Such an informative and accurate show.
The recluse has made of the Mork Brashia cavern a home, completing rituals of kinds that drive the wildlife into a frenzy. Apparently, these attacks wane during the night hours, even as the clerics of the dirt require rest. Restore the natural order and return before 40 nights have passed. Mephala be with you.
So yeah, I'm guessing this is before the Morag Tong and Dark Brotherhood split happened. But it is time to read. So we're going to go ahead and fast travel to the cavern. And before going in, we're going to take a break, set up a little picnic outside the cavern entrance, and we're going to read some literature. Yeah, right? I had to clear it. There's the entrance. Hell yeah. Alright, cool. Now that we're here, let's read another 4 books. Alright. Now, do we have Volume 1 of Biography of Queen Barenziah? We do. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and wait on this one until we read the second one. So we'll be reading The Arrow-Shot Woman, Broken Diamonds, Brothers of Darkness, and The Confessions of a Thief. The Arrow-Shot Woman. I heard this story on good authority from a good and honest friend, whose friend was... You know what, let's head inside.
Odd. Tristictor Garum warned you your mark would cause mayhem with local wildlife. But this place shows no signs of it. Perhaps the rumors were overblown.
Alright, now what we'll do is we'll read. The Arrow Shot Woman. I heard this story on good authority from a good and honest friend, whose friend was witness to the incident. I do truly believe it happened, as fantastical as it may seem. Oh, hell yeah, Lucas, I'm happy for you. My friend's friend, Teron, was visiting the elsewhere city-state of Riverhold during a very hot summer, and went to the marketplace there. If you have never been to Riverhold, the marketplace is very crowded, and much more than in the comparably sized city-states. People from the countryside flock to the marketplace daily in their wagons and carriages. Teron was passing one such carriage, and noticed that the sole occupant was a woman, seated with her eyes closed and her hands behind her head. An odd sight, to be sure, but he assumed she must be sleeping. Teron continued on. A little while later, after Teron had finished shopping in the marketplace, he passed the same carriage. The same woman was sitting in it. Her eyes were open now, but her hands were still behind her head. "Are you all right, my lady?" he asked. "An arrow shot me in my head, and I'm holding my brains in," came the woman's reply. Teron did not know what to do. He ran into the marketplace and literally bumped into a healer and his knight companion. They were good people and agreed to help. The carriage door had to be torn off its hinges, as the lady had locked it and feared to move to unlock it. What they found when they could finally get into the carriage was this. The woman was holding barley dough on the back of her head with her hands. Apparently, in the heat of the day, a jar of barley dough had exploded with the thwang of an arrow shot and struck the woman in the back of her head. When she reached back to feel what had hit her, she felt the dough and reasoned that she was feeling her brains. That's fucking great. That's just a funny little anecdote. But I didn't know soccer can play summon stands and do a Kamehameha backflash and have a Bankai and so on. Truly an amazing manga. Soccer players. Yeah. Alright, well that was a funny little anecdote. We're going to go ahead and remove that from our inventory. We'll read Broken Diamonds by Riston Baylor. I remember as a young lad in Glenumbra Moors my first Broken Diamonds holiday. The big noisy festivals I remember very well. Harvest Sen, Mid-Year, New Year, the Emperor's Day, all of these I have memories that stretch back before I became truly aware of the meaning of our celebrating. On the 19th of Frostfall, every year my family and I would walk to a ruined castle in the middle of the wilderness. Together with everyone we knew in the moors, hands clutched in hands, we would form an enormous circle around the ruins, and head reverently bowed, we would sing a song, the Sepharve. Sepharve. For years we did this, and I never asked why. It's an odd thing that normally curious children, from my experience, never ask questions about broken diamonds, and adults seldom volunteer information. Gradually, as we learn about our homeland and through university or the prattling of ancient relatives, we come to guess and then know the meaning of broken diamonds. I cannot be objective as a native of Glenumbra Moors, but visitors have told me that the sorrow, more often they use the word shame, of the natives is almost overwhelming. There is a sense that a great and ancient crime still burns in the conscience of the people of the Moors. Though it did not happen in our lifetimes, we know that the debt is not yet paid. I refer, of course, to the murder of her terrible Majesty, Kintira II, Empress of Tamriel, on the frozen morning of the 23rd of Frostfall, and the Third Era, 123. We do not know the name of the castle where she was held. We do not know the name of her murderers, though the man who ordered the murder was her cousin and usurper, Uriel III. We do not know where she was buried, but our ancestors knew that their rightful ruler was imprisoned somewhere in their land and did nothing to help her. For that we bear their shame. Yeah, her whole thing of getting kidnapped and hidden somewhere and was never found again or heard from is horrifying. It's so upsetting. Because, like, basically, she was a loved ruler, she was usurped, kidnapped, and then never found. She died in captivity. And so, like, the people who love her carry an immense guilt. On that morning when our great-great-grandparents heard of Kintira's death, all were stricken with horror and regret at their lack of action. All the people of Glenpoint and Glenumbra Moors searched out those responsible in every inferior castle. They formed barriers with their bodies to hold the killer within. Flags bearing the red diamond of the Septim family were torn and scattered, and broken diamonds littered the snow. The song we sing every broken diamonds, as I mentioned before, is the Sephavre. I asked everyone in Glenumbra Moor what the meaning of the song is, for it is an old Bredic, and each generation only knows it because they were taught by their parents. No one knew the exact meaning of the words. Not even the tone and emotion of the words can be easily translated. When I later talked to a scholar who gave me an accurate translation of the Savavre, I began to understand both why our ancestors chose it as the anthem for the great injustice of the murder of Kintira II and the sorrow that still pervades Glenumbra moors since that dark morn. Alright. Thank you, Nightbot. I'm going to try singing this. The Savavre souls of our fathers suffered deeply for you, have led us to the dark time when our own souls filled with air allowed ignorance and villainy to thrive in what used to be our land. Howl, ancestors, howl and bring us memories of our conformance with evil. We do anything we can to survive, giving up our minds and hearts and bodies. We will not fight, and we will be torn like flotsam in a whirling tide. We'll be forever the agents of injustice, but we will mourn it forever. Yeah. Vivid Broken Hearts pops into my head. Why does my brain do these things? I'm not familiar with that song. But yeah, or whatever that is. I'm not familiar with that, but I'm sorry that your brain does the association. Explain to me what the hell that is. That's my takeaway from your comment. But yes, that is fucking sad. Jesus. Ah, man. Poor Kintira II. So a lot of these stories are actually just... It's interesting, because you read the history books, the very dry books that are like, here's the sequence of events that happened, and then you read these little stories. And, like, I think these little stories are my favorite part. It's a song. I'm not familiar. It's not too bad. Listen to it now and then. Hell yeah. Alright, so that was Broken Diamonds. Next up we have the Brothers of Darkness, which is actually about the Dark Brotherhood. The Brothers of Darkness. As their name suggests, the Dark Brotherhood has a history shrouded in obfuscation. Their ways are a secret to those who are not brothers of the Order. Brothers is the generic term of some of the deadliest of the assassins. Some of the deadliest of the assassins are female, but they are called brothers as well. How they continue to exist in shadow, but can be easily found by those desperate enough to pay for their service, is not the least of their mysteries. The Dark Brotherhood sprang from a religious order, the Morag Tong, during the Second Era. Oh, okay. The Morag Tong were worshippers of the Daedric spirit Mephala, who encouraged them to commit ritual murders. In their early years, they were as disorganized as cultists usually are. There was no one to lead the group, and as a group, they dared not murder any of any importance. This changed with the rise of the Night Mother. All leaders of the Morag Tong, and then the Brotherhood, have been called the Night Mother. Whether the same woman has commanded the Dark Brotherhood since the Second Era is unknown. What is believed is that the original Night Mother developed an important belief in the Morag... You finished the commission! Yay! Good job, Ziggy! Of the Morag Tong. The first belief is that while Mephala grows stronger with every murder committed in her name, certain murders were better than others. Murders that came from hate please Mephala more than murders committed because of greed. Murders of great men and women please Mephala more than murders of unknowns. We can approximate the time this belief was adopted with the first known murder committed by the Morag Tong. In the year 324 of the Second Era, the potentate Versidue Shaye was murdered in his palace in what is today the elsewhere kingdom of Senchal. In a brash move, the Night Mother announced the identity of the murderers by painting Morag Tong on the walls in the potentate's blood. Previous to that time, the Morag Tong existed in relative peace, like a witch's coven. Occasionally persecuted, but usually ignored. In a remarkable synchronicity at a time when the arena was a fractured land, the Morag Tong was outlawed throughout the continent. Every sovereign gave the cult's elimination his highest priority. Nothing more was officially heard of them for 100 years. It is more difficult to date the era when the Morag Tong re-emerged as the Dark Brotherhood. Assassin skills have sporadically appeared throughout the history of Tamriel. The first mention of the Dark Brotherhood that I have found is from the journals of the Blood Queen Arlimahera of Hegathy. She spoke of slaying her enemies by her own hand, or if necessary, with the help of the Night Mother and her Dark Brotherhood. The secret arsenal my family has employed since my grandfather's time. Arlimahera, wrote this in the Second Era 412, so one can surmise the Dark Brotherhood had been in existence since at least 360 if her grandfathers truly used them. The important distinction between the Dark Brotherhood and the Morag Tong was that the Brotherhood was a business as much as a cult. Rulers and wealthy merchants now used the Order as an assassin's guild. The Brotherhood gained the obvious benefits of a profitable enterprise, as well as the secondary benefit that no longer could rulers actively persecute them. They were needed. Even an extremely virtuous leader would be unwise to maltreat the Brotherhood. Not long after Alamahera's journal entry about them was penned, came perhaps the most famous series of executions in the history of the Dark Brotherhood. Nice. Yeah, good job, guys. Good hustle. The Colovian Emperor, Potentate Saviren Korok, and every one of his heirs was murdered one bloody night in Sun's Dawn in 430. Within a fortnight, the Colovian dynasty crumbled to the delight of its enemies. For over 400 years, until the age of Tiber Septim, chaos reigned over Tamriel. Though no comparably impressive executions have been recorded, the Brotherhood must have grown fat with gold during that age. The Dark Brotherhood has no shortage of The Dark Brotherhood has no shortage of business opportunities. In accounting, I have been informed, is the Brotherhood's favorite euphemism for execution. While they are officially an unlawful organization in every corner of the Empire, like the Thieves' Guild, they are almost universally tolerated, because as long as two men are alive on Earth, one is going to want the other dead. What was the line from the end of Meet the Sniper? Hold on. TF to meet the sniper as long as quotes. There we go. Sniping's a good job, mate. Oh, here we are. Sniping's a good job, mate. Challenging work, out of doors. I guarantee you'll not go hungry, because at the end of the day, as long as there are two people left on the planet, someone is going to want someone dead. There you go. The Dark Brotherhood in summary. Love that line. I don't know if this still applies to Valve. Like, I feel like it does, right? But I feel like every time Valve drops a new game, it's always like a cultural milestone. It's always like a big deal. And so like when they drop TF2, it's like, even those trailers will stand forever as like great works of art. Confessions of a Thief. I'm a thief. Now don't get me wrong, I ain't saying this out of pride, but I ain't ashamed of my occupation neither. Thieves got a perfect right to exist in the Empire. People say we're dishonest, of course. Those people are usually either merchants or priests, which really slays me. Sort of the snake calling the worm legless. Rulers like us. Crime in moderation is good for the economy. The trick is to keep it at a good, even pace, with a well-timed lull and a minor wave to keep the fat bottoms from becoming complacent. Of course, stupid, but talented thieves will keep stealing, empty their pockets and steal some more. This ain't good for no one. That's where the guilds come in. A thieves' guild is what they call a crime regulator. We protect each other and punish the clumsy and greedy. The kings depend on us to keep the amateurs out of business. Yet, occasionally, a king will come down on us. I've seen my Thieves Guild master get himself stuck in prison once or twice. Some cohort of mine said her first guild master got himself hanged, and the Thieves Guild had to get foul of the king and let someone who knows tell you. The results ain't pretty. I got into the guild the way I've seen most thieves do it. It was a few years back when that bully Yegar Tharn was sitting on the throne, only everyone thought he was the emperor. My parents' farm turned into 8 acres of dust and rock, and they threw me and my brothers out. I was always a skinny thing, but by the time I made it to the closest town, I was a good deal more skinnier. Just because the town had some dirt that plants could grow on didn't make them that much richer than my folks were. I tried to get my hands on all kinds of jobs, but the hungrier and more raggedier I got, the quicker anyone who might have work would kick me out. When the rainy season finally came, it came like a sea, and I have nowhere to stay. Luckily, I found the unlocked cellar door. Turns out the owners of the house slept like old dogs because I robbed them blind and tripped into things like I was the blind one. They never woke up. I sold all the stuff at a dirty pawner's I knew and spent the next few days living like a pretension. Then I got my first visit from the local Thieves Guild. I remember what the guy looked like, but not exactly what he said. Something like, "Hey kid, if you want to steal in these parts, you're going to have to join the guild. Otherwise, I, or someone like me, is going to break your skinny arms so you can't steal." Damn. I've known some people who refused membership of the guild and kept stealing anyhow. I've broken someone of their arms. As for me, this was the first offer I had for a career since my pa told me that if I didn't milk the cow, he'd rip my head off. In comparison, this guy at the tavern was almost a gentleman. I agreed right away. Sure, I had to prove my worth to the guild before I could join, and even now. but having 2 working arms is the only part of the benefit. They trained me, taught me, and kept me out of prison. How many other guilds can boast a forgery expert on the premises? So the next time you're calling some swindling merchant or a usurping priest a thief, think about it. There is honor among thieves. I should know. Yeah, and I'll be joining that guild next. Anyway, those are our 4 books for the hour. We'll read another 4 in another hour. Anyway, we got someone to kill. Who are we killing? We are killing a... sounds like a druid, actually. Well, let's get to work. I'm really hoping to do the special subscriber stream on Sunday. I'm really hoping I'm in the mood for it. Depends on how D&D goes and everything. I've been warring against depression all week. Ooh, that is not great coffee, but it's strong, and that's what matters right now more than anything. Gotta wake up. Gotta perk the fuck up. Yep, so hopefully find this person soon, punch him in the back of the head a couple times, wrap it up, and be on our way. Yeah, I've been modding the other Elder Scrolls games, getting them set up. It's been interesting. Me too, man. It's been fun, honestly. It's been a lot of fun. I've gotten Skyrim to a point where I'm actually really enjoying playing it just as a game, which took a minute, but we're finally there. Oh, have you imprisoned him? Interesting things going on here. Oh, a dragonling! Warrior's done. Nothing here worth grabbing, save for the bestiary. Nice, we're done. Let's Delta. Back to town. We did it! Yippee! Yippee! Alrighty. Where the fuck's the door? There it is. Hey. Thank you. Up, up. Let's go back to Rothgaria, friends. Job's done. I hope we get a promotion soon. That'd be awesome. But yeah, I've actually been wanting to play TF2. So if things go well on Saturday, I'll try and do a stream on Sunday where I just hang out with... We'll do another special subscriber stream where I just kind of hang out with you guys, and we'll play some Team Fortress 2. Probably do some 2 Fort. Just kind of fuck around and then hang out. I'm wanting to practice with the sniper, actually. I remember using the bow and really liking it, so I should give that a shot again. No, I'm good. I don't want to fight that. I ended up fighting one of those Avatar the God Barbarians previously, and they kicked my ass, so I'm not really interested. But yeah, one of the things I did when I was modding the Elder Scrolls games was try not to change the gameplay too much. But if I did change the gameplay, it was always to either add in cool mechanics from later games or previous games. So like, I'd try to look at whatever was cut, like whatever spells were cut from a game and add them back in. You know, just restoring cut content, trying to get the game the best, make the game be the best version of itself while maintaining the old art style. Like, it's easy to get Skyrim looking really nice. It's hard to get Skyrim looking really nice and still look like Skyrim. I want it to look as nice as possible while still reading as the game that it is. You have TF2, hell yeah! Oh, nice! Have fun with the Splatfest, friend. I hope you stream it. I'll probably check it out if you do. Unless I'm doing D&D, which I might be. Let's turn in our quest.
Now you see the dangers of subsiding entirely on Red Rose. The Brotherhood is pleased to preserve a return to the natural order when all other responsible parties refuse to do so.
I'm not getting paid shit for these, by the way. Hey, dude.
Does the name Elizana Hawkhart ring a bell, Feline? It belongs to one of the more famous ransom marks in the Rothgarian Mountains. We have a word of a plot being conducted by some ring of amateurs and wish to take possession of it. Will you be Mafala's hand in stealing this child away?
are really displaced. Nice! Excited to see that, Ziggy. I really liked the Huntsman bow. It was really fun. I felt like I could hit things more often than with the rifle.
We know Elizana Hawkhart will be taken to Longhope in 39 days. Look in the Wickford residence. The captors intend to spend no more than 24 hours in the building. So you must not fail in arriving. Once you've completed the transfer, take her to the Hawkcross residence of the Coppersley Farmstead. Now go.
Alright, we got 40 days to do this. We gotta go get this person back. Travel to Longhope. Such a big province. Such a big area. I mean, I feel like I managed to hit things more than the bow. Than with the rifle, you know. My favorite rifle to use is the classic, or whatever it's called, the original. I like holding the button, and I like being able to fire it from the hip. Gotta find the Wickford residence. How big is the town? Pretty small. Hello, sir. Alright, well, he doesn't want to tell me anything more than south, so... That's the Screaming Sword. Hey there, Wickford residence. Alright, probably marked it on my map. There it is. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a feel for the bow. And just kind of hang out with you guys and practice the characters and stuff. Hope it's fun. Alright, door. We are here to look for what now? Elizana Hawkhart is who we're looking for. Not on this floor. Okay. Okay. This might have been the wrong building. Let's go ahead and check the map. No, that's the Wickford residence. What the hell am I looking for? Okay. Is she in the cabinets? No. That's dumb. Hey game, what the fuck? There's no one here. Alright, let's read the quest text. In 32 days and take her to the Hawkcroft residence. Child will only be in Longhope for a single day. I must not fail to arrive. 32 days? Wait, I gotta wait 32 days? Okay, hold on. That's not the right quest. That's not the right quest either. Great. So what the fuck's the problem? Yeah, no, that's not... Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and quit. We're gonna go ahead and load the save. I don't like this quest. I'm getting bad vibes. I'm getting the quest is broken vibes. I showed up at the place, they weren't there, I'm loading the save and coming back. If I have to wait during a time limit, fuck that. I don't balance time limits with waiting games. That was one of the things that made me stop playing Kingmaker, was like the game going, wait a few days for something to happen, while going, you have a few days left to live. I'm like, what? Which is it, game? You know?
It is a solemn duty and not an entirely disagreeable one to account to agents of the Brotherhood who have failed us in an assignment. You are, I trust, free to take on such an assignment.
Yeah.
Very good journeyman. Lesora Wixley, having learned something during her tenure in the Brotherhood, has wisely hidden herself. But we have a contact in the Yomston residence, a miserable blue-cloaked woman named Barbira Yomfield. Talk to her in Gidley Soria's Wixley's location. I will expect the accounting to be accomplished, and you to be back here in 20 days.
Sure thing, dude. Loot pile. Oh, thank you. Alright, looks good. Alright, let's get out of here and go do our thing. So we gotta go deal with a failed member of the Brotherhood. And sent me to a brother who has failed an assignment. I need to talk to a squealer named Barbara Yomfield in the Yomston residence of Rothgaria. Well, let's find the Yomston residence first and foremost. Where is everybody? Streets are very empty today. I didn't even go on my killing spree here. That was somewhere else. Thank you for marking on my map. And then the Yomston residence is right over there. Alright, cool. Yeah, so... Oh, that's hilarious. I'll have to give that a look. Because, yeah, I know people get upset. Like, as someone who's not good at sniping, though, it seems like a great alternative to the rifle. But then again, that's also, like, the sniper is a high... The idea is that sniper classes are supposed to be high skill, high punishment classes. So having a weapon like that seems like a bit broken. But I still want to use it because it seems like a better option. And it'll allow me to play a class I normally can't play. There you are. Helene II, I'm Barbira Yomfield. The fish you're after has slipped the hook and is living a fancy life down in the cave of Baulanuna. Just watch yourself, Khajiit. Lezoria Wixley knows how to fight, and she's scared. Ah, man, you're a terrible contact. You just ratted her out. God damn, that was quick. Right, well, we have our heading. Cave of Baulanuna. Baulanuna. Alright, one sec, let me... I want to activate all these other things first, but that's okay. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, let's do something real quick. I want to make sure that we have all our boxes checked here. There we go. Cool. Alright. Now I need to go to Baulanuna and get this lady, wherever she may be. I can't see shit. There's the entrance. Alright. Let's get on over there. Whee! And we're here. Perfect. Foot. And quick save here. Head on in. It's sneaking time. Yeah, one of the big things about TF2 is finding out what items I like. Like, I'm a really big fan of the degreaser and the shit, what is it called? But yeah, there's specific items I like with the pyro that I really enjoy. And that was a big thing about the game, has just been learning about which items I actually prefer when it comes to playing the classes. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take miscellaneous items and ingredients and money, primarily. Yeah, we're really close to maxing out our character fully. A few more levels and we're just gonna keep we are basically just gonna keep pumping points into intelligence. I'm trying to think of, like... But yeah, like, I mean, I wish I knew the names of more items. But, like, one of the items that made me fall in love with the fucking... made me fall in love with the medic was the Crusader's crossbow. Love that thing. Gotten so many quick little headshots on people, or quick little kills on the medic. It made the class a lot more dynamic and fun to play for me. So I'm hoping I can do the same with the sniper, where I find weapons he has that I enjoy. I mean, that's kind of the strength of TF2 over something like Overwatch, because like with Overwatch, your character's kit is your character's kit. If you don't enjoy the kit, you might as well play a different character, you know? But in TF2, there's a lot more variety on how you can play your characters through customization and such. And a big thing for me is been trying to find the stuff I like. I ran Combat NG a while, but the problem is, like, people counter it really easy. It's really easy to destroy a Combat NG. Or I'm just a terrible combat engineer, and yeah. Other thing is that if I get counterpicked, I'm switching characters, and apparently that's frowned upon. I pissed off a lot of people by doing that. Not that it works, it's more just people get irritated that I even try. It's like, all right, well, if I'm playing an engineer and you're every time I try to do anything, you're backstabbing me and sapping my turrets and my dispensers, I'm just going to stop playing engineer and play something else. Yeah, I don't know, because I don't play a lot of snipers for that reason. I don't really like how they're a feast or famine class. I love using sniper rifles in games, like I love in Halo, but I almost always fire from the hip because I like to stay mobile. Which is why I don't particularly play the sniper very much, because he's built in such a way where you need to sit still and aim and aim and aim and then shoot with the charge function and everything. That's why I kind of preferred the bow when I played it, because I'm just like, oh shit, I can play as a sniper and still move. I guess the argument is that I don't really like snipers that much. I like playing as riflemen, not snipers. I prefer, if we're using Overwatch as a comparison point, which I know people hate when I do, but I mean, it's a game a lot of people know. When it comes to playing Overwatch, I would much rather play Ashe or Ana than I would Widowmaker. Because that game has that solution where it's like, you can't just hip-fire the sniper rifle because it turns into a different gun when you're not hip-firing. Or when you're not aiming down the scope, it turns into like an SMG. Not a very good one either. Oh, there's a ghost at the end of that hallway. Let me see if I can get an arrow off. Let me see if I can hit it with an arrow. There we go. Nope, that did the opposite of what I wanted. Unequip that. Equip that. Put my cloak back on. All right, now we're punch fighting. I gotta kill you quick before you drain all my magic. All right, cool. Back to creeping. But yeah, like, so I prefer characters with like long rifles I can shoot from the hip. Like Ashe is really fun to play. That's why I'm really hoping that one day some Legends just like, oh hey, we brought back Overwatch 1. Like, you can just play it still. Like, they didn't have to take Overwatch 1 away from people. That was fucked up. Like, I enjoyed that game, and I'm kind of sad they took it away from us. I got ourselves a map there. I'd probably play it a little bit if I still had access to it, but I don't, so I don't. But yeah, Ashe was a lot of fun to play. The bundle of dynamite and then the shotgun and the long rifle were a lot of fun to use. I want the sniper to not play like a sniper, quote from Alex. I don't know, like, I don't really have that problem with the class. Like, then there's things like the spy where I'm like, I would like it if the spy just moved faster all the time. Like, double his movement speed, you know? But, I mean, again, that'd be broken. A lot of classes I wouldn't enjoy unless they were broken in my favor. There were several Overwatch characters like that as well, where I'm like, I wish this class just didn't have this, you know? I think the moment, like, there's several breaking points for me with Overwatch where I just realized that I just didn't enjoy the game anymore. One of them was when Doomfist came out and his primary attack was a gun. That's when I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why did you give him a gun? He's Doomfist. Let me punch things all the time. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. If your sniper's overpowered, no one's having fun. Because you're just dying over and over. And you run into the fighting game problem where if people are good enough at the game, it means you don't get to play. The fun of, like, part of being a good, like, being good at fighting games, being a good fighting game player, means other people don't get to play the video game at all. I guess that's why I tend to stick to classes that, like, let me do my thing away from everyone else. I'm gonna turn around here. Yeah, here we are. Da, 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 da. I know people get really upset about shotguns, but, like, I don't care. Y'all are free. Call of Duty players getting mad that you can get one shot by a shotgun at point blank range. Yeah, that's how a shotgun is supposed to work in a game. Sorry. If I have a shotgun, the game is my... if I have a shotgun and it's bad in a multiplayer game, I usually stop playing. Video games exist, like, the competitive... The shooter exists so that I can have fun with this shotgun. If I can't have fun with this shotgun, the game might as well not even exist. That's why one of the reasons why I don't play Halo Infinite, because its shotgun is quote-unquote balanced. And it's like, yeah, so it's not fun to use anymore. This game exists so I can go on shotgun rampages. Yeah. Getting mad at the trench gun. Yo, he's so mad. He's so mad. Our gun's too good. You mad. Oh, fuck me. Alright, here we go. Can't spell lamia without lame. Oh, hello, drowning person. Did you cast water breathing too? Guess you didn't. Let's take that war axe, though. Ooh, Daedric Dagger, Rude Song. Already read that. Take that as well. Now, the game exists so that I can pop off. If I can't go on my shotgun rampages in your shooter, you might as well not even make a shooter. They have expanding bullets. No, our gun is just that powerful. Yeah, exactly. Now, like, if you're like, oh, the shotgun is overpowered, like, okay, good. That's kind of what makes a shotgun good. Because we can't have it work like a... Because, hey, guess what? In real life, shotguns are overpowered. If you could use if shotguns worked like shotguns did IRL, they would be the GOAT in every game they're in. It's a gun that's all ranges. People forget, you can put slugs in a shotgun and slap a scope on that bitch and use it like a rifle. It's almost as good. Hell, there are games that let you do it, and in almost every game that lets you do that, I end up doing that because shotguns are fucking awesome. Like in New Vegas, I mainly use shotguns. In Red Dead Redemption 2, my endgame, I swap out my endgame loadout is automatic pistol, dual Mausers, pump action shotgun with slugs that I use like a Winchester, and the rolling block rifle. So I have a sniper rifle. So it's pistol, shotgun, sniper. Invented after getting banned. That's hilarious. All right, well, back to Rothgaria. No, like, few things are more shameful than a bad shotgun. Like, the phrase bad shotgun hits the ear and, like, has the same emotion behind it as the phrase erectile dysfunction. It's like, oh, the shooter's good, but the shotgun's bad. I'm like, you just said that combination of words is impossible. If your shotgun's bad, your shooter's bad. It's the workhorse weapon. If you don't have a shotgun at all, fine. Aw, that's cute. What a good kitty. Like, it's sad, man. It's like, oh, the shotgun in this game is bad. Like, damn, you lost your dick in the war? That's unfortunate. Like, it hits the ear the same way. It creates the same feeling in my heart of just, ooh, I feel bad for you. And a Halo game having a bad shotgun? Ugh. Like, vomit-inducing. No. It's like Doom having a bad shotgun, which happened. Doom 3. Because here's the thing about shotguns in first-person shooters, right? The first one got it right. It wasn't, like, I'm not going to say the Doom 1 shotgun's the best shotgun, but it's 0. Doom 1 shotgun is, I'm like, okay, if your shotgun is worse than the Doom 1 shotgun, you should remove your shotgun from the game. Like, you should just not have a shotgun, because you clearly don't, you're clearly not taking this seriously. Playing Mario Kart opinions. I hope you have fun. Mario Kart 8, I love that game. I love specifically the way the music, the relationship between the music and the track itself. I've never gotten super duper into it, but I've always enjoyed myself every time I play it. I don't really have a lot of I don't really have a lot of hard opinions on Mario Kart, because it's just a fun game. I like Mario Kart. But no, it's sad if you get your shotgun. If you have if your shotgun in your first-person shooter is bad, like, dude, go back to the drawing board. Yeah, exactly. No, for real. Like, if your shotgun is worse than the Doom 1 shotgun in any way, shape, or form, just don't have a shotgun.
Well done, journeyman. A good lesson for all those who might fail the Brotherhood.
Hell yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's like, oh, hey, just press the 3 key in, like, Call of Duty and, like, the Doom, like, oh, yeah, there's this shotgun, and it's the Doom 1 shotgun, and it's like, why is the Doom 1 shotgun in this game? Like, we couldn't get it right. We just ported the Doom 1 shotty. Be right back, guys. A bad shotgun in a first-person shooter is like a bad jump. It's like a bad jump in a platformer.
Congratulations, Feline II. You have been promoted to the rank of Executioner, with all the rights and honors that accompany it. Remember, we do not rest on previous accomplishments in the Brotherhood.
Hell yeah. Thank you for the promotion, sir. I won't let you down.
In the Brotherhood of Darkness.
It's like having a bad drift in a driving game. Man, my throat is fucked. Luckily, we got winter break now. Yay! Get quest. Wait. It's February.
Ah, here's something to appeal to the romantic in you, Feline. The caddish knight has besmeared the honor of a fair damsel. And refuses to fight any who would defend her. The poor girl did the only thing she could do, and now we have some accounting to do. You're interested, I take it. As I thought, we think the knight does not yet know about the contract, being deeply entrenched in a fortress called the Ruins of Greening's Hold. Obviously, this ill-bred warrior doesn't want to make this too easy on us. Well, the contract calls for the accounting to be in 41 days. And for you to report back here within that time, go to it, Feline. Defend that poor soiled damsel.
What did he do? Like, did he... What does that mean? Like, I don't want to think about what it might mean, to be honest. It's kind of upsetting to think about.
Damsel.
Woohoo! Yippee! Well, I'm happy to hear about your winter break, Mr. Blue. It's weird that it's in February, but, you know, different schools do it at different times. But no, a bad shotgun is like, ooh, just... I don't know. It's a sad thing. It's a sad, pathetic thing that emits feelings of pity as much as rage. Yay, no school for a week. Yippee. Lots of time to watch School of the Cat. Pet the cat. Hold the cat. Forfeit all earthly invisible wall. Neato. That aggroed something. Empire. Alright, we're looking for a knight. Winter break in February. Ah, I see. There's a hole in the ground I can knock her into. Let's see if I can do it. Nope. Oh. Nice. So you get 2. Hell yeah. Whoa! Shit, that was fast. Ah, well, back to it, I guess. Damn. Vampire don't fuck around. Vampire got hands. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Sleepy cat. Might take a nap after the stream. I don't know yet. Been thinking about it. Alright, job's done. Bop, 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 bop. Cool. Alright. Oh, shit. Let's go ahead and quick save here. Rest until we're fully healed. We're healed. Let's go. Valentine's Day is close at hand, yes. Our, me and the girlfriend are in. We try to celebrate. We sometimes celebrate both at the same time, but this year we had to wait. Because money was tight. Though things are starting to look a little bit up. Perfect. Alright, moving right along. Hup! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, hi there. Did Man Marco sent you? There we go. Meta Marco. Did Meta Marco send you? Oh, hey, vampire. Oh, 2 of them! Shit! Alright, got him. Got some gold, some ingredients. And that holy tome's worth a lot of money. We're doing well, friends. We are doing good today. We are making money. We're invading crypts. We're casting water breathing because this game hates me and likes making me go underwater. Hello, Ghost. Sorry, Ghost. Hi. It's okay. Had beef with a monkey, blew up a baby, and baby became a pain next race. Anyways, I still got one left. Oh, you're doing the Grand Prix? It's okay. I knew you'd say that. Your next line will be... Ah, I like this room. That's a good room. I have a sudden craving for sushi. Oh, hi there. This is your room now. I was thinking it'd be really cool to make have dragons in Skyrim have like a nemesis system. where like they all have every dragon has a name, and like if you manage to not kill the dragon before it gets, some dragons might like retreat on you, and they come back later on and they're stronger. Like they've gathered worshippers and like dragon priests have made them stronger. I don't know, just an idea I had. Make the dragons a bigger part of the game. Make them feel more like the I'd be inspired by like the orcs in Shadow of Mordor. I don't like sushi. Really? That's sad. Ah, I like this room. This is your room now. Punches the vampire into it. Oh, I heard that. You guys hear that? Invisible wall. There it is. Oh, another one here. Hey, look at that! Back to the entrance. Hell yeah. Thought I'd like it since it's fish and rice, but it's not for you. Ah, that's fair, man. I get you. Yeah, if you don't like it, you don't like it. What is there to be done? I think it's good to try. I think you should try different kinds of sushi. Like if you see a type of sushi you've never seen before, give it a shot because you never know. I know for me personally, it took trying a bunch of different kinds for me to find out which one I truly liked. Yeah, for me it was. Yeah, I remember I tried it at like a Chinese restaurant with like the sushi. Like it was a basic California roll where you have the sushi, the seaweed exterior, then you have the rice, and then you have veggies on the inside. And I wasn't crazy about it. And then later on, I tried one with that had wasabi on it. It was like a spicy roll, and it had shrimp in the center, and then on the exterior was rice. And on the exterior of the rice was sesame seeds. And then in the middle, between the shrimp in the middle and the rice was seaweed. And I loved it. Just one of my favorite. Like, I loved it so much. And Mom got it for me from Meijer. Like, it wasn't, like, good sushi. It was store-bought shit, you know? But it was still really great. And now, like, sushi's probably my favorite food. That sounds delicious. Yeah, right? No, you just gotta find the right kind. Because it's like sushi's, there's a bunch of different kinds of sushi, you know? All kinds of different shit. Best thing you can do, though, I recommend, get a bunch of friends together. Get like a big $40 platter. You can get from different restaurants. Like, a lot of restaurants will sell you like $50. You get like every type of sushi we have on the menu on one platter. And you can try it and see what you like. Actually, that's what I usually do for parties and stuff when I have... Whoa, hey there. Are you my target? Tell Isona Buckingsley that she can share soiled honor with every farm boy in the Rothgarian Mountains, says the knight, as you account her. The contract's been fulfilled. Damn. Let's get out of here, friends. Our job's done. It's expensive, but like, it's a whole meal in and of itself. Like, you don't need to eat anything else with it, and it'll help you. It'll give you an opportunity to try out a bunch of different kinds of sushi. There's always conveyor belt sushi as an option, but I mean, for me, it's a lot easier to get like the big platter. Rothgaria. There we go. Yes. I wonder if this has any connection to High Hrothgar. Like, I wonder if there's like an ancient Nord named Hrothgar that was named after all this shit. Or was the basis for all these names. I got some Jello. I'm gonna eat some Jello. It's probably pretty melted by now. Had beef with a monkey, blew up a baby. That's great. Baby Mario, I'm guessing. Oh. No, I got this. Let's heal him. And I'm well liked by the people of the Rothgarian Mountains, even though they've seen me murdering people in rooms on several occasions. I love how Cyrodiil's solution to serial killers is the same solution we have for like hackers and stuff in real life. Where if you get caught, you can either work for the people or go to prison. So like in Elder Scrolls The Thieves and Dark Brotherhood, they hunt down thieves and assassins and killers so that then those killers can then be used by the guild. Is that called the Demon Kalaba? The Essential Inkalaba. Let's go ahead and check out the bargain essentials. I need to repair some shit. Beep 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 beep. My Daedric short sword's fine. Here we are. All done. Repair, yes. Clear, thank you. Equip. I should probably just sell that short sword. I don't need it. Like, I don't really use it for anything anymore. Wroth means intensely angry. That's hilarious. Like, so it's like wrath. Here, buy all my shit, and then money. Thank you for the money, sir. Beep, 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 beep. Ah, baby Rosalina. Nice. Alright, where the hell's the bank? The bank's dead ahead. Perfect. We will blow up the galaxy. Roth. At the end of the day, though, you just may not like sushi. Like, oh, shit. I'd have to break into the bank. I don't want to do that. So what time is it now? It is currently... Oh, I've been an hour. Okay, we'll just loiter for an hour. There we go. Deposit all my letters of credit. Yep. And then deposit... Alright, we'll withdraw 200,000, then withdraw 70,000. Oh, withdraw 70,000. Oh, okay. 60,000. Okay, then we'll withdraw 9,000. Then we'll withdraw 800. And we're done. I'm playing as an Inkling, but I can be underwater. Can Inklings not be underwater? You're a kid now, you're a squid now, you're a kid. That's still... That fucking commercial... Like, did that music ever get reused, or was it just for that one commercial? Because it's still stuck in my head. No, they dissolve. Damn, okay. But they can swim through ink. Dog. Dog, dog, dog. No, it's bark. Oh, that's right. Bark, bark, bark. I love Adventure Time. Alright. Hello there. Loot pile. Thank you for the stuff. Let's go ahead and get all these things out of my inventory. Finished another job for the Dark Brotherhood, and now we're going to go turn in our work. No, pick all that up. There you go. Good. Alright. Hey, Tristic door.
So the rogue knight has entered the hereafter. Yes, perhaps in his next incarnation he will have the wisdom to keep his sword sheathed. Well done as usual, Feline.
So it's like One Piece. But instead of not swimming, you die. Fair enough. Alright, we're going to go ahead and save here. Let's see. Let's check out our reputation real quick. We're doing good. Reputation 46. We're at Executioner. You will be higher soon. Alright, guys. Let's say we read a few more books. So, we got the Biography of Queen Barenziah, Volume 2. Do we have Volume 1? Volume 1, there it is, okay. So, Epic of the Great Falcon, The Ebon Arm, and The Old Ways. I'll just, hold on a sec. Alright, cool. So then we'll go read The Ebon Arm, The Epic of the Grey Falcon by Anito Joan, King Edward Part 1, and The Biography of Queen Barenziah Volume 1. So we're going to start off with The Ebon Arm. The ground shakes. The great armies continue to wage their unrelenting battle. The battlefield is red, the rivers flow crimson, the sky reflects a deep pink, in the distance lightning flashes and thunder sounds. 2 huge ravens begin circling the field. Their blackness is vibrant against the various shades of red in this vista of death and suffering. The bright flashes of light and rumbling begin to increase. The redness surrounding the battlefield begins giving way to a golden glow from the east, almost like a summer setting sun. From the false sunset, a massive gold stallion and single rider approach. All becomes suddenly still on the field of battle as both sides recognize Raymond Ebonarm, god of war, and the companion and protector of all warriors, also known as the Black Knight, and his mighty steed, War Master. Thanks, Nightbot. He rides in the middle of a blood-soaked field and dismounts. He is a very imposing figure. His very tall and heavily muscled body is encased in ebony armor. His ebony helmet does not hide the flowing reddish-blonde hair and beard, which appear almost as a shimmering gold, nor does it shield the steel-blue eyes that seem to pierce all they fall upon. In his left hand he carries a massive ebony tower shield, on which is emblazoned a fiery red rose. As he raises his right arm, all see an arm and a magnificent ebony blade, which are extensions of each other. The fused arm and sword are a result and symbol of the wounds suffered by this god during titanic battles in the youth of this world. The ravens come to rest on his shoulders, and as the point of the ebony blade seemingly touches the sky, lightning flashes, thunder roars, then total quiet descends, and a shudder rolls through both armies. The leaders of both armies approach Raymond Ebonarm and kneel. In turn, they tell their reasons for this war. Each asks for the favor of the Black Knight for their cause. Raymond Ebonarm listens, but there's no acknowledgement that he has chosen to favor one side or the other in this fight. However, each of the leaders has heard the others state his position and now knows that this war is baseless. They embrace and turn to their armies. They instruct their forces to bury their dead, tend to their wounded, and return to their homes. Raymond Ebonarm mounts his great golden stallion, War Master, and again raises the ebony blade skyward and extends the huge rose-emblazoned ebony shield to both armies. A massive chorus of cheers rises from the armies. The ravens again take to the air. Lightning and thunder follow him as he rides into the sunset, followed by the 2 birds. Yay, exposition! It's reading time. We read 4 books. The armies do as they have bidden. They care for their wounded and bury their dead. As they retreat towards the homes, each warrior is sure that the great god Raymond Ebonarm, the Black Knight, has responded to their individual prayers for intervention. Each side is won, neither is lost. As the armies depart the field, the rivers begin to turn clear, and a single red rose begins to bloom near the grave of a fallen hero. That is fucking crazy cool. So, big dude shows up, they're like, oh, we gotta get him on our side, but in doing so, they realize that the war itself is pointless, and this god of war never ends up having to fight. He just approaches and, I don't know, he kind of serves as a proving thing of like, how do I put it? Serves as the means by which either side can prove the morality of the war, but in attempting to communicate honestly with him, they realize that the entire war is baseless and pointless. Fascinating. All right, let's read the Epic of the Grey Falcon. As uncovered and translated by Anito Shone, royal archaeologist, from an ancient tome, this tale comes from sometime in the Second Era, most probably after the time of the Nahatan flu, or at least I have so surmised due to reasons in the text. Whether or not the tale is true, it remains an interesting story of survival. The reader will, I trust, forgive me if I translated the epic somewhat informally. The message, I think, is universal and should not be misread. Enjoy, gentle reader. The Epic of the Grey Falcon. God of War, yeah. Hey, Obi! The Grey Falcon, a small warship of the Somerset Isle, was patrolling deep in the ocean for a pirate that had been looting the coast. The first 3 weeks out were uneventful. 2 hours after sunset, on the 22nd day out of port, the lookout spotted the top of a sail in the moonlight. Just on the horizon, "Sail! To starboard! Forward quarter!" The lookout of the Grey Falcon cried. The crew and captain of the Grey Falcon were quickly roused and stumbled to the deck. "'Tis the ship we're looking for, Captain," said the lookout. "All hands to battle stations! All archers to their posts!" The captain yelled, "Full ahead!" The two ships closed, and a dark figure stepped out onto the forecastle of the pirate's ship. The figure made a gesture with his hands, and a giant ball of fire streaked towards the Grey Falcon. The ball of fire struck the Grey Falcon and her sails, quickly catching them aflame. The figure made another gesture. Large bolt of ice streaked out from his hands, and he hit the Grey Falcon just above and below the waterline, gouging large holes in her hull. The Grey Falcon was mortally wounded. The captain cried, "All hands, abandon ship!" as he was cut off by a pirate's arrow shot into his throat, as the Grey Falcon, aflamed and listing badly, plunged into the sea. One of her sailors, Darek Seaspit, managed to avoid the pirate arrows and spells to make his way to a lifeboat and lowered it into the darkness below. Just as the lifeboat entered the water, a quick gray shape jumped into it. Derek looked and saw it was Helnor Snarlsbane, a Khajiit mercenary assigned to the ship. The two rowed the small boat away as the Grey Falcon finished her descent into the sea. Go to High Rock. I am in High Rock. In the darkness, the pirate ship missed their small craft. After the two rowed well out of the pirate's possible view, they both collapsed from exhaustion. Did you say God of War? Yeah. Early morning the next day, they took an inventory of the lifeboat's stores. Normally, the lifeboat carried enough food and water to supply 7 people for at least 10 days. In place of the food, though, Helnor found a note. The food in this lifeboat was found to be in violation of Somerset Navy regulation during inspection. In accordance to that article, the food was taken away and destroyed. A replacement may be obtained by redeeming this letter at the Port Supply Office. Signed, Lieutenant Inspector Windhollow. Helnor read aloud, said Derek to his Khajiit companion. "We have plenty of water, but we are out of food. I don't know what we're going to do. I suppose that we could try fishing, but we have no bait. There's no chance we can make it back to land before we starve to death. 'Twill be over a month in this craft. Wait, I have an idea," said Helnor with a gleam in his cat-like eye. 6 weeks later, the lifeboat entered the port of Corwich. As it was tethered to the dock, a solitary figure was pulled out, looking rather weather-beaten and thin. One of the dock workers peered into the life raft after the figure was taken away to the port healer for treatment. "What's this?" a worker said to himself as he picked up a large bone from the boat, a bone bleached white by the sun. After the sole survivor of the Grey Falcon recovered from his ordeal, he was taken to the inquest for the death of Derek Seaspit and placed on a chair before the magistrate. "We here in High Rock have a dim view of cannibalism. You better have a good reason for your actions," the Inquisitor boomed at Helnor Snarlsbane. "By the lady, do you?" Helnor stood and said, "Your Honor, I had no choice. There was no food, and it was at least 2 months to the closest port. We both decided this was the only way someone would make it." "Well, then, I suppose it is understandable, if somewhat distasteful," the Inquisitor said. "You think it was distasteful?" Helnor muttered to himself. I didn't have any seasoning." "One final thing, Mr. Snarlsbane. How was it decided that you would be the one that would dine on the other? The toss of a coin." Helnor drew himself up and said, "Your Honor, it was very simple. Derek Seaspit was a vegetarian." "Case dismissed." Go to Hammerfell. All right. Will do. Okay, that was pretty fucked. I like that, though. He's a vegetarian. I guess I gotta eat him. Oh, that's great. I don't know if that qualifies as an epic, but I mean, that's pretty neat. Next up, we're going to be reading King Edward Part 1. We've read other parts of this story, but never Part 1. Let me drink some of my coffee real quick. Excuse me. All right. Chapter 1. Departure from Daggerfall. Long, long ago, when the world was in its springtime, before the Red Guards came and the glorious Septim Empire was formed, but after the goblins had driven the dwarves out of Hammerfell, a son, Edward, was born to King Corsair I of Daggerfall and his queen Aliera of Wayrest. The young boy lay drowsing in the palace orchard, high on a breezy hill, overlooking the deep blue bay of Daggerfall. The constant autumn fog of Daggerfall had blown away for the nonce, and the sky was a deep, endless blue. Moments like this were rare for the young Prince Edward. This afternoon was the result of days of scheming, for he craved solitude as the other nobles he knew craved companionship. Now his tutor believed him engaged in extra arms practice. The master of arms believed him to be chasing deer with the hunt master, who he thought was studying Elvish. His father had no idea where he was and didn't care, being occupied with his young wife and their sons and other pleasures of noble life. At the plop of an apple barely missing his head, he opened his pale gray eyes. There was a sweet, rotten smell in his nostrils. He sighed and stared up into the blue. Why should things fall down instead of up? If you stared at the sky long enough, you could feel as if you were falling into it. His eyes glazed, and the pupils grew huge as the dark-ringed irises dilated. He was weightless, drifting. Another apple fell, grazing his ear, and thudded to earth, crying out as his rump struck and then his head. A silvery laugh sounded. Edward sat up abruptly and stared around, jaw hanging slack. Two mounted men stood 10 feet away, still as if they were carved from stone, regarding him intently. Princes are not easily intimidated. Not even the gentle-souled kind. But Edward had never seen or imagined anything like this pair. One had golden skin and eyes, was clad in white cloth trimmed with gold, and rode. Edward blinked. It was still there. It was still there. A unicorn! Beside the unicorn was a golden dragon, wings neatly folded, and on his back was a man clad in dark chain mail, a long sword at his side. He was bareheaded. His eyes glowed red on his dark face and pointed ears. "You're elves! What?" He's a clever child." The dark elf's voice was sardonic. He spoke perfect Bredic. Edward noted, his mind still working, although something seemed to have gone wrong with the rest of him. So it would seem. He did that mostly of himself, remarkable for an untrained child. I merely helped him to concentrate. The high elf also spoke Bredic, but hesitantly and with a slight singing accent. Edward's tutors said that elves were incapable of human speech. Edward's gaze shifted rapidly over the four beings in front of him. Unable to find a comfortable resting place, he hoped briefly, fervently, that he was dreaming. His mind seethed with questions and demands, and then quite suddenly his tongue came unstuck. "But I wasn't concentrating at all. My masters all say I'm incapable." Edward clamped his jaw down hard, suddenly realizing that it might be unwise to argue with beings such as these. Ooh. Guys, heartburn's the worst. I'm fighting it, man. Whew. But the golden elf smiled broadly, showing perfect white teeth. Exactly. He radiated such warm approval that Edward felt his skin tingle pleasantly. It was a feeling that he'd only known with his long-gone mother, but the other elf's face was expressionless. Heartburn's all right, indeed. The red eyes bored into Edward as if they would pierce his soul. "Moralen." "You're Moralen, the Witch King!" He jumped to his feet and faced the dark elf. "You stole my mother! My father will kill you!"
"I am. I did. Will he? Shall we call him and find out?"
The dark elf straightened, and his eyes glowed deeper. A tiny puff of steam escaped the dragon's nostrils. A glowing aura appeared around his companion. Edward knew he wasn't going to call the guard. Why should they be slaughtered? These two looked capable of anything. Quite suddenly, he was no longer afraid. If they were here to hurt him, they would have done it by now. But a feeling of impotent rage remained. They'd taken his mother, and now... "Why are you here?" he demanded. "Edward, will you come with us? The high elf spoke. Hearing him was like hearing a harp, cool as a breeze, warm as a fireside. I just got a cold and sore throat. Damn. I hope it's not too serious. Me too. No, I think I've just been off my... I had this tummy medicine that would basically stop heartburn, and I've been off of it for a long time, so I just got some more, though. The boy stood very still. He wanted very much to say yes. To his own amazement, he wanted to ask if he would see his mother, but instead, "My father will miss you, no."
"Will miss you, no doubt."
The irony was back in Morellin's voice, a voice that made Edward think of icicles sparkling and dripping in winter sun. But there was a sort of hunger in his glowing eyes, a longing. His father wouldn't miss him, and he knew it. Shame ran through the boy, but he looked up at the broad-shouldered elf defiantly. "Are you my father?" Edward had meant the question to match the elf's sarcasm, but his hand crept to his ear as if of itself. He wasn't anything like his short-tempered, hardy, red-haired father, and Rowan often said he had an elfin look. There was a heavy silence, and Edward sensed that Morellin was taking the question at face value, but truth had nothing to do with what Morellin would say next. He would give the expedient answer. Still, "No." It came reluctantly. He might be lying, of course, but Edward felt a deep wave of relief. "Does my mother have other sons?" Suddenly Edward knew she did not, and the question would hurt the dark elf, and was glad.
"Your mother might be dead for all you know, or care, it seems."
The dark elf's narrow nostrils twitched as if Edward stank, and the lines around his mouth deepened. She was not dead. Edward would have known. The bitter injustice of Morellin's contempt stung. "Did she send you to me?"
"Do you take me for an errand boy?"
He snapped and spoke to his companion.
"Let us take him now and be gone. We may discuss it at leisure."
The golden elf held up his hand. "Patience, my cousin!" And to Edward, "Well, youngling, will you come?" Dark tales were told of humans kidnapped by elves who hungered for young humans. "I don't know your name," Edward temporized. "Do you love your life here so much?" Edward looked at the palace in the distance, the banners floating lazily above, the town below, the sparkling bay, the distant mountains. "I love Daggerfall." "Ah, and you shall return to hold it, Prince Edward. I, Eric Harad Egun, the Archmagister, swear it to you." Merlin swung about, protesting sharply in Elvish. The dragon The dragon spat out a bit of flame, but the unicorn did not move. Its golden eyes regarded Edward steadily. "Unicorns do not abide any sort of falsity." The words floated through his mind. "Unicorns do not abide any sort of falsity." The words floated through his mind in his mother's voice. "Eric Harad Egun, the Archmagister, I will come with you." "You must ride with Morellin. The Lord Akatosh has consented to this. Necessity." The elf made a sweeping gesture towards the dragon. He wasn't fit to touch a unicorn, of course. "Very well, then. I don't suppose I could bring my dog. Where was he?" Shag was always with him, asleep in the grass. Shag, the ever-alert. Edward enough to touch him. A heated discussion in Elvish ensued, during which the dragon scorched the grass. Morellin swung down and picked Shag up with distaste.
"Very well, then, but I warn you that Akatosh is at the limit of his patience. Mount, then."
"Lord Akatosh, I am most deeply obliged by your indulgence. If I ever may repay it—"
"You will,"
Morellin interrupted. He seized Edward by the belt and tossed him up onto the dragon. Edward settled himself between the dragon's neck and wings, and sleeping Shag was draped limply in front of him. "There isn't room for—" Edward began and jerked in astonishment as the dragon shifted beneath him and grew larger. Much, much, much larger. Morellin vaulted up behind with a prodigious leap for one in armor. The unicorn jumped the 9-foot wall, clearing it neatly. The dragon's great wings stretched. He crouched and then leapt into the air. His rider swayed wildly. The dark elf muttered something Edward couldn't understand in Elvish, and then they steadied. The wing beat strongly, and the dragon circled low over the keep, gaining altitude slowly. People were running about now, shouting and pointing. Edward saw his old nurse and waved and shouted, "Goodbye! Goodbye! I'll be back sometime!" Arrows flew through the air as the bowman shot. "Bye, everyone!" Ah! As the bowman shot, while the nurse screamed and clutched at the arms of those nearest, King Corsair ran naked into the battlement, screaming and waving his fists. Child of a demon! Come back and I'll thrash you in with an inch of your worthless life. Moralen, come down and fight, like the man you aren't! Moralen's loud laughter rang clear as the temple bears cascaded over the keep. He shouted, Be glad I don't, little king of the small clock. The dragon circled almost lazily and let out a huge gout of flame. Arrows clinked harmlessly off his golden scales. I'm off to see my mother! Edward screamed down, noting the upturned faces of his stepmother and her red-haired sons. Roanne had a fur-trimmed robe clutched around her, but her long hair floated wildly. 4 pairs of eyes fastened on him, not Moralen, glittering with fury and hatred. On him, not Moralen, glittering with fury and hatred. Edward stopped waving and clutched Shag tightly with both hands. Moralen's mail-clad arm was securely about his waist. Edward slumped against him, feeling quite safe for the first time in a very long while. The bowmen had stopped shooting. Most of them were looking at the royal family. The king danced with rage. The great dragon's wings beat harder, and now they headed due south over the water. Do you like the Iliac Bay? I like the Iliac Bay. Yeah, it's charming. It's got its own charm. You get a good feel for the culture and everything. I mean, it's no Morrowind, but I mean, it's up there. I think I like it about as much as I like Cyrodiil. It doesn't have, like, the instant vibes that Morrowind and Skyrim have. Like, Morrowind and Skyrim, like, you can spend, like, 5 minutes walking around in those games and instantly get a feel for what kind of place you're dealing with. Like, Skyrim has this really great contrast between, like, the cold, frigid outdoors, feeling, like, harsh and brutal and dirty and grimy, and then you go inside and it's instantly comfortable and warm. Like, I love the way taverns in Skyrim feel. Aren't we going to Ebonheart? The boy twisted around and looked up at Moralen. Your mother waits you at First Hold in Somerset, little prince. Why did you wait so long to fetch me? Careless child, do you think dragons and unicorns do the bidding of elves and men? Your mother came to me full willing, but she could not bring you. You are too closely guarded by your father's men. Would you have had us lay waste to your land and take you by force? She thought you would be safe and cared for, and she was desperate. No, this was the dragon's plan. I really like Moralen. We get to know more. Like, I actually really like what I've heard about him so far. Like, not only in this story, but in the later parts and in other books, too. What does he look like? I'm curious. Moralen. This is where most of the story in this game takes place, by the way. This in the main quest. I want to see what he looks like. Oh, you get to find. Oh, you get to find him in. You get to find him in. Tamriel Rebuilt. That's really awesome. Oh, there's some really cool artwork of him. Damn, he's kind of hot. Moralen, my beloved. Dark elves are just elves, but cooler. Like, in any fiction I've read, like, the quote-unquote dark or evil versions of elves are always more interesting to me. Of all the astonishing events of the afternoon, this was the most surprising. The notion that a dragon should take an interest in him. But when not even his own family did. But willing, the elf said, full willing. You are the focus of large events, youngling. Your task is to prepare yourself to be a king such as your people have never known. Our task is to aid you. Sleep well. Sleep now. Waves of sleep assaulted Edward's mind one after another, but he meant to ask Moralen about his mother, but the last wave was too big. It crashed right over him, and he slipped into dark, fire-shot dreams. So yeah, that's chapter 1 of King Edward. We have not read that one yet. We've read later chapters, but we never read the first. I think that one's my favorite so far. I think I'm finally starting to wrap my mind around what the story is actually about. You end up finding all of these books out of sequence, you know, so you never know what part of the story you're going to get. The Biography of Queen Barenziah, Volume 1 by Stem Gamboge, Scribe. Late in the Second Era, an heir, a girl child Barenziah, was born to the rulers of Mournhold and Morrowind. She was reared in all the luxury and security befitting a royal dark elf child, until she reached 5 years of age. At that time, His Excellency Tiber Septim demanded that the decadent rulers of Morrowind yield to him and institute imperial reforms. Trusting to their vaunted magic, they impudently refused, and much of Morrowind was laid to waste in the conflict that ensued. Little Princess Barenziah and her nurse were found among the wreckage. General Symmachus, himself a dark elf and born in Mournhold, suggested to His Excellency that a child might someday be valuable, and he was placed with a loyal supporter who had recently retired from the Imperial Army. On retirement, Sven Advinson had been made Baron of Blackmoor, a small town in central Skyrim. Baron Sven and his wife reared her as they did their own daughter, saw to it that she was educated appropriately, and more importantly, was taught the imperial virtues and piety. In short, she was made fit to take her place as a member of the new ruling class of Morrowind. The girl Barenziah grew in beauty, grace, and intelligence. She was very sweet-tempered, a joy to her adoptive parents and their 5 young sons, who loved her as their elder sister. Other than her appearance, she differed from the young girls of her class only in that she had a strong empathy for the woods and fields, and was wont to escape her household duties to wander there. Barenziah was happy and content until her 16th year, when a wicked orphan stable boy, whom she had befriended out of pity, told her that he had overheard a conspiracy of her dear guardian. Baron Sven, said the boy, had dealt with a Redguard visitor to sell her as a concubine in Rihad, as no Nord or Breton would marry her on account of her black skin, and no dark elf would have her because of her foreign upbringing. Whatever shall I do? The poor girl. By the way, I want to point this out. This is this does not read like Barenziah. You guys remember one of the first books we read was The Real Barenziah Chapter 2, where it was her idea to get out. She manipulated the orphan stable boy. And he only went with her because he wanted pussy. And he got it, but I mean, she kind of just slept with whoever she wanted. Whatever shall I do? The poor girl wept, trembling, for she had been brought up in innocence and trust, and it never occurred to her that her friend would lie to her. The wicked boy, who was called Straw. Ugh, this is icky to read after reading other stuff. Said she must run away if she valued her virtue, but he would come with her and protect her. Sorrowfully, this is the fake Barenziah so far. Barenziah agreed to this plan, and that very night Barenziah disguised herself as a boy, and the pair escaped to the nearby city of Whiterun. After a few days there, they managed to get places as guards in a disreputable merchant caravan. The caravan was heading east by side roads in a dishonest attempt to elude the lawful tolls. Ew! No, the fucking caravan guys were cool! What the fuck is this? This is Ooh, this is interesting. So this shit reads like propaganda. Like, when I read The Real Barenziah and the other biographies of Barenziah that we've read, Straw is, like, kind of an idiot. Like, he's an idiot simp in both the way that he's a simpleton and that he literally is staying with Barenziah because he quote-unquote loves her when she has none of those same feelings for him, and she wants him to go off on his own, and she's right. Like, she's, like, this quote-unquote poor girl is a fucking, like... She's not a psychopath, I don't think. Like, I don't think she's sadistic or anything. She's smart and she's ruthless when she needs to be. So, hearing her described as a poor girl who needs to defend her virtue is so fucking weird. Because that's not Barenziah. Barenziah is a bad bitch. And she was a bad bitch at 16, man. Like, so this is like propaganda. This has got to be like propaganda made by her or someone near her. Thus they eluded pursuit until they reached the city of Riften, it's spelled differently, where they ceased their travels. They fell safe in Riften, close as they were to Morrowind border, so dark elves were commonly seen. The story of how Barenziah finally came to the throne of Mournhold after this fitful start is told in Volume 2 of the biography of Queen Barenziah. This biography fucking sucks. Real Barenziah is so much better. Shoutouts to the Real Barenziah. That's the fake Barenziah. So yeah, we'll probably be reading the second chapter of the fake Barenziah later. See, we got Real Barenziah, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 7, Wabbajack, hell yeah. Real Barenziah Part 4. We have a lot of Real Barenziah to read. And then we have the fake Barenziah Chapter 2. Welcome back. We just finished reading the fake Barenziah Part 1. And I'm not saying that as in we read the real Barenziah. I mean, we read another Queen Barenziah biography that described her as like an innocent little girl. And it's like, Barenziah is many things. Innocent little girl, she is not. Get quest.
This little excursion is not for just anyone, but I feel you'd enjoy the challenge of the experience. We have a client who wants to call accounts on a member of the royal family of Ibsvale. When I heard that, I thought of you. Interested? I just knew you could not resist this one. Fair warning. Your target, Mordaster Greenfield, is no pampered princeling. Your client is also one of the royal family, worried that Mordaster Greenfield is going to worm a way to the throne. And from what I've heard, he has the power to do just that. Our client wants him extinct in 47 days. We will give you that time to account and return to make your report. May Mephala walk with you, Feline.
Yeah, for those just tuning in, we are doing the Dark Brotherhood quests. So, yeah, interesting. When I was reading the different Barenziah biographies, I was thinking like, oh, okay, there's some consistencies here. There's a shared truth in all of them. But that right there, because like, I never got the vibe that she was like truly villainous. I got the vibe that she was just a normal woman who was very, very smart and maybe more sexually active than she should have been at 16. But I mean, still, like, she was a bad bitch, you know? I'm not saying like, I'm just saying she's a badass. And so hearing her described as a poor victim of this fucking farm boy. Dark Brotherhood, Skyrim. We can't go to Skyrim in this one. We can go to Skyrim in Arena, though. I'm actually really excited for Open Test Arena to get worked on and finished. That'd be really great. Because, like, I really want to do that game's main quest. Because you get to go to you get to see a bunch of dungeons that appear in later games. But, like, through the lens of old Elder Scrolls, and I really want to try it out. Alright, we're looking for... Palace. We gotta go to the Palace? Damn, alright. We're breaking into the Palace, guys. We might have to run out of here real quick. Luckily for me, palaces are relatively easy to locate on the map. Oh, there's a Dark Brotherhood location here, too. Hell yeah. Alright, that's a graveyard. Right. I'm gonna walk right in through the front door. Assuming that I can fucking find it. Open from 10 to 1600 hours. Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and just loiter here outside for 3 hours. Plant grafting is cool. It really is. Plant grafting's fucking awesome. Feels like magic, you know? She's like, do you see my very thin stick? It's a nice stick you got there, lady. Door. Hello, Mordvir Copperum. You look like a badass merchant guy. Alrighty. Ah! I just got here and he's already throwing hands. He must have recognized me. I could have been your next ruler. Moins Mordaster Greenfield. Your contract has been fulfilled. Hell yeah. Give me all that. Give me all that shit. Alright, let's go ahead and get everything put over here. That was a quick, clean, and efficient kill. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yes! Let's get out of here. We're breaking into the palace. Why do I feel like I've heard that before from a certain goblin? What goblin? Oh, man. I am the sleepiest boy today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-doo-doo. Da-da-da-da-da-da-doo-doo. I like the music. It's very creepy. I also love the distant... Oh, hello, cow. Under the overcast skies, you notice a hooded figure proffering gems to passers-by. I don't want your diamond. Thank you, lady. Oh, that was a halfling, though. That was a halfling, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a fun quest. Good lord. All right, let's go hit up the dark. Yeah, so what we're basically there was a quest line in our D&D campaign where in order to learn how to be a bard, one of the party members, really, who's like this cool knight lady, went on a quest to help this band get their shit together, and they ended up having to smuggle out this halfling out of the noble quarter who had slept with a noblewoman, and like the guards were after him and trying to kill him. This little halfling heartbreaker. What do you call a halfling? A halfling. There was a halfling, a hobbit, you know. But like a city hobbit who knows his way about town. Who's good with the ladies. Halfling is racist. Well, talk to Wizards of the Coast about that, my friend. I ain't got it. It's all halfling is just legally distinct hobbit, pretty much. That's all it means. Is it's just legally distinct. We wanted to put hobbits in our setting. We don't have the rights to the hobbit, so halflings.
Beautiful Feline, truly brings tears to these weary eyes. As lovely an accounting as I've ever seen. I feel like writing a poem. Why don't you take your 1,348 gold pieces and get the hell out of here so I can write a ballad about it? Seriously, I'm very proud, Feline.
Thank you, sir. I have never... Like, are you thinking of like half and half or half? Because like there are like specifically slurs for mixed race people. The only ones I can think of are those. I can't think of any of the other ones. All right, hey there.
I think it's about time you received an increase in rank to match your value to the Dark Brotherhood. Others agree with me, so you may now assume the illustrious mantle of Punisher of the Dark Brotherhood. As a Punisher, you are permitted to deal in soul gems with our Soul Procurer. It's a nice method to add more profit to your punishment. The souls of your victims can fetch a decent price among those who want a spirit to bind in enchantment rites. Of course, you can buy soul gems from the Procurer, as well as sell them. I also wanted to show you a new graveyard in the Rothgarian Mountains, Castle Wooding. I think you'll find it very interesting indeed, Punisher.
Well, they're technically a Daedric cult, but they're so good at, like, they basically... The offerings they make to their gods are killing people that have a huge influence on the world. So in being that's the one thing they're good at, they're actually oftentimes hired by the nobility to do work. They're like similar to the Thieves Guild. They're a tolerated type of black market that deals in death that the nobility makes use of.
As you know, Punisher.
All right, yeah, there we go. Yep. So the reason I skipped that is I've already read that text. No escape. I am to talk to a squealer named Yasawa Kinging in the Buckingham residence in Rothgaria. All right, well, let's make it. Find the Buckingham residence. Hop. Hello. Hey, no reason. Can you tell me where the Buckingham residence is? Thank you, my friend. She marked it on my map for me. Oh, and that's really close by. Excellent. So yeah, these buildings are just titled residence until I have a quest that needs it, and then the buildings will be retitled to be whatever specific thing they need to be for a quest. All right, we're looking for Yasawa Kingling. That's Uther Woodsmith, like the Lightbringer. Hey, Yasawa. Feline the Second, I'm Yasawa Kingling. The fish you're after? All right, yeah. It's the same quest, same dialogue. That's what happens when all your game's quests are radiant. All right. Next, we need to head to the Mortister excavation to find this person. And then we'll just kill our way through the dungeon until we figure it out. A total shit on 200cc. Rosalina's Ice World somehow still got first. That highlight reel is going in my faves. Hell yeah, I'd love to see that. Mario Kart's super fun. That'd be a great game to stream, especially with other people. Clamber over piles of gravel. Look at that horrible mountain with just one repeating texture. That's hilarious. I mean, the world's too big to handcraft. So yeah, it's kind of the thing with... I guess I can explain a bit of it. The first 2 Elder Scrolls games are dungeon crawlers that happen to have a procedurally generated world. Mechanics were added to that world to simulate parts of the world in Daggerfall, but at the end of the day, this is all still procedurally generated, you know? It was procedurally generated in Bethesda's office back when the game came out, but it was still not handcrafted. And so with Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, those games feel significantly different because they are handcrafted. I'm not going that way. There's several Daedra. Go! Shit! Well, whatever happened there, I got, and it looks like we're doing a different quest, because fuck. Wow, that was rough. Good lord. Oh my god. Alright, Jasikter.
There's another assassination group budding in Rothgarian mountains, which must be crushed before it can bloom. I want you to move in, account the assassin, and then the man or woman who ordered the assassination. You do have time for this endeavor, yes? Good. Now then.
Sin! Thank you so much for the raid, my friend! How are you doing today? Hello, everybody. Today we are playing Daggerfall Unity. I hope you're all doing well. Quick shout outs to the True Sin. Go ahead and give everyone here. Go ahead and give them a follow. Thank you, everybody. What were you guys playing? What were you doing? How'd it go?
Good then. Now we know that the assassin, Barenziah Greensmith, has pursued her quarry to a dungeon called the Barenziah Tunnel. If you have not found any clues to the employer's whereabouts, return here. I would, of course, prefer for you to account Barenziah Greensmith and her employer both. But I'd be reasonably satisfied with merely the freelancer's death. Take no longer than 53 days for both accountings.
Inscription! Hell yeah. That's that really creepy card roguelike, ain't it? I played the demo for that and really enjoyed myself. Alright, we'll drop a quick save here, and we'll get to work on our contracts. We are playing Daggerfall, and we're currently working for the Dark Brotherhood. Let's go and travel to the Barenziah Tunnel. It didn't go as long. That's fine. That was me yesterday, and also the stream went horribly off the rails, but that happens sometimes. Gonna be focusing more on the story of the game going forward, so letting you guys know that. Right, well. We made it to our destination. This area is creepy as hell. I like those mountains. Hey, Sin. Hi, Blue. Alright, the Barenziah Tunnel. So, first order of business, we gotta find this assassin. Hopefully they'll have a note on them that'll tell us what they've been up to. Or we'll be able to get the information out just by talking to them. But regardless, they're gonna die just like their contractor. Ooh, damn, that sucks. I'm sorry, Sin. Is it the new update, or what do you think's wrong with it? Oh, shit! Iron Atronach. Powerful little thing, huh? Oh, shit, that's a teleporter. Belinus Balm. Here we go. Nightblade's done. Well, I don't think it was them. I'll take that Daedric Sword, though. There's another teleporter. That's a vampire. There's a brazier. Cool. Oh, shit. A cage. Anything up in the cage? No. Does not seem so. Might be a false door nearby, though. Ah, I see. I typically don't update until I have to. So, I'm not actually... I'll be honest, I'm probably like a year behind on my OBS. I just forget to update things. If something doesn't update automatically, I typically leave it alone. Damn, I was hoping I could get a backstab on him. Hey, what's this? Map? Hey, another random dungeon for me to explore. Alright, we have the stars there. The room seems empty. Let's move forward. Hey, that's interesting. Hello there. Light blades down. Look at that brazier. Holy shit, that's formal? The spiky boobs. What party are you taking that to? The boob spike party? God, I hope so too, man. That's a bummer. My OBS broke, so I'm using Streamlabs. Damn. All right. Well, looks like I made the right call by holding out. To be fair, it wasn't really even an active decision. It's fire danger. It was more just me being lazy. Done. Excellent. Oh, and he dropped all these crafting ingredients. Yay. Those will sell for good money. There's another teleporter here. Hello. No treasure. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, compatibility and such. Hello, vampire lady. Gimme. Yay. Alright, moving through. Yeah, we are a force of nature at this point. We are so busted. Look how OP we are. Good lord. Bump. Up. Beds. Are you my target? Please be my target. Nope. And you don't got nothing I want either. I want to get an ebony helm to replace my ebony helm because my current one looks like crap. All right, let's hit this teleporter. Lots of teleporters, huh? Got some real teleport mazes going on. Hello. Is this your room, lady? I'm sorry to hear about your OBS, Ziggy. That's a bummer. Your streams still look good though, so it sounds like Streamlabs. It looks like from what I've seen of your streams, it seems like Streamlabs doing the trick. All right, let's get pumpkin. Still waiting for more enemies to fight. Ah, another one. Hello. Steel boots, not bad. I was here 20 hours earlier. Yay, that's good. Yeah, I'm wearing a combination of mithril, adamantium, and Daedric. Daedric's the best, so I'm hoping to get the rest. I'm hoping to get all Daedric armor by the end. All right, there's a wrap there. Hey, honey. Good morning, baby. How you doing? That's good to hear. Alrighty. I'll see you soon, hun. Alright, so now we're going to go through the dungeon and skip all the teleporters, because that's what got us where we were last time, and I think it's okay for us to do other things besides using teleporters. There we go. Let's check this door here. Yeah, it was one of those situations where you booted it up, and it's like, hey, do you want us to just transfer your shit over? Because that'd be really useful. That's how I'd want it to be set up, at least. But I think it'd depend on your system and your computer and how you have everything installed. Like, when I've tried switching browsers before, that's something that they've always done, which is like, hey, we have a bunch of stuff set up over on Chrome. Do you want us to switch your shit over? And I'm like, yeah, I sure do. And then they do it, and it's nice. It's always convenient when that's the case. Wow. Yeah, teleporters seem like the way to go with this dungeon. I'm surprised I didn't see more teleporters earlier on. I think what's happening is there's just a certain milestone you get to in the story where it's like, yeah, now there's teleporters. Or in your levels where the game's like, yeah, you get teleport mazes now. Screw it. We're done taking it easy on you. Alright, here we go. Next room. Go down. Next room. Oh, hello. Another Iron Daedra. Or Iron Atronach. There we go. The Iron Atronachs in Arena look like big robots, to the point where they're probably like drummer constructs that were misunderstood as Atronach. You have slain Belladira Greensmith. The Brotherhood will be pleased. Alright, but did she drop a note? There it is! Let's read that bitch. After slaying Gondon Hearthton, go to the hold of Melbria in the wilderness of Rothgarian Mountains for your reward. Belladira Greensmith. Okay. Grab that, grab that. Awesome. Look at that. Our targets, we got our target, and we can get out of here. Oh, look at that. Took us right back to the entrance. Hell yeah, that's always nice to see. Alright, pop that in there. Boop. And pop, pop. Perfect. No, let's get out of here. Next stop, the whole of Meliberia. Let's go. Alright. You were well... Oh, shit. Not yet. Hold on. I gotta cure some diseases first, don't I? Cure poison. Cure disease. Alright. Quick save. Now let's try. Yes, yes. Yay, I didn't die. So yeah, if you get a disease, you may just die in the middle of fast travel, because it actually factors in time. So you better have the spells you need with you, or else... Blech. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like the no music. That's creepy. Okay, there it is. Creepy music. Creepy music is less creepy than no music, in my opinion. Alright, guys. The whole of Meliberia. We're gonna leave any levers or anything like that alone for now and just walk the area normally and see where we end up. Oh, hey, ghost. Time to punch a ghost to death. Oh, I hear that. There we go. Secret room. Secret room! Ah, I see. Do I have a levitate? I do. We'll go ahead and cast our levitation spell here. Fly on over here. Alright, we're here. Alright, I'm just gonna punch this guy off the edge. He survived. Most impressive. By the way, I am floating through these halls now. No music. Am I supposed to be scared? It's still creepy. It's creepy either way, but I'd rather some music than no music, you know? Bye, Barbarian. Barbar. Alright. Hi there, Iron Atronach. Or, no! You're a warrior. Interesting. A monk. Nothing worth grabbing, though. I wonder how they must feel about, like, the levitating cat girl that's just floating towards them down the hall. Take me to church! That's what I think of, is that picture. I think of that fucking Jolene and Poochie meme. Grab the claymore. Oh, thank God. Ooh. Dragon Link! Oh, shit, that was close. Whew, he must have been injured before. They're tough. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture. Maybe they're not as... Maybe they're not as tough as I thought. Cool little guy, though. Rah. Oh, yeah, I love it. Yep. Hear that? There's a Spriggan. There's a Spriggan nearby. You can hear her. Or a nymph. Sorry, a nymph, not a Spriggan. Or a seducer. Could be one of the three. I actually don't remember. Alright, Barbarian's gone. Done. Grab his gold and move on. Yeah. I hope we find out who we're looking for. How about now? I said I go to church on Sundays. Take me to church! Yeah. That, pretty much that meme. How about now? I said, how about now? Have you been to church lately? It's a vine, I think, right? Someone's like, hello? And they open the door and just catch like 50 feet to the face. Like, ow, 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 ow. Just some goblin. Yup. Alley-oop. Alright, we leaped. Hello, dragon. Hup. Oh, shit. Alright, water breathing time. Hey, you're one of Metamarco's guys. Thank you for the gold, friend. I keep trying to use tab to close my menu because I'm used to Skyrim. Oh, I hear you. Oh, it was a lamia. It was a lamia and a drow. And a drow. Drew. Whatever the fuck they're called. However the hell it's pronounced. Drow. Open door. Chun-Li super. Yeah. You open. Can you imagine opening your door at 3 in the morning and having to do the Daigo counter? I do the Daigo parry. I don't make the rules. I'm just the one throwing out the Chun-Li super. Oh. There we go. At some moment you're going to be Evo moment 37 by a lich. Oh yeah, he's just the rules of nature and just. Oh man, that'd be great. He just Daigo parries me as I throw in kicks through the door frame. Oh, speaking of which, hey Daigo. Oh shit. And they got Daigo parried multiple times. Damn. Who's the Wazzler? I'm ready to level up again. It's been taking forever. Hold on. I think it's because all my primaries are almost full. Yeah, my primaries are pretty much maxed. Oh, yeah, my hand-to-hand's going to be at 100 soon. That's the one stat I want to get to 100. That's the one ability I want to actually get to 100. Thank you, Dragonling. Let the bird out of the cage. Rearranging. God damn it, Blue. Song stuck in my head now. Justin J. Wong. Okay. Yeah. Got Daigo parried multiple times. That's hilarious. Bro's never gonna live that down. This is like... This dungeon crawl is leveling up my lockpicking, which is nice. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. Come on, land a hit. Land a hit. Please, please, please. Get out of here. Bitch. I hate liches. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right, we are on our way. Yeesh, how did I... Oh, that's right, I levitated across. Okay. Oh, time to levitate back across. Oh, there's stuff over there, too. Alright, let's get on through here. Yep, just levitating on through. Don't care about whoever's shooting at me. Don't give a shit. Oh, I've already done this part. Okay. Rearranging furniture. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, he's never gonna live that down. God damn, poor guy. Do you think the guy who got like happy feet, that ain't Falco, wombo combo, oh, the guy who like was at the receiving end of that, do you think that like still happens to him to this day? Like, do you think whenever he goes on Smash Bros Online, someone wombo combos him? Like, what even? It looked like what it looked was like it was a grab punch, and then throw. Bow, bow, bow. Happy feet. That ain't Falco. Wombo combo. Oh. He goes to the grocery store and children just start wombo comboing him, and he's like, "No, please, please stop." Oh God, my life is agony. Starts getting thrown repeatedly. All right, let's hit this lever. Oh, that would have made shit a lot easier for me. Okay. Well then. Oh. Happy feet. That ain't Falco. Wombo combo. Hello. Belladira Greensmith has joined her employee. The Brotherhood will be pleased. Hey, Adamantium Greaves! Don't mind if I don't. Ah, well. We got the Brief History of the Empire and Mars Tier. Mars Tier will grab. Everything else will leave. I'm probably not going to actually finish the Brief History of the Empire series, because I've already read all those on my own. I'm reading a book called, you know that picture of Liara, that, like, Skyrim book I have? There's a book. It's just a collection of a bunch of books from in Elder Scrolls that I've been reading lately. In my free time. Good bathroom reading, actually. Beep. Hell yeah. No, I'm good. We're done here. Let's go ahead and head back to the Rothgarian Mountains. Rothgaria, there we go. As long as he doesn't do 2v2, he's fine, right? Where was his partner during that? Like, where was his friend while he was being wombo comboed? Like, he let him down. He abandoned him. Just imagining random children doing that to him. Like, on the street. Like, he's just getting... He can't leave his house without getting wombo comboed. Low tier god can't leave the house without having to wash the taste of that man's dick out of his mouth. Out of stocks, probably. Yeah. The stock market really took a hit. I just like the idea that if you're a competitive player, you just relive the worst moment in your career over and over again. Low tier Balrog is a gold farm as a gold farm of YouTube titles. Yeah. Low tier Balrog. Oh man. All right, I think all my armor's fine. Oh nope, no, it's not. Repair magical gear always needs to get repaired. All right, cool. Just posted the replay. It's 2.5 minutes long, so enjoy it after the stream, lol. Hell yeah, we'll do. Is it online or is it Grand Prix? All right, we're done here. Let's head over to let's go ahead and find a pawn shop real quick. Hey. Oh shit. God damn it. Here come the guards. Halt. Waiting on a guard. Already know where that is. Okay, that would be to the north. Yes. I'm not going to resist arrest if a guard finds me. Halt! I'm waiting on it. Still waiting on it. Where are ya? Where are ya? That's the bank. I'll need to come back there in a minute. Yeah, I tried pickpocketing that lady and failed. I didn't even mean to. I was just trying to talk to her. I just had it set to pickpocket mode. God damn it. 9 o'clock. What time is it now? 8, 9. Alright, I can wait 2 more hours. We have so much to sell. Grand Prix. I'm not daring to join public multiplayer right now. That's fair. I do not blame you. You're paid with a letter of credit. Perfect. All right, now we'll swing by the bank, drop off our stuff. Go ahead and make a deposit at the bank. What all do we need to sell still? Do we have any ingredients? We do, we do. All right, let's hit up the alchemist then. Hey, alchemists. I actually know where that is already, so that is... Oh, directly ahead. Perfect. I hope one day my jump gets good enough in this game to where I can actually, like, parkour across the map comfortably. Alright. And is his boyfriend because they said similar things. Oh, God. I had to Google Koryax Kenshin. I was like, oh, it's a Let's Player. Okay, that was an interesting rabbit hole to not die. I remember people kept mentioning him to me, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. And I had to Google him, and I'm like, oh, it's a Let's Player. Okay. Oh. All right, well, next up is the bank. Over there. Hop, 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 hop. I've only ever beaten Mario Kart 7 at 50 cc's. I've never gotten past that point. Isn't that nuts? Yeah, I'm not really a big racing game player. I want to get into the Mario Kart games. I just, I know I like 7, and I know I like 8, but I'm wondering how early can I reasonably start, because I do not like Super Mario Kart. I've never played Double Dash. Anyway, deposit my letters of credit, and we'll deposit 21,854 into my account. There we go. And then we'll withdraw 300,000 as a letter of credit. And we'll withdraw 3,000 as a letter of credit, and then 200 as a letter of credit. Perfect. All right. Now I've got all of our gold and our money, but it's taking up no space because it's just these letters of credit here. See? On a shoulder, me mom send it real quick. Alrighty. Pure gold every title. Hell yeah. Oh, like I leveled up my jumping again. Alright, let's head east, head west, go turn in our work to the Dark Brotherhood, and then probably sleep for the night, because I'm sure we have some skills that need to be leveled up. I am ready for my level up, man. I'm ready for that next level. I really need it. I also need to get my own house soon so I can start keeping certain items as trophies. Because I do want to do all the Daedric quests and collect all the items as trophies, but I know it's going to be expensive as hell. Hey there. Why? Why does this keep happening? Is it because my inventory's full and it keeps trying to put things in my inventory, but there's nowhere there? Nothing there? Oh, I need to read, don't I? Alright, hey, Trister.
Excellent, Punisher. We would have been happy with just the termination of Beladiria Greensmith. But now, the acquaintances of Beladiria Greensmith will know that the Dark Brotherhood does not take well to amateur competition.
Hell yeah. Alright, guys, well, let's read some more books. Hope you guys are ready for some literacy. Yippee! Alright, we're going to go ahead and remove anything that's a series. So, Part 5, Old Ways of Geoffrey, Special Flora of Tamriel, The Pig Children. Alright, reading time. This is The Old Ways by Celarus. The Customs and Philosophy of Brave and Faithful Counsel. We who know the old ways are well aware of the existence of a spiritual world invisible to the unenlightened. Just as one living in a kingdom, but unaware of the political machinations, may see a new tax or battle preparation as capricious fortune, many observe floods, famines, and madness with helpless incomprehension. This is deplorable, as the great Quilean Darnazon moaned, the power of ignorance can truly shatter mithril like glass. What, after all, is the origin of these spiritual forces that move the invisible strings of Mundus? Any neophyte of Artaeum knows that the spirits are our ancestors, and that while living, they too were bewildered by the spirits of their ancestors, and so on to the original Acarii. The Daedran gods the common people turn to are no more than the spirits of superior men and women, whose power and passion granted them great influence in the phantom world. Certainly, this is our truth and our religion, but how does it help us in our sacred duty to self-selifernse, or provide grave and faithful counsel? Firstly, we can easily grasp the necessity of both bringing good men great power and making powerful men good. We recognize the multiple threats that a strong tyrant represents. He breeds cruelty, which feeds the Daedra Boethia, and hatred, which feeds the Daedra Vernema. If he should die performing a particularly malevolent act, he may go to rule in oblivion. Worst of all, he inspires other villains to power and other rulers to villainy. Knowing this, we have developed patience in our dealings with such despots. They should be crippled, humiliated, impoverished, imprisoned. Other counselors that we may advocate assassination, or other counselors, then we may advocate assassination or warfare, which, aside from its spiritual significance, is expensive, aleatric, and likely to cause at least as much pain to the innocents as the brutish dictator was inflicting. No, we are intelligence gatherers, dignified diplomats, not revolutionaries. Alrighty, I'll check it out. Me. That's a good image. I like that picture. Huntman hitboxes, lol. Meow 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 meow. Alright, back to it. How then are our counselors faithful? We are faithful only to the old ways. It is essential always to remember the spiritual world in watching our world, performing the rites of Movita on the 2nd of Hearthfire, in the Vigiled on the 1st of 2nd Seed are essential means of empowering the solitary ghosts and debilitating the unclean spirits. How then are we faithful to those we counsel and to the Isle of Artaeum? Perhaps the sage Tahirate said it best. In Mundus, conflict, disparity is what brings change, and change is most sacred of all in all of the 11 forces. Change is the force without focus or origin, and it is the duty of the disciplined Psijic, enlightened one, to dilute change where it brings greed, gluttony, sloth, ignorance, prejudice, and cruelty. Tahirate lists the 111 prodigalities, and to encourage change where it brings excellence, beauty, happiness, and enlightenment. As such, the faithful counsel has but one master, his mind. If the man the Psijic counsels acts wickedly and brings Ognether, bad change, and will not be counseled, it is the Psijic's duty to counterbalance the Ognether by any means necessary. A student of the old ways may indeed vassal himself to a lord, but it is a risky relationship. Should the Lord refuse wise counsel and order the Psijic, to use Tahirate's outmoded word, to perform an act contrary to the teachings of the old ways, there are few available options. The Psijic may abandon his lord, which will bring shame on him and the Isle of Artaeum, and so may never be allowed home again. The Psijic may also kill himself. So those are our options. So the Isle of Artaeum, I believe, is between Hammerfell and Daggerfall, and it seems as though these Psijics, or these people of Artaeum, see themselves as advisors. Oh, it's by the Isle of Barfaria. Where the fuck's the Isle of Artaeum, then? There's Bettany. Can we make Bitcoin legal tenure in School of the Cat? Talk to Twitch about that, my friends. I would not mind. I would not deny Bitcoin donations if you guys donate them. But you know, if that's what you want to donate, go for it. I guess. I have a wallet that you guys can donate to, but I don't know if that's what you want to do. I ain't got nothing against Bitcoin, to be honest. Artaeum, Isle of Artaeum. Southwest coast of the Somerset Isle. The Isle of Somerset. Off the southwest coast of the Somerset Isle. There's Direni Tower, the Isle of Balferia. I'm trying to find out where the fuck this is. The Somerset Isles. Ah, okay. Okay. It's not in this game. It'd be an arena. I don't know, talk to Discord. Anyways, guys, I actually need to take a bathroom break for once, so I'll be right back and then we'll read some more of these books. The Psijic may also kill himself. Basically, you gotta be responsible if you're gonna advise kings and shit as a Psijic. BRB. Stros Mackay? Oh, I'd love to go to Stros Mackay. I don't think we can. Hold on. Stros Mackay. Located on the Earth. Kefram and Hughes. No, we can't go to Stros Mackay. Sorry. If you want to see all the different regions, I'd recommend picking up Elder Scrolls Online. It's probably the best. It's the best. If you want a representation of all of Tamriel at once, then that's probably your best bet until Tamriel Rebuilt gets finished. Yeah, the land from Redguard. Mm-hmm. Anyways, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to put on some music, and then we'll return to what we were doing. It's probably me.
You motherfucker.
There's some nasty coughers in this household. Anyway, guys, we're going to be reading Of Yeffre by Anonymous. When the elven folk walked the land alone and sang songs of power amongst the trees and stars, Yeffre the singer walked with them. Yeffre gave heed to the nature of the forests and delighted them in the gurgling streams and brooks. It was Yeffre who taught the birds to sing their songs of the seasons, and he that taught the streams the tinkling ethereal tune. The very trees are said to have moved close to hear him sing on the warm summer nights of those elder days. It was in this time that the first great ballads of the elves were made, crafted from the songs that Yeffre taught to the sylvan youth, who frolicked to his lively tunes and ballads of nature. In the unspoiled forest, in truth, he is worshipped as a god of song and forest. In Valenwood, Yeffre is considered one of the major sylvan gods, with temples and altars in the deep woodland places. Elven tradition holds that children, with a gift of song, have been blessed by Yeffre himself. Legend has it he blessed the wood elves with a natural affinity for nature, and particularly the forest. Most wood elven rangers worship Yeffre. It was his great eagerness for natural beauty that led him to the Isle of Somerset. He taught the great seabirds to sing and molded the crash of wave against the beach into a song of whispers and power. It is said by the high elves that Yeffre hears and sees all within distance of water, whether it be beach, brook, stream, or fall. It is further said that the very birds keep watch for Yeffre, in repayment for the gods he taught them. It is further said he blessed the high elves with a beauty to match the beauty of their island home. The dark elves have a legend that Yeffrey walked the earth before the first day, and in the light of the stars weaved a song so beautiful that the very stars moved to its sway. Some of the stars to this very day still wink and blink in memory of the song of night and darkness. Due to his influence, most, if not all, elven bards pay homage to Yeffrey. The natural order of things is the basis for Yeffrey's temples in Valenwood and the Somerset Isle. The one thing Yeffrey will not tolerate is the harmful manipulation of the natural order of things. I wish I was a domesticated pigeon. I wish you were a bird too, my friend. Right, so we've read 2 of the 4 books. Next up is The Special Flora of Tamriel by Hardin. Poppies, both black and white, can be found growing wild in the mountains of Hammerfell. Their succulent pods are often the only nourishment of adventurers who find themselves in the wilderness without rations. It is said that the black and white poppies together have magical properties. When they are crushed and mixed with the milk of the agile-footed mountain goat, a potion that allows the user to glide safely above the ground can be made. Fire fern, a perennial herb native to Morrowind, the flowers are inconspicuous and often hidden. The glossy evergreen foliage and flowers are resistant to the conditions of high heat and bright light. A petal from this plant placed under an adventurer's tongue will provide protection from the heat and fire found in the lava pits and streams found around Daggerfall. The dragon's tongue, common name for a fern-like herb found in Black Marsh. It is especially prolific around the area of Uthera's swamp. It is a beautiful wildflower. Its name comes from the fire-red fronds that protect its golden flower. As pretty as it is a deadly poison to most living beings and needs to be avoided by adventurers. It is said, however, that Argonians can pick the plant and use the sap derived from its roots as an enhancement to their endurance. Domica redwort is a herb grown by many residents of Valenwood for their beautiful and showy flowers. They attain a height of about 3 feet and have feathery leaves. The flowers are usually bright red. In addition to their beauty, they are said to have magical abilities to enhance the appearance of anyone who carries or wears one of the flowers. Ironwood nut. This rare nut comes from the ironwood trees which grow deep in the forests of Skyrim. The wood from these trees is as hard as the metal for which they are named. The very rare black ironwood tree is said to produce a nut which is very succulent and believed to enhance the strength of the the adventurer who is able to crack its shell. That's getting clipped. The ginkgo leaves are found along the banks of rivers and lakes in Hammerfell. The ginkgo leaves, which are found along the banks of rivers and lakes in Hammerfell, are most inconspicuous. Only its peculiar half-moon shape makes it noticeable. It is very sweet and tasty. Legend has it that when mixed properly with the pulp of the aloe plant, the potion has the ability to increase one's stamina for a short while. The somnolius fern can be found in the swamps of Black Marsh. The fronds from the plant are light green and quite delicate. Picking a frond can be very difficult, but once retrieved, it can be used to put an enemy to sleep for a short while by passing it under his nose. Arrowroot is a thick, rubbery tuber that can be found in the province of Valenwood. The plant is very difficult to find as its above-ground foliage is very meager and scrawny, but the arrowroot itself can be the most beneficial to the gatherer as it has magical properties. The paste made from grinding the root is very tasty and can improve the user's accuracy with a bow and arrow. Yeah, basically that sounds like a tutorial for the alchemy system. That's what it sounds like to me. Right, so that's 3 books down, 1 to go. We're going to read The Pig Children by Tyson Bain. No one, not the oldest dark elf of Mount Daggerfall or the ancient sage of solitude, no one can recall a time when the orc did not ravage our fair Tamriel. Oh, Christ. Is this gonna be a fucking, like, race theory about the orcs? Is this gonna be like orc phrenology? Oh, God. Whatever foul and pestilent danger of oblivion conjured them could scarcely have created a more constant threat to the well-being of the civilized races of Tamriel. Oh, Jesus Christ. Enjoy orc phrenology, everyone. Orcs are thankfully easy to be recognized from other humanoids by their size, commonly 40 purtons in height and 15,000 ongaids in weight. Their brutal pig-like features and their stench. They are consistently belligerent, morally grotesque, intellectually moronic, and unclean. By all rights, the civilized races of Tamriel should have been able to purge our land of their blight eras ago. Hey man, I know it's fantasy shit, but this shit doesn't get any easier to read. It's tough. Have pity on the cat. But their ferocity, animal cunning, and curious tribal loyalty has made them inevitable as leeches in a stagnant pool. Christ. Thank God it's short. Tales of orcish barbarity precede written record. When Jostiah wrote of the Order of Diagna joining the armies of Daggerfall and Sentinel to hold the wicked orcs of Foul Orsinium to tower and burn all in the First Era 950, she assumed that any reader would be aware of the savagery of orcs. When the siege was completed 30 years later, after the death of many heroes including Gaiden Shinji, and the destruction of Orsinium scattered the orc survivors throughout the Rothgarian mountains, Jostiaga wrote, "The people rejoiced, for their ancient enemy was dispersed." Obviously, the orc had been terrorizing the region of the Iliac Bay at least since the early years of the First Era. You know, we can go to Orsinium and visit the orcs. They're fine. They're not assholes or anything. They're chill.
Yeah. Chill guys.
They're all right. They're all right people. In fact, there's one of my favorite character in the story we got coming up is King Gortwog. He's pretty awesome. Alrighty, so that is yep. Okay, that's done. Let's get back to the game. Did I read all my books? Or did I read all the books I needed to read? Nope, I had one more. We read The Pig Children. Well, that one's not going to be in the collection. Fuck that book. All right. Now that we've read the manual on orc racism,
We have an interesting job available to a high-ranking member of the Thieves Guild.
Thieves Guild.
This will be a tough one. Do you want it? Sure. You are a sharp one. The target's name is Andival Ashton, here in Rothgaria. He moves around a lot and is usually protected by bodyguards.
Thieves Guild, Skyrim!
Be careful. You have 7 days. When it is done, return here, and I will pay you 1,360 gold. Ask for Tristictor Garum.
Weird. Did that bug out, or did he actually mean the Thieves Guild? I'm not even in the Thieves Guild, that's the thing. I'm in these, but not the Thieves Guild. Right. Andival Ashton. Where could he be? Excuse me, miss. I'm looking for... somewhere east of where we're standing. Alright, well that's somewhat helpful. Thank you, sir. You know what? I should just interrogate him completely. Hold up, sir. Yeah, the Yomcroft residence. Thank you, my hero. Alright, now where the hell is the Yomcroft residence? He totally didn't mark it on my map, did he? Either that or I'm going blind. At least I know it's the Yomcroft residence, so... He said to go east, so... We're looking for the Yomcroft residence. They don't. I mean, Uriel gets assassinated, and Martin ends up sacrificing himself to destroy, to basically banish Dagothor, or not Dagothor, Mehrunes Dagon from, this plane of existence. People... I wish I knew. Yeah, I wish I knew too, bitch. Trying to do a local service here. Alright, about you. Thank you, Yomcroft residence. You showed it on my map. Where on the map is it? You liar. You lying bimch. This quest bugged, I'm loading a save. Hey there. Yeah, tell me where it is. Okay, people keep saying they mark it on my map, but it's not being marked on my map. There's no marking happening. The mark is a lie. Southwest. Okay, that's... better, I guess. We're gonna play hot and cold with it, honestly. That's the Ratton Castle. Who do you to, my friend? Where the hell's the door on this place? Hey. You have been no help. Thank you, sir. Okay. Residence. Good lord. I read the book. Huh. Maybe they're just unlucky. I actually don't really know much about the... I read the history, but I have a hard time... Like, unless it's tied to a particularly interesting story, like Pelagius, I tend to forget historical events in the lore. People. God damn it. I think I might load the save. I think the quest is bugged. Hey, Stella Primordia. Oh, I love that emote. Hell yeah. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing today? We're playing some Daggerfall. How are you? Yeah, I think this quest's bugged. People keep saying they're marking it on my map, but I don't think they are. I think the quest's just bugged. So we're gonna go ahead and load a save. That's the Alolan Vulpix, right? Cool. I really liked what I played at Pokemon Sun and Moon. Hello, Pi. Melania. Oh, is it Nia? Hell yeah. Hey there, Trizictor. Quest, please. Occasionally, alright. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, quest we've already done. We gotta go to Ipston. Oh, back to Ipston? Damn, okay. Been a minute since we've been to Ipston. Hello, Pi. Let us go. Yeah, so I don't know how to feel about the Dark Brotherhood so far. I really think the strength of the Dark Brotherhood questline in Oblivion and Skyrim was specifically specifically very scripted, well thought out assassination missions. And I just don't think the systems are in place in this game to make for interesting assassinations. Like, when the assassination missions are just an excuse for a dungeon crawl, that's fine, you know? We're going to Yuzawa, Heartily, and Ipsen. Alright, we gotta find Yuzawa. Alright, no help for me there. Alright, let's... Like, maybe the Heartily residence a thing we could do? Let's talk to you. Hello. Regional? No. People. Southeast, a bit of a walk. Thank you. The Knave and Priest here on my map. Thank you very much. Alright, cool. It's marked on our map. Let's go get this done. But yeah, I don't think the systems are in place for this kind of quest to be all that fun. For assassination quests to be all that fun or interesting, which is a damn shame. I wish it was, you know. But, you know, it got built upon later on, and there are things that the later games do genuinely better. Alright, we gotta move quick. Let's quick save here. Uzawa, looking for Uzawa. There you are. Are you here we're looking for? Yuzawa Heartily. Also, that's a Khajiit. The tail. It's cool. Oh, hey, Orc Child. You don't look like your name should be Mastercroft, I'm just saying. There you are. Yes, Carrier? Why, thank you. I'll do just fine. A lovely sample if I say so myself. Finest work. Send my regards to my friends. It'll be some time before I can visit. Alright, job's done. She'll die in the next few days. Let's go back to Rothgaria. I don't like how Skyrim and Daggerfall have different styles of cities. Yeah, there was a... Okay, so basically the idea for Arena, the way Arena worked, is that they made... The original idea for Arena was it was going to be a fantasy sports game almost, where you would play as a combat and you'd play as a gladiator, and you'd move up the ranks in the arena while building up a team. You'd build up a party of unique warriors, and as they built more and more lore for this arena world, it ended up kind of all coming together, and they're like, well, let's do more of a dungeon crawler. They were inspired by things like Dungeon Hack and Rogue and different things like that. They wanted to make their own cool fantasy game, you know? And they did. And the whole point of the game was the dungeons, and then there was the world in between that existed to give you the illusion of there being a world, but mostly just more just existed as a place you could always go and grind before you did dungeons, you know? And with this game, they realized that people really enjoyed spending time out in that world. So the main quest is a lot of just dungeon crawling and letter delivery, whereas a lot of the similar to Arena, the main quest is very similar of deliver letters, go do dungeons, that sort of thing. But with this game, they put a lot more effort into the systems governing the world. And they wanted to create something that felt like a believable world that you could get lost in. And they used procedural generation. They wanted the world to be big, you know? And being big was kind of the main thing. And it is huge. Like, if we picked a direction and rode into it, we would see a lot of woods, but we wouldn't find much else for hours. In fact, that might be how I end the series, just riding into the wilderness and seeing where it takes me, you know? And so when they did Morrowind, they changed it, and they're like, all right, well, if people are really that interested in the world, we should try to go for seamless, handcrafted design. And so they did. All dungeons were hand-sculpted and handcrafted to be specific experiences. Same thing with all your quests. The entire world was made to be navigated. And then, as the technology got better, they were able to make bigger worlds that were handcrafted, like Skyrim or Oblivion, or like Skyrim or Cyrodiil, where it's big, yeah, but it's also navigable on foot. So it kind of splits the difference. It still feels like a real big place while being easily navigable on foot. Hey there, Tights. Can I? No, I'd have to remove my Khajiit suit. Why the hell do things keep falling on the floor? So yeah, basically the style of the game, the genre shifted. And so the focus became more on the world rather than the dungeons in it. I presume you did not... Yeah, we're good. Go ahead and get my save here. Yeah. If you want to have a really fun time, look up like Whiterun in the Elder Scrolls Arena. Like, it's massive and like really boring. Get quest.
Sometimes the Brotherhood is given an erroneous reputation as headhunters and private executioners. That is one aspect of our work, certainly, but we do not limit ourselves to mere murder. I have a request to transport a child from one town to another in a quiet manner. Will you make yourself responsible for it?
Yeah.
Very well. The child's name is Dunival Copperwing. You'll find him in the Beaver and Goblin Tavern, within the Wixton residence. Dispatch any guards within at your leisure. We expect them to present no great resistance. We have designated the Coppersley residence in Ipswell as a proper place to deposit the child until the time of the ransom. A member of the Brotherhood will await you there. Mifala, watch over you.
Oh, cool, we're kidnapping a child. All right. I did not think that's what I was going to do today, but hey, it's the quest. All right. Wixton residence, which is in the Beaver and Goblin Tavern. All right, so we'll go ahead and pop over to the map. Beaver. We're going to travel to the Beaver and Goblin Tavern. Zippity zoop. Did we do it? Are we cool? Are we cool? Hey, we made it. Oh, it crashed. Yippee. All right, I guess we're not doing that mission, huh? I mean, a realistically sized city can be a thing you do in a game. It's just there's only so much you can do with it. It's going to end that task and end this task. And we'll go ahead and open it back up. I always feel like Morrowind, but like I always feel like even the towns, the cities in Skyrim are way too small, like for what it is. Nothing against it. It's more just like something I've noticed over time. There are mods to make the cities in Skyrim and stuff bigger, though. Like, just, hey, where does everyone live? You know? Like, it's something you always got to think about. A lot of people. I've personally made it worse by adding more NPCs. They all live in Bethesda? They all... But yeah, I actually added a bunch of NPCs, and there's like more animals too. So like, there's wild dogs and cats who'll just run up to you. There's this cat that walks the street of Whiteruns now. It's this fat cat. I don't know, like, I'm like he kind of sticks out, but like, there's cats in Daggerfall, so I figured he's supposed to be there. They live in Bethesda, Maryland. Oh, okay.
On rare occasions, we receive petitions to execute the law when the town guard refuses to do so. My reading of the law is rather negligent, but I am certain some provisions must exist against enraging wild animals, then sending them to nearby towns. Are you willing to play executioner against a nature-wielding hermit?
Can you pet the cats, though? I couldn't get the mod to pet the cats to work. I'm sorry, Arden. Also, Arden, it's great to see you. How you doing, man? Okay, that's something else. Yeah, I can't even pet the dog. The puppy runs up to me every time, and I'm like, hello, puppy, and I try to interact with it, but I can't pet him. It's a damn shame. I'm doing good, just Project Evaing. Hell yeah, man. It's our national pastime these days, Project Evaing. Look at that windmill, ain't that cool? What's my gear doing? Yeah, I'm just waiting on my next level up. Still waiting. Maybe someday. Right, let's head to the ruins and go and kill this druid. Let's go. I love it when Hajime no Ippo does those irregular shape panels. They're the best. Hell yeah. Right? You'd think it would. Even if it was just a little, like, in this game where you click on it and there's a little message that just says, you pet the cat up in the top left. I wouldn't mind that. That'd be great. There is a mod I can get for it. It just requires another mod that doesn't work anymore because of Anniversary Edition. Honestly, not gonna lie, using Vortex to mod Anniversary Edition, not that hard. It's a lot easier than it was the last time. To be fair, the last time I tried to mod Skyrim was right when the Anniversary Edition came out, and I couldn't tell whether or not people were going to get over themselves and just get used to it. It's like, yeah, guys, just use the latest version of the game. Quit being babies. Like, so many mods were like, no, downgrade to Special Edition. And I'm like, fuck you. Just fucking support the version of the game that everybody already has. Oh, is the guy I'm here for? Am I done already? Yep, we're done. Good shit. All right, let's get out of here. People said it was better. Yeah, I mean, I use Special Edition too, but like the most recent version of Special Edition, for a minute they weren't like modders were refusing to support it, and I'm like, guys, come on. It is shitty that happens, but like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, that's just how video games are, you know. Game updates, mods break. They update the mods to fit the game, you know. It's a bummer when it happens, but I'd rather every mod just update to work with the game, rather than, hey Fox, good to see you, man. How you doing? Hola. ¿Cómo está ustedes? Let's go ahead and head back. We're done here. Let's head back to Rothgaria. But yeah, no, waiting. I would rather just the modding community adapt to the game, you know, rather than trying to get every individual person who wants to ever mod the game to downgrade their game to work. I need to set up. I still need to set up 3 in New Vegas, and I'll be playing those sooner than. I'll probably be playing those pretty soon. I also need to set up Fallout Tactics, so I guess once I finish setting up Skyrim and get all the mods I want for it, I'll sit down and set up all the Fallout games. Be pretty fun. Yeah, Obi sent me a meme of you know, the whole like every gambler stops right before they hit it big and they see the guy like digging the hole, and then like he's digging through a bunch of dirt, and then at the very end is diamonds. He sent me one that was modding the game versus playing the game, and modding the game is like digging through all these diamonds, and then playing the game is just dirt at the end of it. I will. I'll wait for the rain to stop lagging. Hello. We haven't had a battle in a while. I'm actually coming in from the south for once. Cool. But yeah, realistically sized towns, it's hard to do that and do that well. Bro ghosted me. Who ghosted you? Did I ghost you? I said hello. The guys look like Britons from Britain. Yeah? I did. How did I ghost you? I said hello. Do not understand. I must have missed your message earlier then. To be fair, there were a lot of people talking. But if I did, I'm sorry.
Am I gonna have to beat somebody up?
Huh?
Am I gonna have to beat somebody up?
No, not at all.
Some knuckle sandwiches?
No, not at all. Did you end up making more coffee?
Yeah.
Can I have some?
Done now.
Can you dump out my crap coffee and give me better iced coffee?
Fuck no.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I'm a desperate man, desperate for coffee. I didn't mean to ghost you. I'm sorry. All right, let's head in and go turn in our mission. Yeah, it's pretty vile, not gonna lie.
Really bad. Why are there so many crumbs at the bottom?
Because you let the coffee cook overnight, and so most of that is just burnt. Someone should make a big visual for the real salt grinders quit before they hit it big. Thingy, yeah, right? Now you see the dangers of... Oh, yeah, okay, we already did this. We already read this one. All right, we'll go ahead and save here. Hard save. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, it seems like he's dropping rewards on the ground after I... Hold on, let me... I leave, and then I got you. Hell yeah. Congratulations, Feline II. You have been promoted to the rank of Terminator, with all the rights and honors that accompany it. Remember, we do not rest on previous accomplishments in the Brotherhood. Alright, let's see what rank we are right now. We are rank 66 in the Dark Brotherhood. Oh, okay. Hey, good for you, buddy. Good for you, getting some breets. I got you. Hell yeah, breets. Oh, we gotta just do the same quest we just did last time. Yay, Daggerfall! We're gonna do the same thing. Woohoo! If I were to mod Daggerfall, one of the mods I would love to do is hand select a series of quests for... I would redo each faction to have their own unique stories and hand selected quests. rather than the procedurally generated stuff, because it's just, I think it can just offer a better experience. Or like do what Skyrim does, where you have a mixture of both. Because what Skyrim will do, it'll go like, all right, they'll have them do 3 procedurals and then a normal, 3 procedurals and then a normal, you know. And then when the job is over, if you just want to do dungeon grinding, you can just do dungeon grinding. Shouldn't feel any complex about it. Yeah, right? Oh, ladies got that stress too. We worry about our dicks. They worry about our dicks too. No, they worry about their titties. Like we all have things we worry about. Some people worry about shit you'd never think they could worry about. Like you're just like, wow, that's what you're worried about? That's your complex? Damn. You're crazy. Well, you never know. You never know what's going to upset people. Whenever I think about like complexes, I think of there's this movie, really great movie called The Irishman. There's a character in that movie, like a government agent, who is so insecure about his ears and the size of his ears, is that he brings it up every time he's in a conversation with somebody, to the point where he's known as Big Ear Guy, even though he doesn't have big ears at all. They are like normal looking ears. Because apparently he got them surgically altered, but he's so insecure about them that he just brings them up on a whim. So he in doing so, he kind of defeats himself, you know? Hi, I'm Dumbo, right? Hi, I'm Reggie. I'm a mouse. Anyway. Dragonling. Ah, man. Oh, hey, look, there's a lich down the hall! Fuck! Alright. Alright. Hi, Mr. Lich. Fall. I'd love to play this game as Doom Guy and see how it plays. Fuck you! Double the lich, double the fun. I don't have the spells for levitate. Or I don't have the MP for a shield spell. Oh, fuck me. Dungeon got the salt smellers, yeah. That's how these liches ascended to greatness. Like, only we can know the secrets of salt smelling. A calm a Daggerfall play. Fuck me! Alright! The liches are dealt with. Christ! Yeah, we're at the stage of the game where the game is just like, die. We're gonna summon 3 liches. Deal with it. Alright, thanks. Fuck me. Just fucking turn that rat into meat with a single kick. Fuck. Come on, man. Voice cracking. Aw, jeez. Oh, jeez. Let me rest. I need to heal. You motherfuckers. Oh, fuck off. Do the Lich have a Lich King? Not in this, I don't think. Oh yeah, they do. Mana Marco. We'll do quests for him later. We sacrificed an infant to him, like in the first stream. Where the fuck? Okay, then. We're gonna go ahead and close the game. That's weird. I couldn't equip my weapon at all. I like your commission, Ziggy. Fun fact, 90% of salt smellers quit right before they're about to level up.
my ibuprofen 2 apple. Try my recipe, boy.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's what I needed. Jesus. Well, isn't that the guy passive-aggressively sending us zombies? Yeah. Sending us letters embedded in the intestines of random zombies. The calmest. I love that, the line, the calmest dagger. Like, the idea that Daggerfall playthroughs are just naturally, like, super intense and stress-filled experiences. Like, I'll be honest, I don't think I play the way this game the way other people do. I play this very weird. Because you're like, oh, here's all these different weapons, and I'm like, I'll use my fists. Like, your fists? Like, yeah, I'll use my fists. What else? Smelling salts. Oh, okay. Why is my playthrough weird and fucked up, guys? I don't understand. Maybe it's because my playstyle is weird and fucked up. I'm going downstairs. Maybe I'll get some rest there. No, I won't. Do I need to go outside? Is that what I need to do? Or do I need to fucking leave the dungeon? I know there's enemies nearby. That's the problem. Good lord. I'll load my save. I said Marty. Ah, I see. Walked the people like it's normal. That's one of my favorite things, honestly, about being in the city, is seeing the way animals behave when they're just used to having animals around, used to having people around. Like, just being in Washington, D.C. Oh, hold on. I hear a secret door. Just being in Washington, D.C. and having, like, a pigeon just walk alongside me on the sidewalk like it ain't no thing. I hate you. Yeah, the way you made that sound was like the pigeons are taking people for a walk. May I rest here? Thank you. No. Hallelujah! Holy shit, finally! Good lord, I leveled up. Should have been salt smelling this whole time. Pigeons should be scared of humans. They should. Pigeons leash people and walk them? Yeah, they just walk them down the street, apparently, in Miami. You'll never be better than you are today. If you are lucky, by superhuman effort, you can avoid slipping backward for a while. But sooner or later, you're going to lose a step, or drop a beat, or miss a detail, and you'll be gone forever. What the fuck, game? Hey, guys, this is how it feels to turn 25. You'll never be better than you are today. Good fucking lord. Most games, you level up, and they're like, yay, good for you. And in Daggerfall, it's like, your life is limited, mortal. You have begun to feel yourself fuck you. Aging. Get out of here. Go down there in the fight pit. Wow, that was depressing, right? You have begun to feel yourself aging. Welcome to age 30. I do think I can level up further than that, but I'm not sure. Hey, worst comes to worst, we can just spam the Augma Infinium, so... Please die! Thank you, Barbarian. Christ. Good lord. Pigeons should be scared of humans. Is that your mantra, Obi? Is that how you feel about life? The weak should fear the strong? Pigeons should fear the humans? What the fuck do you have against pigeons? The weak should fear the strong, says Obi, as he stares at a pigeon and or the elderly. Alright, we're gonna open with a shield spell here. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Good lord. Yep, shield spell did us good there. That was the right call. It looks like all the enemies respawned, so that's real nice. Forgot about my hate for the elderly. You've reached level 21. You feel your bones cracking and your back pop. Adventuring is now nigh impossible and your movements are sluggish. Meanwhile, my stats are just making me into a god. Fucking wombo combo. Happy feet! That ain't Falco! Wombo combo! Oh, where are you at? Christ. Excuse me while I recreate the wombo combo in Daggerfall. Grab that. Clip that. Ow! Fuck! Dick! What is wrong with you people? I think the game just wants me dead at this point. Like, it's like, you've been playing too long. Die. Your characters existed for too long. Perish. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Shield. Right. Belina's Balm. Here we are, and... Fucking shadowboxing a lich. Oh, good lord. Stop playing the game, dumbass. You're having too much fun. What the fuck? Boom. Oh, hello, bear. There we go. At least it was just a grizzly bear. You know your scaling's fucked when you look at a grizzly bear and you're like, oh, thank goodness it's a grizzly bear. And not like a lich bear. Wrath of the Lich Bear. Why'd you invent something so horrible? What the fu- Oh, it's a rat. Okay. Thing wears 3 glass glasses? Yeah. Totally. Who are you? Are you my target? Oh, he was asking about Tien from Dragon Ball. I think he said exactly what he meant to say. Iron Greaves, alright. Man, I didn't get proper armor until, like, several sessions in. Get the hell out of this horrible... Let's get the horror out of this hellable place. Go back to the Dark Brotherhood and read some books. Let's go home to Rothgaria, where I won't have the shit kicked out of me every time I round a corner. Oh, now I get it. Yee. Yes, I'd like to travel. Yeah. I haven't even got my boat yet. I'm excited. Reminds me of the end of Final Fantasy VI, where it's just like every enemy I see, I'm dropping like 9 nukes on them. It looks like it's painted on, but there are times like when he's doing Kikoho or his certain abilities where you can see the eye bulging out of his head like it's real. The idea is that he's opened his third eye. That's kind of the idea, is that through training he's opened his third eye. Anyway, shit, what was I gonna say? But yeah, like, it reminds me of the end of Final Fantasy VI, where it's just like every boss fight is just... sorry, not every boss fight. Every fight in that game by the end is just like slamming enemies over and over again with spell nukes until they go away. Actually, honestly, that's kind of like what it was like at the end of Chrono Trigger as well, where you're just like, all right, Magus, fire 3, fire 3, fire 3. Just bam, 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 hit him. Luminary, luminary, luminary. Just slamming enemies with your most powerful abilities over and over again because you have to. Because if you don't, you will die. That is a good feeling, though. The idea of just, like, enemies rising to the challenge at the very end. So, like, you really feel like you have to use all your powers at your disposal. Like, I got, by the end of Final Fantasy VI, my main caster, Terra, could fire off 4 spells on a single turn that were, like, max level. Like, I'd be doing quad casts of Ultima, just, like, fucking die. That's a good feeling. I hope I run into that more when I'm playing games, because that's kind of the feeling I'm getting here, where I'm just like, just throwing out as many punches as I can. By the equivalent of the sun. Imagine being like a normal troop in that scenario, and you're like, your boss is like, ha ha ha, meaningless, and you're like, oh, you like barely survived. Like all your friends are ash, and your armor is melting off your body, and you're just like, oh god, the ground is scorched and turned to glass. Now yeah, we did this quest 3 times already, Tristic Door. All right, well, now that we're here, let's chill for a bit, and we're going to read some book. So one of the things I liked about Final Fantasy 15 is that your summons, the way that your summons treat the world is the way it would actually work, where you're like, you'll be in a fight with some goblins, and you'll do a summon, and like, Ramu will throw a lightning bolt the size of the town you're currently in at you, and then when you cut back to gameplay, the ground is just molten glass. It's so cool. You start to burn also. Yeah. You want me to read to you, Tristic Door? No? Okay, I'm gonna read. Alright, History of Daggerfall, King Edward Part 2, Real Barenziah Part 10, King Edward Part 4, Real Barenziah Part 5. Alright, we're going to try to avoid doing any books that are like a part of a series. So, you gone, Wabbajack. You gone. Yos Animal God. Alright, cool. Alright, we'll read those 4 books. History of Daggerfall by Odiva Galwood. There is sufficient archaeological evidence for the modern history to believe that there has been some variety of human settlement in the city-state of Daggerfall starting at least 1,000 years before recorded history. The first use of the name Daggerfall to refer to the area around the current capital was most probably in the 246th year of the First Era, the north half of the Iliac Bay. In fact, all of the current province of High Rock was conquered by invading Nords who brought a rough sort of civilization with them. One of the first civilized acts the Nords performed was a census, the so-called Book of Life, listed on page 933 of the book in this entry. North of the highest bluffs, south of the moors, west of the hills, and east of the sea is called Daggerfall. 110, 93 women, 13 children under 8 years of age, 58 cows, 7 bulls, 63 chickens, 11 cocks, and 38 hogs live here. He's training, so when someone tries to break his neck, it goes all the way around and he just stares at them. Yeah, he's training his neck. Yeah, that animation's really funny. Nearly 4,000 years after the census was taken, we can see these 216 people have multiplied heartily. The last census in the Third Era, 401, lists the population at over 110,000. It is always difficult to find an exact number, but the capital city of Daggerfall certainly outnumbers her rivals, Sentinel and Wayrest. Her actual origin was because someone with poor speech saw a dagger falling on them and said, "Ah, dagger fall!" while pointing up and got killed. That's terrible. There was, you guys ever hear about the story of how Canada was named? There was no, I'm not telling that story. It's fucking terrible. It's what something our history teacher told us. Here it goes. So there were 4 guys. They were French explorers. They were sitting near a river, and they couldn't think of a way to name something to name this new land that they had discovered. So what one of the guys did is they all put a bunch of letters into a hat. And the first one, he pulled out a letter and went, "Hey, I got a C, eh?" The next guy writes down C, A. Second guy grabs a letter, pulls it out of the hat. "I got an N, eh?" N, A. Last guy grabs the letter, pulls it out of the hat. "I got a D, eh?" D, A. "What do we got so far, eh?" Canada. That sounds good. Let's go with that. That's the origin of the name of Canada, according to my history teacher, who was just fucking around one time. It has been a consistent, if not actually helpful, amusement of historians to find the origins of place names. Daggerfall, by tradition. Your hand smells nice. Thanks. It is said to refer to the knife the first chieftain threw to form the borders of his lands. But there are legends that may have equal validity. Lamau. It's not funny, don't laugh at that. It's dumb. The Daggerfall entry from the Book of Life actually supports one theory about the reason for Daggerfall's longevity. The people were coastal fishermen, but they also found the land itself sufficiently rich to support raising livestock.
Livestock?
No. Oh, Roy, not the livestock. This inclination of the early citizenry towards reinforcing rare invincible products brought stability to a fickle land. Daggerfall thrived during the... Now I got the accent. God damn it. Daggerfall thrived during the years of the Skyrim occupancy, when the Wild Hunt killed King Borgus of Winterhold in First Era 369. The Northlands engaged in the War of Secession, and Skyrim, greatly weakened, lost her holdings in High Rock and Morrowind. The Iliac Bay had become important strategically, and Daggerfall began to expand her military. Sufficiently rich. I'm imagining what the hell Kennedy is. Kennedy. Kennedy, alright, that's what we're naming it. Sufficiently rich. I see no money on the ground. You are lying to me, book. There were multiple opportunities for her to exercise this army and navy during the Durrani conflicts with the force of the Alessian reform. The Durranis were native Bretons, and Bretons are hardly ever given to excessive religion. Daggerfall became a minor base of operations for the Durranis and their allies. Raven Durrani, the enchantress whose magic helped secure the final victory over the Alessians in the Glenumbra Moors, was one of the earliest occupants of Castle Daggerfall. Over the centuries that followed, the Durranis fell into obscurity, but Daggerfall continued her growth. In the First Era, year 609, King Thagor of Daggerfall defeated the army of Glenpoint and became the preeminent economic, cultural, and military force in southern High Rock, a position the kingdom has precariously kept ever since. Ironically, it was another successful military exercise 370 years later that ended Daggerfall's monopoly of bay trade, the annihilation of the Orcish capital Orsinium by a joint effort of Daggerfall, the new kingdom of Sentinel, and the now extinct Order of Diagna. The scattering of the orcs from southeast High Rock made the river route to the bay more accessible. The tiny village of Wayrest grew like a flower that no longer feared the mow. In 20 years, Wayrest's trade profits equaled Daggerfall's. In 40 years, Wayrest was the acknowledged master of Iliac Bay trade. In 120 years, Wayrest became the Kingdom of Wayrest. Who's the one lying now? Became the key A minor. The Kingdom of Sentinel did not exhibit Wayrest's aggrandizement during the First Era. The Red Guards were warriors learning the ways of the merchants, and their land was enemy enough to keep the population checked. Indeed, the number of people in all areas of the Iliac Bay was halved once in the First Era by the Thracian Plague, once again by the War of Righteousness, and a third time by the invading Akaviri. If Daggerfall had not spent its first 1,000 years preparing for the battles of the next 1,000 years, it is indeed conceivable that the Iliac Bay today might be Akavarian. We'll still be in the book. The money isn't on the ground, plus $1 isn't the currency used in Daggerfall. They still have paper money, though. It is in all septums. The Second Era, like the latter part of the First Era, is a tapestry of wars, insurrections, and plagues. Daggerfall, Sentinel, and Wayrest continued to expand and improve their military and economic positions in the Bay. Daggerfall and Wayrest would transpose positions as major training centers of the Bay, and Daggerfall and Sentinel likewise bandied over which was the superior military power. The Iliac Bay has continued to hold an important position in the imperial government of the Third Era, rarely allies, though the combined armies in the opposition to the Cameron usurper in the 3rd century of the Third Era is a notable exception, but not always enemies. Daggerfall, Sentinel, and Wayrest have weathered the storms of contention, plague, famine, and pestilence. The recent War of Bettany was typical of the Iliac Bay warfare, sincere, frighteningly violent, and peaceably resolved. Yeah, I read a book on that earlier that didn't quite agree with that. But that's that book, History of Daggerfall. Interesting. All right, next book is not what we're going to be reading. We do need to read King Edward Part 2 later, but not yet. So we'll go ahead and just move that to the bottom of the stack. Small Car, that's not a book. Yos Mars Tier. Okay. All right, next up is Wabbajack by Anonymous. Little boys shouldn't summon up the forces of eternal darkness unless they have an adult supervising. I know. Was the peaceably resolved bit. Yeah, no, it was not peaceably resolved. Little boys shouldn't summon up the forces of eternal darkness unless they have adult supervising. I know. But on that sunny night in the 5th of First Seed, I didn't want an adult. I wanted Hermaeus Mora. The Daedra... Who the fuck? who the fuck summons Hermaeus Mora? Why would you pick him? I don't know. As a little boy, I'd probably summon Azura, because... you know, he's hot. But I mean, that's a different thing. You know, at least it wasn't Molag Bal or fucking... what was the other one? There's one that's like... Hermaeus Mora. Hermaeus Mora. Is that the fucking one that talks like he's puking? Hermaeus Mora Shrine Oblivion. Yeah, he's the fucking one that sounds like he's gargling mucus when he speaks. Yeah, mommy, I want to talk to the mass of tentacles that's vomiting constantly. Kills you with like that's a genuine fear, genuinely in like a magical setting, if runes have power like that. But on that sunny night in the 5th of First Seed, I didn't want an adult. I wanted Hermaeus Mora, the Daedra of knowledge, learning, gums, and varnishes. You see, I was told by a beautiful, large-breasted man who lived under a library in my home that the 5th... what the fuck is happening? That the 5th of First Seed was Hermaeus Mora's night, and if I wanted... the Ogma Infinium, right. If I wanted the Ogma Infinium, the Book of Knowledge, I had to summon him. When you're the new King of Solitude, every bit of knowledge helps. Normally, you need a Witch's Coven, or a Mage's Guild, or at least matching pillowcase and sheets to invoke a Prince of Oblivion. The man under the library showed me how to do it myself. He told me to wait until the storm was at its height before shaving the cat. I've forgotten the rest of the ceremony. It doesn't matter. Someone appeared who I thought was Hermaeus Mora. The only thing that made me somewhat suspicious was Hermaeus Mora. From what I read, was a big, blobby, multi-eyed, clawed monstrosity, and this guy looked like a waistcoated banker. Also, he kept calling himself Sheogorath, not Hermaeus Mora. Still, I was so happy to have successfully summoned Hermaeus Mora. These inconsistencies did not bother me. Really? Hey, guy, you summoned Hermaeus Mora, you got Sheogorath. I mean, shouldn't you have known? You know, like, maybe you should know that the god is not calling himself Hermaeus Mora. You should assume it's not him. I don't know. This guy's a dummy. Hey, Arden, look up what Hermaeus Mora looks like. I don't know, man. He's kind of up there in terms of grossness. He had me do some things that didn't make any sense to me beyond the mortal scope, breadth, and ken, I suppose. And then his servant happily gave me something he called the Wabbajack! Wabbajack, Wabbajack, Wabbajack. Wabbajack, 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 Wabbajack. Maybe the Wabbajack is the book of knowledge. Maybe I'm smarter, because I know cats can be bats, and rats can be hats, can be gnats, and that's can be thises, and doors can be bores, can be snores, can be floors, can be roars, can be spores, can be yours, can be mine. I must be smart, for the interconnective system is very clear to me. Then why or wherefore do people keep calling me mad? Wait, is this written by Pelagius? That's written by Pelagius. Uh-oh. Wabbajack, Wabbajack, Wabbajack. Yeah, so... also... but I guess it's them, yeah. So, yep, Sheogorath, Daedric Prince of Madness. Pretty famous it's kind of the fan favorite, Daedric Prince. If you play Oblivion or Skyrim, you'll know quite a bit about him. He has an entire DLC dedicated to him for Oblivion. The dude is madness incarnate. Contact with him is insanity. Be it mania or dementia, you're going to have a bad time. But he also can be reasonable at times. It's interesting. He's a weird mix of insanity and lucidity. All right. Eos, Animal God by Bulger Zoma. The statues one sees throughout Valenwood and parts of Hammerfell and elsewhere, they seem to be of a misshapen humanoid carrying a rod or of Eos, the god of animals. The rod he carries has its origin in the tale of the ox and the evil farmer. It seems that one day an evil farmer decided to kill all of his animals and have a big party. As the story unfolds, animal after animal is killed and prepped for a big meal. Lastly, the farmer comes to the ox and prepares to slit its throat. The ox, not wishing to be anyone's dinner, prayed very vocally to Eos. And this came out as a loud moo, and of course, at that very instant, Eos appeared, carrying a rather large set of balanced weights. Without explanation, Eos ate the farmer and finished. Moo appears, eats a man, refuses to elaborate. Ever since that day, Eos the extremely agitated has always been portrayed as carrying a large set of scales with him. The local Eos worshippers have no idea why and do not seem to care. Although the story has been called fanciful at best, I personally know a raccoon who had actually talked to the ox. That is before the ox became a filler for the local inn's larder. What the fuck just happened? A poor ox who was about to be killed by an evil farmer prayed to the animal god, who showed up as a human carrying scales, ate a man whole, just vored this motherfucker, and then disappeared, leaving the cow to wonder what the hell just went down. I do not have any information one way or the other about the validity. This writing is amazing, by the way. I love reading these books. About the validity of the second myth, it is, however, quite traditional. It seems that many, many years ago, before the reign of Uriel Septim VII, before the reign of Sepphoris Septim II, yes, even before the age of Pelagius Septim III, long may his name be praised, there lived a wombat who was the pet of Lady Grelina, the daughter of Lord Prufrock of Rock Creek. Lady Grelina loved her wombat so, and it loved her too, with all the passionate intensity a marsupial can muster. Thanks, man. Cheers. Unfortunately, it was a time of great sorrow in Rock Creek. A pestilence had come through the town, destroying all their cash crops, which consisted of raspberries and a few scraggly odd weeds that called Argonian women to look very attractive to those who partook. Hell yeah. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Are you implying Argonian women aren't attractive, you fucking asshole? Then a plague had come, inflicting nearly every cobbler with chronic hiccups. By the way, if Argonian women aren't attractive, how come the most popular piece of erotic fiction in the Elder Scrolls universe is the lusty Argonian mage? Checkmate, atheists. Finally, a witch had cursed the townspeople, so the only words any could utter were, precisely. All the businesses, stores, and guilds fled from the town faster than an extremely fast thing. These are some chaotically written books. Lady Grelina saw her father despairing the loss of the town was suffering, and so she brought her wombat in and told him, "Father, my wombat can save us all, for it is sacred to the god Eos, god of animals. The only reason I didn't tell you earlier is because I'm an early adolescent going through that period when I don't like to communicate. But please, ask a wish of my wombat, and Eos would fulfill it, for my wombat loves me." God, I wish. It's actually the opposite. Ted Peterson, by the way, if you're wondering who wrote all these, it was Ted Peterson. He no longer works at Bethesda. I think he left during Morrowind's development. But he's working on his own games now. Pretty cool. Very good writer. I really love his early lore. The king thought this was fairly flaky, but he had nothing to lose, so he uttered a modest wish to the wombat. All I want is for one business to come to Rock Creek that will never leave, no matter the calamity. I probably should have mentioned before that the king had always been cruel to the wombat. He used to lick it and try to make it stick to walls. I guess we've just hit the chaotic stack of books this time. Like we know we had that stack of books last stream that was like uncomfortably sexual. We've hit the books that are just pure chaos. So the Wombat had Eos create an equipment store in front of the palace gate that would never go away. The royal family ended up going mad and eating one another. God damn! And ironically, the Wombat was one of the first to go. But that's why there's this day an equipment store blocking the palace day in Rock Creek. If you don't believe me, go there and see. You know what? Bet. You have to play Arena to see it. Freaky King, yeah. That was a fucking amazing book. Eos, the Animal God, hell yeah. Good work. Alright, you read the history of Daggerfall, Wabbajack, Eos, and now we're gonna read not the Barenziah, not the fake Barenziah, we're gonna read Mara's Tear. Mara's Tear. Well, children, if you all gather round and sit quietly, I will tell you the story of Mara's Tear and Shandar's sorrow. Hiccups. Excuse me. Long, long ago, long before your grandmother and I were born, long ago, there were two young children growing up in a village far, far from here. They played together and ran through the woods together, exploring their little world and learning to see things through each other's eyes. This was very different from their parents, because Shandar was the son of Maldor, who was captured in a war and forced to work as a slave for the village baron. Their village and another both needed the land between them to feed the villagers, and fought until many of the villagers died. Maldor was wounded in battle and left for dead by his fellows. He was captured and forced to work in the fields as punishment. Shandar was not allowed to play with Mara, but she was very small, and other children didn't like to play with her, so she played with Shandar against her father's command, and they learned that they were not really very different at all. They couldn't understand why their parents hated each other so. She might like saying long ago. Good idea, yeah. Well, Shandar and Mara played together for many years and learned to love each other as they grew up. They knew that they couldn't let their parents know because it was forbidden for them to marry, since they were from different villages and the war was still going on. They tried and tried to figure out how they could be happy together, and finally decided that they must run away from their village. They would try to make a new life for themselves in another village far, far away from where they grew up. One night, while planning their escape, they were discovered by the town guards. Shandar tried to fight them, but they tied him up and dragged him away to the prison inside town. Mara was taken home, and her father was very, very angry with her, and told her that she could not leave their home again. She went to the house of another farmer and asked if their son would marry Mara, so that she could never see Shandar again. The marriage was planned for the next week. Right? Shandar, meanwhile, was to be killed for daring to be with Mara. He was beaten and placed in a stockade. And they were to hang him the next day. When Mara found out that Shandar was to be killed, she knew that she could never live without him, and climbed out her window and ran into the woods, crying and crying. She ran and soon was lost. It was very dark, because back then, they did not have any moons in the sky back then to make it safe for little boys and girls. Soon she found herself in a part of the woods she had never been before, and sat down on a rock, since she was very tired. Well, the rock was a secret entrance to a cave where a very mean orc lived. When he came back from his hunting, he found Mara curled up asleep on the rock, and thought to himself, a tasty little girl. I shall save her for my breakfast. He grabbed her and took her into his cave, moving the rock back so that she could not escape. She was sure to die, and tried to escape, but the evil orc just laughed and laughed at her until she finally gave up. When the villagers found out that Mara had run off, they were very worried. No one knew the woods very well, and all were afraid of the evil orc that lived there. This is a children's book, kind of fucked up one. Yeah, so the way I feel about this so far is the way I feel about those Pokemon leaks, if you guys remember. I love like fables told from within a setting. Like, I don't know about you guys, if you guys remember the Pokemon leaks where they leaked a bunch of internal Pokemon lore that never made it into the games, and it's all really fucked up and dark. That is the single most interesting Pokemon story content to ever be released. And I feel that way about this as well, where it's like internal fables and stories like this are fucking awesome. Only Shandar was not afraid, and he begged and begged for the Baron to set him free, so that he could go look for Mara. The Baron finally decided to let Shandar go, for no one else was brave enough to go and rescue Mara. So Shandar was set free, and he set off into the woods to go and rescue her. Yep, Typhlosion. Shandar searched and searched. It also confirms that Pokemon are not animals. They're closer to yokai or gods, or even another race of equally intelligent beings. Like, they were never seen internally as animals, ever. They were always something more than animals, something closer to human, or even beyond us. Yokai, you know? Shandar searched and searched, but could not find poor Mara. Finally, he sat down on a rock to rest for a moment, and as he sat down, he noticed a piece of cloth under the rock. It was a piece from Mara's cloak. He realized that she must be under the rock somehow, and knew that the orc had captured her. He pulled aside and pushed on the rock, and finally was able to roll it aside. He climbed down into the orc's cave, but it was very dark, and he could not see anything. The evil orc, when he heard his front door moving, hid in the shadows to see what was coming into his home. When he saw it was just a little man boy, he grinned to himself and thought, "No, I have lunch too." When Shandar came near, the orc grabbed him and began to squeeze the life out of him. Back in the village, the people soon realized that they were foolish to let a young man go off into the woods by himself. They gathered all of their weapons and set off to find the two lost children. When they finally came upon the clearing near the orc's cave, they saw a strange and wondrous sight. A slain orc near the entrance to the cave, and Mara holding the head of... Okay, that hit me hard. Woo! Mara holding the head of poor Shandar in her lap. Shandar had killed the orc, but not before it gave him a mortal wound. Who took the head off of him? Oh, sorry. He's not decapitated. He's laying. Okay, it took me a moment. The idea is that these, like, Pokemon are powerful enough to where if they allow themselves to be owned, it's got to be consensual, but also, like, there's a difference between, like, training a Pikachu and, like, keeping Pokemon in cages, you know? The idea is that they're not lesser than us. They are part of our natural world that need to be treated well and respected as we treat well and respect each other. So no head. Welcome back, Obi. Mara's tears flowed freely from her eyes and splashed upon Shandar's face, reflecting the light from the villagers' torches. Pokemon's actually a really rare thing. It's an example of a utopia. Like, the world of Pokemon is actually interesting because it's a very popular utopia world. It's got its issues, absolutely, but Pokemon itself is a story of a advanced society that adapted to nature rather than subjugating it. Like, there's a lot of examples of that, of just, we're moving our construction project because it's upsetting the Pokemon, or we're abandoning this town because it's upsetting the Pokemon. The idea is that they're like these spirits of nature that have a relationship with mankind. Shandar was filled with sorrow at the thought that he had saved Mara, only to lose her because of his own impending death from the battle with the orc. He cried out to Mara's namesake, the goddess of love, to help them. The goddess Mara recognized their true love and wept at their loss. Not having power over death, she could do nothing to save Shandar. But when she knew she could not let their love die, she reached down from the heavens and picked up Mara and Shandar in her arms, and placed them high in the heavens. They could be together always and provide light in the... Is this the story behind the moons? Is this why the moons exist? That's fucking awesome! Provide light in the dark night to others, so that they may be safe from the evils in the world. The villagers were amazed at this sight and vowed to honor the love of Shandar and Mara by learning more about themselves and their neighbors, so that the war that had been going on as long as anyone could remember would end. Shandar's sacrifice for the one he loved showed them that he was worthy of their respect and that those from his village were just as proud and worthy as themselves. They could just leave. Yeah. So the Pokeballs are interesting ideas. I don't... The Pokeballs are, in concept, they're like Gashapon balls. They're like the little plastic balls that come out of vending machines that hold toys. But apparently for a Pokemon to be in a Pokeball, it's like stasis. Like no time passes for them. And that's why children, every night we can see Mara's tear and Shandar's sorrow, spending their lives together high in the heavens, lighting the way for all the little boys and girls like you. Damn, man. Whew, feels. Oh, it's sad. I mean, the idea is... Also, they don't go in the ball if they don't want to. Sometimes Pokemon have to be bludgeoned and forced into the ball, but ultimately it's up to them. Yeah, there's some interesting things about the setting. It's not internally consistent, that's for sure. Oh my god, that was great. That was a really good one. Mara's Tear. That was a fucking awesome story. Sorry, I'm switching between Pokemon discussion and, like, genuine emotional response to this shit. Wow, that was amazing. So, I will never look at the moons in Elder Scrolls the same again, that's for sure. Whew. Fool's Ebony, Real Barenziah, King Edward, Real Barenziah, biography. Oh, the fake Barenziah, yeah. Okay, we'll read more of those books in an hour. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, Obi. Anyway, I'm saving my game now. We're gonna go ahead and do another quest for the Dark Brotherhood. Yeah. You have a sharp one. The target's name is he moves around a lot here in Rothgaria. Be careful when you have 7 days. When it's done, I will pay you 9. Yep, okay. Cool. So, yep, gotta go hunt this guy. Sorry, I didn't feel like reading anymore. We gotta go hunt. I just summarized. There's a high-value target. He has guards. So we'll talk to people and ask around. This bugged out again, didn't it? Yep, it bugged. Alright. This is the buggiest questline in the game. Yeah, no, we don't talk about Stalin much here in the States. We should. We definitely should. The reason why, Obi, is because in the narrative that is American history and the American lore, he was an ally to us. He was never our enemy during the Cold War. I mean, the Cold War is treated very differently. Like, it's not treated the same way that World War II is. In the American narrative, World War II was all of us working together, all the good people of the world, working to defeat the evil Emperor Hitler. It's a lot easier to push that narrative than, hey, what about that guy we were working with to beat Hitler? Wasn't he just as bad as if not worse, before? Yeah, but then we'd have to admit that America did something wrong. So it doesn't tie into the narrative as well. I forgot I was in the stream. Mafala, watch your blade. Terminator, your loyalty to the Brotherhood exceeds all other concerns. Prove it by disposing of a member of the Fighters Guild who has taken up residence in one of Rothgarian Mountain's caverns. You will travel to the ruins of Tower Hawkcroft and find the fighter inside. Use whatever method best suits you. The more evident this was the work of the Brotherhood, the better for us all. Let none cross our reputation with impunity. The fool will only stay there for 64 days, so ensure the killing is done by then. Report your success at any time after that. Oh yeah, no, the Jews got screwed over by the Russians big time, before and after the Bolsheviks. I wonder why that is. You know, you guys ever wonder about that? Like, why Jewish people got screwed over repeatedly? I think it's mainly because they... My theory is this, is that their core beliefs and the way that they lived their lives was diametrically opposed to the way that powerful people wanted to live. Be it the Bolsheviks, be it the Romanovs, be it whoever. People like nomadic peoples who didn't want to, you know, create a society the way that the powers that be wanted them to would repeatedly get screwed over. Be it the Romanis, the Jews, or whatever other minority group that got screwed over and oppressed. And I think it's the reason why they got screwed over so hard is because they didn't really have a military. They didn't have a lot of military might to fight back against the people screwing them over. Anyway, that's my theory, at least. Just picking that up from Bible study and Fiddler on the Roof and other shit. I'm no historian. I'm just a guy who learns things that interest him. Just a cat. Just a cat. Don't expect grand political or historical knowledge out of me. You're not going to get it. No, not much of a state. Yeah, the idea is that they were not... The idea is that their very way of living, their very way of life was opposed to that. Like, the Native Americans, they had nations, they had armies, they had a state, they had territory. They weren't like... I mean, there were nomadic tribes, there were nomadic Indian nations in America, but they were... They had nations, they had territories, they had land, they settled the way we would, you know. That's creepy. I don't like that. Creepy! Yeah, you guys fight that out. I'm gonna... I wonder who's gonna win. Oh, he won. Beat the Dragonling. That's impressive. I thought they were tougher, honestly. I remember hearing they were tough. Was he gay? Yeah. No, I remember, like, learning everything about the USSR in history took so much longer than Nazi Germany. And, like, it was so much more intense that, like, I got that impression as well, that Stalin was worse. The difference is that Stalin didn't just go, hey, I'm going to try and take over the world. I guess that was the main thing. Yeah, you know what it is? It's that Hitler was a bigger threat to the powers that be than Stalin. It was the bigger threat to the states, to the concept of nations and superpowers. That seems to be the case, you know? Right? No, because it's not based off of morality. It's that we're trying to bring up a generation of children that are loyal to the state. So let's make sure that they know who the bad guys are. Man, I'm so fucking fast. Good lord, I love it. Hippity hop. It's pretty dark. Khajiit has wares if you have coin. I've been watching a lot of Khajiit videos about those skooma edits. They're really great. Khajiit are so cute. I love them. Alrighty. Let's keep on moving. Oh, I hear a door. There's a door. Hell yeah. Door found. Are you my target? No, I suppose not, huh? Or that extra bestiary, alright. Sorry, I had to refill my stamina, it was getting low. I had to do some salt grinding. Alright, my friends, let's drink some more coffee. They are a cool species. Favorite starting zone in favorite starting zone in ESO is the Khajiit starting zone. Razumdar is a cool fucking spy Khajiit. There's some cool stuff in ESO. No, I've been testing out Skyrim, modding it and getting it set up and everything. And I've been listening to quite a bit to the music, and what I'm detecting in the music is a little bit of Shadow of the Colossus influence. I'm guessing that was something they had in mind when the idea of dragons came to be. I don't know, just something I noticed while I was playing. It's not a locked-in thing, but I detected a hint of the Shadow of the Colossus soundtrack in its music. Apparently Jeremy Sewell became a Kickstarter scammer, which is a bummer. I hate to see it happen. Belina's Balm, there we go. I mean, he's referring to NPC behavior, and he's right. But similar to Mass Effect, my argument I made with Mass Effect is that good writing conquers all. And the character writing of Morrowind is amazing. Like, yeah, they're not going about their routines the way they will in like Skyrim or Oblivion. And Skyrim is actually far closer to Morrowind in terms of its complexity. Oblivion's got the really complex NPC behaviors. But the writing and the dialogue is so much better. It's closer to Fallout. It's closer to Fallout quality writing. Specifically, Obsidian Fallout quality writing. Morrowind's fucking awesome. You just have to... The biggest thing to get used to in Morrowind is the combat. It's similar to this. Like, it's not an action combat system. It's an action RPG combat system. So, like, when I punch something, what's happening is I'm basically rolling a die, and I might miss when I hit. So you got to make sure that when you fight, your stamina is high, and that you're using a weapon your character is good at using. I love this statue, by the way. Oh. Hey, Dragonling. Oh, fuck me. Fuck my life. Damn it. But yeah, like for stealth missions and stuff, if you get seen, like as long as you're out of a character's line of sight, they'll typically leave you alone. But they won't chase you from room to room like they will in Skyrim or Oblivion. That statue fucks for sure. Yeah, that statue got me killed. Also, game's done marginally well. It's great to see you, friend. How you been? It's a great statue. Got some tickle bitties on that statue. Power titties. Oh, I beat the Dragonling again. I thought Dragonlings were supposed to be tough. I heard they were, but they've honestly been a joke since I've, like, throughout this game. Kind of a bummer. Alright, that's a whole... Oh, hello. I am well, how are you? I'm alright! Why'd you have to take that bacon? Echo Zac 3, kill the statue. Belina's Balm. Alright, bop, 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 bop. And yeah, there you go. I'm trying to grab, like, super high quality materials so I can sell them. Get out of here. Get out of here. Shoo. Leave. Kill that statue. Talks to me like flashbacks of my dead. What the fuck? What the fuck, Ghost? I don't even get what that means. Yeah, you hear the that's my character missing, because basically every time you attack, it's like making an attack in Fallout or rolling the dice, where you might not roll high enough to get past their armor class, so you miss, you whiff. That's why I attack so fast and so frequently, because I'm trying to get as many attacks out there as possible so they may land. Like Slant Hill 2. Ah, okay. Man, that game hurt. Like, that was sad. That was a great game, but boy, was that sad. Great. Just amazing time. No, it is not about the bacon. It is not about John Hamm. All right, moving right along. Oh, hi. Grab that dwarven hammer. Be worth something once I get out of here. Should have taken the games. Damn. Hopefully this time I won't get liched to death. Too many liches. I love to use behind-the-scenes dice rolls because they took inspiration from D&D. The typical KOTOR does that thing. I also know that much. Yeah. KOTOR is more automated. Yeah, that's something people have a hard time getting their head around. Is they're like, but he's punching. Shouldn't he be hitting? And it's like, not necessarily. Sometimes you miss. It's not an action game. It's a role-playing game. You gotta... Your character is... You might be skilled enough to line up a hit, but is your character, you know? Not to mention, in real life, you would not be punching this good, you know? That's why I really want to give Kingdom Come Deliverance a try, because like the idea of that being the idea of like actual player skill being something you feel in your character is really cool in like a 3D way. Because like in this, you can feel your character being bad or good at something, you know? Like I feel like a badass once my skill gets high. But in Skyrim, just you hit like you normally hit and it does more damage, you know, right? Every now and again, your character will do something really cool where you're like, yo, nice! But otherwise, a hit's a hit and a miss is a miss. Whereas something like Kingdom Come Deliverance, which I'm really excited to play for that reason, you can feel like your character feels clumsy and shitty. There's actually a mod for New Vegas that makes it so your animations change based off of how skilled your character is. Like at a low level with a weapon, they like fumble with the weapon while reloading. The speed's the same, but they look less skilled, which is pretty cool. Yeah. I love the way enemies look in this. It's just, you gotta kind of appreciate pixel art. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, in Fallout, where you're just kind of, you're looking at, like, everyone's just a generic NPC. That's why you gotta mouse over them and see which one's which. Yeah, the new one just came out recently. Really want to play it. Or the old one. I really want to play the old one. I have it, I just haven't got around to it yet. I want to buy the DLC. Ow, fuck me. Hold on, let me deal with this person here. Whoop! Yeah, you know what? Fight the fucking Lich. I'm kiting you into the Lich. Good, you're dealt with? Fine. That works. Grab that. Ah, shit, damn. Smart little bastard. Pop a shield, go in. Shit. Die, 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 die. Fuck. All right, we're moving. All right, we made it. Good enough, as long as I get my balm. Shit. Hey, Mr. Lich? Come along now, Lich. Come on, fella. Come on. I'm gonna kite you into this guy here. Here, fight your friend. Fight my friend the Lich. Fuck you. Fight the Lich. Thank you. Thank you, barbarian friend. Yeah, I really want to try out Kingdom Come Deliverance. I gotta get all the DLC first, but once I do, we'll end up streaming it probably. Ow, fuck, my feet. Don't do that, actually. Hop! There we go, I made it. Some of these dungeons are intense, man. Especially these. His characters in general. Yeah. No, yeah, throwing a punch is difficult, you know, like, it's not gonna look, it's like having a game where your character gets strong. The problem is people want to get strong, but they don't want to start weak. That's the issue a lot of people have with older role-playing games, is they don't want to feel what it's like to be a level 1 adventurer. They just want to be overpowered from the get-go, and then get even more overpowered as time goes on. And for me, I think there is joy to be taken in those early levels. The early leveling experience can be a lot of fun. You just gotta be ready to accept it. Oh, hello. Alright, and then the Lich is in here. Hello, Lich. You're a mean one, Mr. Lich. Good. All right. Mr. Lich. Dragonling, nice. Let's go and get some levels. Ah, there we go. My stealth has improved. Yeah, we're pretty busted right now. We're popping off pretty hard. I'm gonna work on leveling up our dodging some more. Our hand-to-hand will be up soon, which are older games. I also adore Morrowind. I'll say Oblivion is my favorite. Okay. Yeah, KOTOR 1 and 2 are awesome. I love real-time with pause combat. I made a video recently about why it's my favorite combat system. I like it better than turn-based, and I like it better than action combat. Real-time with pause is super underrated and underappreciated as a combat system, and people just don't get it. And yeah, I agree. I'll think about getting some more soon. It's super underappreciated. I guess it's just because we had games without it for such a long period of time that people just got used to not having it, you know? Like, once I learned, like, I didn't really appreciate KOTOR until I realized that was, like, I didn't understand the comment, like, what's going on? It's so weird. It feels kind of like, but once I realized it was doing the same shit that, like, Final Fantasy 12 and Baldur's Gate were doing, I'm like, oh, shit. I can work with this. It's just at a different angle. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins. I really want to play more of that. I am super excited. All right, let's keep moving. If you don't know, now you know, friend. Sekai de. Yeah, I played a bit of Dragon Age Origins, and I struggled with it because it's hard, but I want to get back to it one day. I know I want to play some other games first, though. Like, I know the next 2 games I'm going to be streaming. And I know I want to finish a few, like, before jumping into another series of long-ass games, I want to continue or finish one of the ones I've already started. Like, I don't know, maybe I'll do Mass Effect 2 after the next 2 games. I've been thinking about it. I've heard good things about Mass Effect 2, and I'd like to replay it and see if I appreciate it more on a second playthrough. It was my least favorite of the trilogy the first time I played it, but I think that opinion might change. 1's definitely shifted. I definitely like Mass Effect 1 a lot less on a second playthrough. I'll also know what kind of mods to avoid when I play Mass Effect 2. I'm too cold and miserable. Yeah. Cool. I'm at Redcliffe now, going for my Blood Mage subclass. Hell yeah, nice. Yeah, my next 2 games I know I'm doing after this are, I don't want to make any secret of it, honestly. I have them locked in pretty much. The next 2 games I'm playing after Daggerfall are Kenshi and Disco Elysium in that order. They're the 2 RPGs that I'm most excited to play, so I figured I can get them out of the way. Oh, yep, we're getting full now. Let's go ahead and drop some ingredients so that I can grab the gold. All right, cool. All right, only grabbing gold from now on, from this point onwards in the dungeon. Yeah, I've heard. I've heard amazing things about Disco, and like both Disco and Kenshi are games that I think are interesting twists on what RPGs can be. One focusing on systemic choice, and another focusing on purely narrative choice. One's purely systemic, and one's purely narrative. And so I'd actually love to play. I want to play both of them and see what I think. It is a magical experience. It's a game. Oh god, like I'm excited to play it with you guys. It's going to be a magical experience. Kenshi's fucking awesome. It's one of those games like Dwarf Fortress where its systems are so well thought out and put together that like it just makes stories. It's a game that creates interesting stories just by playing it, you know? Once I get back to the entrance, we're just going to teleport to the quest marker. I've done my time in this dungeon. Let's just kill the guy and be done with it. I'm sorry, I'm confused about what just happened. Okay, we have the wall here. Loop around, and I'm going to be hitting... Yeah, I'll be hitting the entrance soon. Yeah, my rule of thumb with Daggerfall dungeons is I'll do one full loop, and if I don't find what I'm looking for, we'll just tele to Q marker. We'll just use that cheat here to get where we need to be. I'm the fucking leader, you assholes. Oh, I'm out of fucking... I don't got enough MP. Shit. And Talos, right? Oh, good lord, yeah. Oh, yeah. Red Dead's crazy. Good game. Crazy good game, Red Dead 2. Sadly, wasn't able to stream it. My computer's not powerful enough, but I love my time with it. Oh, my rep dropped big time. Dropped to 77 there. Oh well. I did the content. I don't care. Ooh, take that. We'll go ahead and take this on the off chance that it's better than what I got once I repair it. All right, let's use this parchment here I have in my inventory. Can't use it. Quest log: Fighters Guild of Cathwell has tasked me with traveling the ruins of Tower Hawkcroft and slaying all the spiders inside it. Oh, he's a new guy. That was terrible. I feel bad now for killing a newbie. Oh shit, that's not actually any better. I just embarrassed the shit out of myself. I want that fucking Daedric Dye Katana, damn it. Alright, we'll go ahead and drop this Elven here. Alright. Alright, we're done here. Let's get at it. Get on out of here. Doors the Life in one of the great narrative experiences of interest for narrative games. There's Life is Strange games also. I have not played those yet. I need to. Talos isn't mentioned on the coins. Oh, is that what it says on the coins? I didn't know that. The Dwarven Warhammer, Dwarven War Axe, Dwarven Battle Axe, Daedric Claymore, Mithril Pauldron. Take that, put that away. Alright, we're good. We are good to go. And then once we get there, we'll read, because I'm a bit behind on schedule on reading. I'll try to read more standalone books. If we don't have any more, we'll start cracking out the... We'll start focusing one series at a time, and we'll start with the real Barenziah. All right, let's get back to Rothgar. Rothgaria. No, I'm good. Yeah. Let's go. Spring bubbles from the ground. Your hand-to-hand skill has improved. Hell yeah, we're doing it, guys. He should be mentioned on the coins. Talos is the shit. I like Talos. Talos guide you. Please don't fucking crash. Please don't fucking crash. Please load the thing that I need to go to and... Oh my goodness, my face is itchy. Yeah, but my next two games will be Kenshi and Disco. I'm nervous. I hope it goes well. Both of those are games that have been put on such a monolith for me that I'm... Especially Disco, I'm scared that I won't like it. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and take the crash. Taking too long to load. It is standing on the theme of like the consistent issue that all of these games have, which is the more save files you have, the less stable the game gets. You can only rotate your saves so much in an Elder Scrolls game before the game just starts to come apart at the seams. You know, it's like the only game I use Reshade with. I need to play the Telltale games. I think the ones I've beaten are The Wolf Among Us and Tales from the Borderlands. That's really it. I haven't beaten Walking Dead yet, and I haven't played any of the others. I've watched quite a bit of them on YouTube. Like I've watched the entirety of Telltale Batman on YouTube. I've never played it myself. Need to. Alright, let's get out of here. No, I just want to fucking get back to Rothgaria, honestly. There they are. Aw. They're happy together. Like the two moons. Yeah, me too. I like them a lot more now that I know the story. The Moomins. I've always liked the Moomins. Yeah, they're huge in Skyrim. Alright, let's hope to fucking God that this works, because I am really tired of this shit crashing. Alright, I can hear the new music. Alright, we're waiting. 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 And we're waiting. And we're waiting. And we're here. Thank goodness. Alright. Give it a second. Gotta build up shaders. Who's shooting at me? I got work to do. I just heard someone shoot at me, though. That's funny. Right. Oh, God, I'm on the complete other side of the... Alright, well, luckily the Champion retail store is here, and it's probably about 9 a.m., right? Okay. Oh God, yeah, okay, so is Wolf Among Us Season 2 happening or not? Like, I've been waiting years to hear something about that. I mean, I remember there were those fake leaks a while ago. And, like, now I'm just like, is it happening or is it not? I've been gaslit into not knowing. Because apparently Fables is open source now. Anyone can make a story about in the Fables world. The creator, because of a rights dispute, just made it open source out of spite, which is fucking awesome. Like, he made his own work public domain purely because people were being pricks about it. 15, 15, 15, alright, so... Mithril. Ah, right. Lurk, enjoy your cat nap. And that's a massive shield. Yeah, it's a tower shield. Alright, thank you, Lucas. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good one, man. Lurk, enjoy your little cat nap. Alright, head north to the bank. Yeah, it's a big-ass shield. Trying to remember what... Yeah, okay. Gotta go to the superior used equipment to sell the rest. But I also need to sell all these ingredients. Do I have any ingredients on me? I do. Okay, I got equipment and armor and ingredients to sell. So, we'll run by the Rothgaria's best unguents. Whatever the hell they're called. Yeah. It doesn't really do anything, like you don't actually use it to block. It's just an extra armor slot, pretty much. You can't switch to a different weapon, but you have a shield that gives you more armor. And it doesn't like completely negate damage like it does in Morrowind, where your shield can actually fully block things. It's a passive block, but it's still a block that works. All right. Buy all my ingredients. All right, let's get out of here. Next stop is we're going to be heading to the Superior Used Equipment. Gotta hit up the pawn store to sell everything. I forgot how convenient it was in Skyrim, where you just like you go to Bellathor and it's like you got something to sell, go to Bellathor. You know, doesn't matter what it is, you can sell it there. Everything's for sale here, friends. Yeah, development hell is concerning. I'm sure they want to do it right, though, because, like, that's a lot of people's favorite. Like, I know, like, it and Borderlands are my favorite. Oh, God, I'm nervous about Borderlands 3. Like, because apparently Borderlands 3 continues storyline stuff from Tales, but doesn't have the same writing quality. Because, of course, it fucking doesn't. Maybe you guys should have hired those Telltale people. Maybe you should have had them write for Borderlands 3. Couldn't have hurt none. Have not played 2. Oh, God, there's a 2! Fuck, I forgot. Oh, man. Right, and it's developed by Gearbox. Oh, Jesus. I forgot about that. Good Lord, that's depressing. $70,000. Withdraw 1,000. There we go. And then withdraw 400. Cool. All right. Yep, that we have all our money now as paper. Doesn't take up any gold. Doesn't take up any space in our inventory. And look at all that room we have. Let's go ahead and find ourselves somewhere quiet to read, and we'll sit down and we'll after we turn in our quest, of course. We got to go hit up the Dark Brotherhood, turn in our quests. Once that's done, we'll sit down with a book to read and read a few more books. And hell, we might just read the rest of them because we might run into the next reading segment. Yeah. You can. You just have to get you just have to equip a fishing rod and go to the go to a fishing spot. Okay, they added that with the anniversary update. Again? Seriously, what is that? That is such a weird bug. I've never encountered anything like that before. 1, 2, 3. All right, we got to read 5 books. All right, so yeah, we might end up just reading for the rest of the stream.
Some in this hall feared you had loyalties elsewhere. I am happy to see the contrary. We don't always compensate our contracts, but I happen to get my hands on this wand that can paralyze foes and thought of you. May Mafala's foes know true terror at your hands.
No, you have to use a bucket. Have you gone fishing in the game yet? Oh, you mean you have to walk up to the bucket and interact with it while holding the fishing pole? Yeah, okay. That's got to be what you meant. Otherwise, I'm confused. All right, we'll go ahead and drop a hard save here, and we'll start reading some more. Well, my friends, I think it is finally time that we sit down and read. Not that. All right, we're gonna read. It's all King Edward. It's all King Edward. It's all Fool's Ebony, and it's all real Barenziah stuff. So, we're gonna go ahead and grab the biography of Queen Barenziah, and then we'll read Real Barenziah Part 4, Part 10. All right, we're gonna read the Real Barenziah Part 4. part 7 and part 10. And then after that, we'll read... You know what? Let's go ahead and do the standalone books first. We'll do Fool's Ebony, part the 5th. Ugh. We'll do the biography of Queen Barenziah, and then we'll roll into the 3 parts of Queen Barenziah, the real Barenziah we have. So 4, 7, 10, and then from here we can do the different parts of King Edward, part 2, part 4, part 5, part 6, and part 10. And that'll cover the reading. That'll cover the reading for the rest of the stream. All right. Starting with Fool's Ebony, part the 5th. Now, if you guys remember, Fool's Ebony is like the Two-Penny Opera. It's like meant to be a crass, vile, like satire of the world. So here we go. Fool's Ebony, part the 5th. Dramatis Personae, Prologue, the Adventurer, a dark elf rascal, Comon, a priest of Akatos, Laban, another priest of Akatosh, Epilogue State, a priest of Julianos, Reich, and another priest of Julianos, Shub, a mage, Shub, a different mage of the same name, Nephron, a somewhat sleazy merchant, 5 armorers, Ortho Kroon, husband of Millie, a lusty Contessa, Millie, innkeep and philosopher, Gurney, bovine wenches, sordid wenches, and the cads of the tavern, soldiers, dwarves, and giants. Part the 5th, back with the priests, final plans, and a killing or two, is reported. Near the middle of the month of Frostfall, the Inn of the Pink Nymph, enter Prologue, the Adventurer, Ortho, Nephron, the 5 armorers, and Prologue. Prologue, our roguish dark elf, the Adventurer, has plummeted before our stunned eyes from the king of the spiderweb intrigue to a pathetic crawling lump of an Argonian excrement. In the quest for Fool's Ebony, that substance that all would kill for, the adventurer attempted to play mage against a priest with the help of the merchant Nephron. Alas, that is to say, alackaday, the 5 armorers have trapped Nephron and the adventurer and taken over their scheme. The hulking Ortho now watches the adventurer's every move. But I get the feeling, to be honest, don't you, that beneath the adventurer's defeated quivering jelly lurks a jungle cat of such cunning and resource to shatter all his enemies when the time is right. Of course, I could be wrong. I see one of the priests of Akatosh, who believes himself a friend of the adventurer. I, Prologue, must away. Exit Prologue, enter Laban, a priest of Akatosh. Evening there. Mind if I join you? Well, since you already have, no. And where's our esteemed brother? Come on this chill evening. Our esteemed brother, come on this chill evening. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, I guess you have been busy with the preparations. Right, very busy. Then let me tell you. Oh, what a bad business. What trouble? Oh dear. Well, you doubtless recall that poor Camon has this problem. Overwork, of course. Oh yes. You fellows do work exceedingly hard, seems to me. Well, recall how Camon left somewhat of erratically, and made off with that young blondie on the lamppost outside. Well, in his state of confusion, he grabbed the wrong blondie. Oh my, indeed, the wrong one. They all look pretty much the same to me, but of course, I do not look too hard. How far they have fallen. Sorry. Oh my, well, to cut a short tale to the bone, old Comon grabbed the Contessa who had thought to disguise herself. Oh dear. Well, did she get away? Did they catch Comon? What happened? Well, old Comon, tipsy as he was quick as spit in a gale, eluded all pursuit, took the lady to a small private retreat house that we have. Oh dear me. Well, the city guards, palace guards, 6 royals, all caught up with Comon 3 days later, 1 day too late for poor Contessa. I hear they had a hard time locating all the bits and pieces. Comon was there, passed out cold, in another body, some common blonde lamppost girl, and now he is cold permanently, most likely at the bottom of the bay. Yeah. Good. I'm glad he died.
Oh well, serves the Contessa right, coming down to this area. But I suppose there are repercussions.
Enter 2 more priests, Reich and State of Julianos, and the 4 armed city guards.
Evening, Leban. Evening, adventurer. And me am Otho.
Yes, charmed. And Leban, you indeed have my sympathies. If there's anything we can do to help. Our Temple of Julianos, that is. But really, you should have kept Come on a tighter leash, or preferably a noose.
Hello, Reich. And hello to you, Steed. How's your sister?
Oh, she's great. Reich sets Steed on fire, but it goes out. Yes, I know you. Oh, the repercussions. Do you know what the priests of Akatosh... That the priests of Akatosh to Daggerfall Castle, Wayrest, and just about everywhere else have been thrown out? That the royal tax exemption for the Chantry has been revoked, and that the Akatosh Chantry has just received a past-due taxes bill? Oh my!
Well, I suppose that we could help somewhat, maybe. Maybe a loan from Julianos for that tax bill. What say a temple as security? Oh, are not the taxes based on the number of the priests of Akatosh? So maybe the School of Julianos could take over a significant member. Reduce your tax bill. You realize that this is not the best time for this, just as we need a lot of funds for that expedition that I'm arranging for you.
I'm glad Komon died, pedophile piece of shit. Sorry. Bit of commentary on this story. Yeah, everyone's awful. That's kind of the point of it. Oh, I am so sorry about Komon, but yes. Maybe if good brother... Oh, yeah, it's your voice. Of good brother Reich, I hate to say, this could take a greater share of the financial burden in return for, of course, considerations. Like a good number of permanently loaned priests, a long look at your books, at your cellar, your names list, a temple of security on our loan, and of course a bigger cut in the proceeds of this expedition. Names of your suppliers. Oh, I foresaw something like this. Talked a bit about it with old Mucky Muck, livid he was. But as I am a senior brother, he finally authorized me to take care of it. Those weren't his exact words, mind you, which were quite a bit longer, more explicit, but the gist at least.
Of course, Laban, and I say, if we are successful, why then you can easily get back into good graces of the palace. Merely sell them the goods at a low rate, with first refusal on any shipments you have. What's one Contessa to them anyway?
Yes, that could work. Worth a try. But how? Royals will not talk to anyone from the Akatosh Chantry now.
Leave that to me. I can make approaches to certain ones. Yes, I can probably persuade them to let upon the Chantry in return for future favors.
Oh, how can I thank you?
Well, I need a fair amount of gold to finish setting up my little trip. Maybe 10,000 special horses, reinforced carts, courtiers. Guards. The list goes on, and the cost of keeping our little trip quiet is really quite high.
Well, yes, we can afford it. I guess you do have the map now, don't you? I know we can afford 8,000 gold, given the potential profits.
Rest easy. It's all here in my cloak. Show you in a bit. I've also managed to hire some good young hefty fellows, like old Ortho here, to manage the carts, dig and load, act as guards, and so on.
Good. I can relax a bit. Oh my, the fellows back at the Chantry will be so relieved. We really owe you. The Brotherhood does... Oh, I mean the Akatosh Chantry, of course.
Brotherhood.
What about our sisterhood, eh? Reich grapples Steet, allowing Leban to hit Steet with a large mallet.
Well, Reich, what about you and the school? How much are you good for? The extra 2,000? Maybe some more. Always lots of last-minute expenses on a trip like this, you know.
Well, now, since we seem to be getting a whole extra set of priests and other considerations, certainly.
Well, gentlemen, Owen and Steet, here it is.
The adventurer pulls out a map, gives it to Reich.
Oh, by the arms of Zenithar, did I ever have to work hard for this. those cagey mages, but in the end, just greedy old fools. Oh, just in case you or your head priest hasn't seen the goods, here's a sample. Play with it.
The adventurer hands Reich a small leather bag. Thank you, thank you. I must admit I had some, doubts, dealing with a stranger. So on. No more, partner.
Good.
Say, you fellows ever hear this one? What's a priest keep under his robe? His sister. The adventurer Laban and Reich beat Steet into unconsciousness. I fear that we really have to do something about young Steet here. His sister thing, ugh.
Yes, he could be another Komon. Just what we don't need.
The sister of his. Does she really exist? Reich, oh yes, we know her well. I mean, we've often seen her. I think, brother, that she should be made to see the errors of her ways, so she is no longer an influence on Steet. Yes, most certainly. A somewhat dialectical theological point. Oh, please excuse the technical discussion here. Reich, if we are to make her see the errors, well, how shall I put it? We first have to know what ways are correct. Indeed, an astute observation. So you're suggesting that, in a nut, we should first determine her ways. So, oh god, I feel grimy reading this. So as to then be able to show her the errors. Precisely. Mind you, a difficult, arduous, tiring project, I fear. One that will take all our will and energy. True, but challenging. Hey, take all our time, but then we have some time while our friend the adventurer here is off hauling and carting. And I, personally, would feel far safer if we were in retreat, maybe. Studying the ways?
Yeah, be a good idea for you two to maybe disappear for a while, of course. Cut down on the chances of a rival faction catching on. Or catching you.
Very well, Laban. Why don't you and I take his sister off with us on a theological retreat, as it were? Study the ways and details and so on. We could go to that unused little temple, up on that shoulder of Edward's Mountain. Out of the way. Quiet. I have not felt this uncomfortable on mic since the fucking Inquisitor Trainer video. Not gonna lie. That's pretty much the peak of, Alex wants to hide because stuff's too lewd. This is, again, grimy. It makes me feel like shit, but I'm gonna read it. Dora's locks. Thick walls. A big cellar. Good. It's settled then. A theological retreat. Oh, goody. Of course, once we know the, ways in detail, we could, of course, tell old High Mucky Muck and let him take care of the, showing of the errors. Yes, that would improve his mood quite a bit. Then it's agreed. Let's start, say, a day after tomorrow. Yes, adventurer. Why don't I meet you at that horrid, ugly statue of what? On Tamriel, is it? A harpy and a gargoyle. Called something like Vendiago and her lover, some such. Up in the northwest corner of the town. Oh, and I can keep the map.
Sure, keep it. I have a copy. And you'll pass me a small bag there at that nasty statue.
So yeah, the good night, ghost. The adventurer is, suspicious and willing to put up with any moral impurity, but he seems to mostly be staying out of it himself. All the priests are, horribly rapey. And Steet, yeah, it's rough. Have it all ready for you, say, 10 o'clock sharp? Oh, Laban, another thought about young Steet here. He really needs some seasoning in the field, one might say. Good point. I know. The priest who handles field assignments is coming by tomorrow. We could arrange an educational assignment for Steet. Very good, but winter's coming soon now. There's a vacancy up in Solitude, far north Skyrim, I believe. Some collections at street corners or some such. Very good. Come on, Laban. We have accounts to work on. Good night to you then, adventurer. 10 tomorrow morning, Laban. Reich rise to leave, picking up Steet. Laban and Reich together have to arrange some supplies. Leather, rope, holy wine, lots of that pink powder. I prefer the green myself. Exeunt Laban, Reich dragging Steet, and city guard. Solitude, Skyrim!
Well, excellent. Went just as I said it would. Got 5,000 gold from them, and thanks to your work with that Contessa, we have the screws on the Chantry, and the School of Giulianos is going to be otherwise engaged on a theological retreat. More like a sanguine retreat. And those mages Shub and Shub seem to have disappeared. So we are set. Yes, you can come by my warehouse tomorrow afternoon. Have the heavy carts waiting. And Ortho. Oh, yes. Must not forget you fellows. How kind of you to... Oh, yes, must not forget you fellows. How kind of you to volunteer your services. Tomorrow, then. Exuent Omnes, last person to leave, looks just like a royal in disguise. Enter epilogue. Well, we have only one part left to this play, and I've run out counting the number of loose strings. Either part the 6th is going to be 8 hours long, or we're going to leave some parts unsolved. I, for one, hope they don't choose to drop the character of Wanton Contessa, for Jeffrey's sake. She's been on the dramatis personae ever since part the 1th. Ah, well. Nobody leave your seat. Your gold will not be refunded. Any gold you can spare to tip your friendly wenches will be greatly appreciated. We just have a quick costume change and a set to put together, and we'll be back. In the meanwhile, enjoy our bard's rendition of the Nordic classic, Alas, the fleeting years glide by. So endeth part the 5. I get what it is. I get what it's supposed to be. I don't like reading it, and I don't enjoy it, and I hope we don't find I hope we don't find any more of the parts. That's my take on Fool's Ebony. I hope we don't have to read any more of it. Biography of Queen Barenziah, Volume 2. Now, we read Volume 1, and it was bad. Like, it was terrible. It was basically propaganda, pretty much, just lies about Barenziah, in, like, a way to make her seem like an innocent, demure little flower, where it's like, I get it. But Barenziah, to me, is a bad bitch. When you talk to her in the game, she's a badass bitch, and trying to turn her into an innocent little flower, being manipulated by a farm boy when she's a fucking badass dark elf lady. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to read Volume 2, another book I'm not looking forward to. The first volume of this series told the story of Barenziah's origin, heiress of the throne of Mournhold until her father, king, rebelled against his excellency Tiber Septim and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Due to the benevolence of the emperor, the child Barenziah was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by the Baron Sven of Blackmoor. She grew beautiful, pious, and trusting in his care. This trust was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Baron Sven's estate. Yeah, an orphan stable boy. Those guys have got all the power. Who with lies tricked her into fleeing Blackmoor with him. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city on the border of Morrowind. The stable boy Straw was not altogether evil. No shit. He did love Barenziah in his own selfish fashion, and the lie was the only way he could think that he might have her. She, of course, felt only friendship for him, but he was hoping that she would change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down in marriage, but his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. That's actually not what happened at all. If you guys remember, they end up doing really, really well for themselves, working with the town guard and working with local traders as security. They're both very, Barenziah discovers she has a talent for killing. I like Riften. I also like Riften. But yeah, Barenziah discovers she's got a talent for murder, and the tension in their relationship isn't a lack of money, it's that Barenziah pretty much sleeps with whoever she wants. And Straw is, upset because Barenziah, whenever they're around Straw, is disguised as a boy, and they can't do anything together because a man can't love a man in Riften. Whiterun's so cozy. Yeah, 2 Hagraven, they're really tough. They are tough, yeah, right? Have you fought trolls yet? But his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in with a bold villain of a Khajiit thief named Theris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house. Theris said he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for the information they would find there. Barenziah happened to overhear this plan and was appalled. That's not Barenziah. She wouldn't give a shit. She stole from their room and walked to the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between loyalty to the Empire and to her friend. That's not Barenziah. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over personal friendship, and she approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. Yeah, they do. Ah, yes, Riften.
General Symmachus had been scouring the countryside in search of her since her disappearance, had just arrived in Riften hot in pursuit. He took her into his custody. Yeah, his custody, more like his bed. And informed her that, far from being sold, she was to be instated as the Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Until that time, she was to live with the imperial family in the new imperial city, where she would learn something of imperial government and make the acquaintance of people of importance. And so it came to pass in the imperial city, Barenziah became great friends with Tiber Septim during the last years of his reign. Tiber's heir Pelagius also came to love her as a sister. The ballad of the day praised her beauty, chastity. Chastity is not a word that you use to describe Barenziah. That lady fucked. Wit and learning. On her 18th birthday, the entire imperial city turned out to watch a procession back to Mournhold, sorrowful as they were at her departure. All knew that she was ready to be the glorious sovereign of the new kingdom of Mournhold. Yeah, so we're going to talk to Barenziah and the quest and her daughter Morgaya. Like, you, after one conversation with that bitch, you know this is bullshit. Real Barenziah Part 4. Barenziah fidgeted impatiently while Theros sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, careful to replace everything just as he'd found it. They'd entered a nobleman's house, leaving straw outside as a lookout. Theros had said it was a simple job, but very secret. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Barry and Straw. "Tell me what you're looking for, and I'll find it," Barry whispered. Theros' night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want to make a light. Barry had never been in such a luxurious place. She gazed around with wonder as they'd made their way through the huge, echoing downstairs rooms. But Theros didn't seem interested in anything but the desk and the small book-lined study on the upper floor. "Kss," he hissed angrily. "Someone's coming." A moment before the door opened and two dark figures appeared. Theros gave her a violent shove towards them and sprang away towards the window. Barenziah's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as the dark figures leaped after Theros. There were two quick, silent blue flares of light, and then Theros folded in a still heap. Outside the study. It is pretty good, yeah. Iver's, that's great. Yeah. Outside the study, the house had come alive with footsteps and voices calling and the clank of armor. The big man, a dark elf, half lifted, half dragged Theros to the door and thrust him into waiting arms. A jerk of the elf's head sent his robed companion after him. The elf came over to inspect Barenziah, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she did so. "Open your shirt, Barenziah," the elf said. Barenziah gaped at him and clutched it closely. "You are a girl, aren't you, Barry?" he said softly. "You should have stopped dressing as a boy a few months ago, you know. You were only drawing attention to yourself in calling yourself Barry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else?" "It's a common elf name," Barenziah defended herself. The man shook his head sadly. "Not among dark elves it isn't, my dear. But you really don't know much about dark elves, do you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter, I'll remedy it." "Who are you?" Barenziah demanded. "So much for fame," the man shrugged, smiling wryly. "I am Symmachus, my lady, and it's a merry chase you've led me. Although I guessed you'd head for Morrowind. You had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw's, so we stopped looking for the pair. That was careless of me. Yet I'd not have thought you'd have stayed together this long." "Where is he? Is he all right?" "Oh, he's fine for now. In custody, of course. You care for him, then?" He stared at her with curiosity out of red eyes that were so strange to her, except in her own seldom-seen image. "He's my friend," Barenziah said. The words came in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless in her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial army, said to have the friendship and ear of Tiber Septim himself. "Aye, you seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive my saying so, my lady." As they talked, the bustle and flurry of the house had died away, although she could hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf seated himself on a corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Several? What's going to happen to them? To me? Ah, as you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in the area. Barenziah gasped and Symmachus looked up sharply. You didn't know? You are rash, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do. But the guild wouldn't... Barenziah was trembling. The Thieves' Guild would never have attempted a mission that involved Imperial policies. No one dare oppose Tiber Septim, at least no one she knew of. I dare say. It's unlikely that Theris had guild approval for this job. I wonder. Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out his drawers. He selected one, placed its contents on the desktop, and removed the false bottom. Excuse me. There was a folded sheet of paper inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Barenziah edged closer to see it. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed! He glanced over it and then folded it and replaced it. You advised me to seek knowledge. So I did. Suddenly he seemed to be in high good humor. We must be going, my dear lady. Dear lady? He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one was about. Barenziah's eyes darted through the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him, or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Don't you want to hear what my plans for you are first? He sounded a bit hurt. Yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked pleased. While it was the answer he wanted, but it was also the truth. While Barenziah was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your rightful place as Queen of Mournhold. Her heart leapt. It was really true, then. Symmachus explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along, that Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen years since she had left, was to be returned, gradually, to civilian government, under imperial guidance, of course, and as a part of the imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? For safekeeping. Why did you run away? Barenziah shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you as a part to be removed to Imperial City to expend some time as part of the Emperor's household. As for your destiny, it should have been obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for. And what else could you be that is of use to him? I know nothing of him or you. Then know this. Tiber Septim rewards friend and foe alike, according to the deserts. Barenziah chewed on that for a few moments. Straw has deserved well of me, and I have never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves' Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and Symmachus waved her to silence. I know all about Straw, he said. And about Theris, so what would you... Straw wants a little farm. If I am to be rich, I would give that to him. Very well, he shall have it. And Theris? He betrayed me, Barenziah said in a low voice. Theris should have told her the risks of the job entailed. Further, he'd pushed her to the right into their foe's arm in an attempt to save himself. Yes, and? Well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should the suffering take? Barenziah balled her hands into fists. She'd like to beat and claw at the Khajiit herself, but that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping. Would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury. I shall arrange it. Barenziah spent the next 2 days in Symmachus' apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elf woman named Drelian who saw to their needs, although she did not seem to be exactly a servant, as she took her meals with them, nor was she his wife. Drelian simply seemed amused when Barenziah asked her about that. She simply said she was in Symmachus' employ and did whatever he asked of her. With Drelian's assistance, several fine gowns and a pair of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit with boots, along with other small necessities. Barenziah was given a room to herself. Symmachus was out a great deal. She saw him at most meals, but he said little about himself, or what he had been doing. Although he was cordial and polite, was quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say, Drelion was much the same. Barenziah found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know. As Katisha would have put it, she felt an odd disappointment. These were the first Dark Elves with whom she associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that this was where she belonged. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nord friends, Katisha and Straw. When Symmachus told her they were to set out for Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to her friends. "Katisha," he said, "well enough, I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elf guild named Barry, who needed elven friends, and sometimes dressed as a boy. She had no association with the Thieves Guild, and no one associated with the Thieves Guild seemed to know your true identity, save Thetis. That is well." Did my zombie go to heaven? The one who did you resurrect a zombie and then it just dissolved on you? Yeah, probably. He got launched into the air when he died. Damn. "I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. You will speak of it to no one. It has not become an imperial queen." "No one knows but Straw and Thetis. They won't tell anyone." "No, they won't." He didn't know that Katisha knew then. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure, and they were left alone in the parlor, although Barenziah knew that the other elves were well within hearing. Straw looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking, and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Barenziah tried to smile. "So, we both get what we want. I'm to be Queen of Mournhold." Sorry, that's not her voice. "So we both get what we want. I'm to be Queen of Mournhold, and you'll be king of your own farm. I'll write you. You must find a scribe so you can write me too." Straw shook his head sadly, and when Barenziah persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed inside, making an articulate noise. His tongue was gone. Barenziah collapsed onto a chair and wept noisily. "Why?" she demanded of Symmachus when Straw had been ushered away. "Why?" Symmachus shrugged. "He knows too much of you. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive, and he won't need his tongue to farm." "I hate you!" Barenziah screamed at him, and then leaned over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened stolidly for some time, while Julian cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease, or he would gag her for the journey. They stopped at Katisha's house. Symmachus and Drelion didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Barenziah was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered her knock. She had obviously been weeping, but she embraced Barenziah. "Why are you crying?" Barenziah asked. "For Thetis, of course. Haven't you heard? He's dead. He was caught stealing from the Commandant's house. Oh, poor fellow, but it was so foolish of him. Oh, Barenziah, he was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the Commandant's order. I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you in Straw, but no one knew where you'd got to. That's Symmachus you're with, isn't it? You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Barenziah. I told him about you, you know." Jesus. So yeah, this is what I mean by, like, cleaning up Barenziah just does her character a fucking disservice, you know? It's an in-universe thing. She probably, as a ruler, needed that. That was a historical document that the Empire made to clean up the image of one of their most controversial rulers. But, like, damn. Yes, Barenziah said. "Katisha, I love you. But please, don't ever tell anyone else about me. Ever. Swear you won't. Especially not Symmachus. And look after poor Straw for me." Katisha promised, puzzled but willing. "Barry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Theris was caught. I never said anything about Theris to Symmachus." Barenziah assured her that it wasn't, that an informer had told the Imperial Guard of Theris's plan, which is probably a lie, but Katisha badly needed some kind of comfort. "Oh, I am glad of that. If I can be glad of anything just now, I hate to think. But how could I have known? And Symmachus is very handsome, don't you think, and charming?" I don't know, Barenziah said. "I haven't really thought about it. There hasn't been time." She explained about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while first. "He was looking for me. I didn't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though. She added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. She knew that Barenziah evaluated every male she saw in terms of sexual desirability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am queen, she added, and Katisha agreed that must be something of a shock, although one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. Their party left Riften by the Great South Gate. Once through, Symmachus tapped her shoulder and pointed back to the gate. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris too. So yeah, okay, so a bit about Symmachus. Symmachus isn't just evil for no reason. The birth of Queen Barenziah, he's from Mournholt, and he was a miner. He was a peasant, hardworking man, didn't make a lot of money. He was part of the peasantry. And so when Barenziah was born, the entire city sought to celebrate it because she was nobility. You know, a new noble child has been born. But because of the celebrations, he couldn't get a doctor for his sick mother, and she died that day. And so he swore revenge on Barenziah, that he would basically take her and make her his slave. And so what's happening here is, and this cruelty isn't just because he needs to do it for the Imperials, it's because this is his goal. He wants to make her suffer. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris too, he said. Barenziah stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on a spike above the gate. The birds were at it, but the face was still recognizable. I think he will not hear me, he said. Let's be on our way, shall we? Symmachus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. You heard of this from Katisha. Of course, she attended the execution. Barenziah said casually. If he didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough. She was sure of that. Did she know Theris belonged to the guild? Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ranking officers are well known. But you'd know all about that. You know all about that, don't you? She smiled archly at him. So you told her who you were and whence you'd come, but not about the guild? The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There's a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest person. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Theris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man friend. One of my own race. You, in fact. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not the way you want them to? Oh, God. God, I love Barenziah. Oh, yeah. Number one Barenziah fan over here. Yes, very odd. Something about the way he said it made her think that she herself was one of his wishes that had come true in a way that wasn't altogether to his liking. I need to, I really want to read all of these back to back, but I can't because of how the game works. Yeah, so Barenziah is the shit. I can see how this character would go on to become as evil as she is, you know? But we'll keep reading. I don't know which book it is, by the one that's by Crassus Curio. That might be the true Barenziah. Real Barenziah, thus far, has been a story of a badass bitch who's slightly evil. So we're jumping ahead now to part 7. The Real Barenziah, part 7. Everything I have ever loved, I have lost, Barenziah thought, looking over the mounted knights behind and ahead, the tirewoman near her carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power, and the promise of more to come. Dearly have I bought it. Now do I better understand Tiber Septim's love of it, if he has oft paid such prices, for surely worth is measured by the price one pays. Barenziah, by her wish, rode mounted on a shining black mare, clad as a warrior in shining chainmail of fucking hell yeah, that's awesome! In shining chainmail of dark elf making. As the slow days slipped by and her train rode a winding road eastward into the setting sun, around her rose the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chill late autumn wind blew wind blew constantly, but it was also rich with the sweet spice smell of the late-blooming black rose, which grew in every shadow nook and crevice, finding nourishment even in the stoniest slopes. In small villages and towns, ragged dark elf folk gathered along the road to cry her name or simply gape. Most of her nightly escort were red guards with a few dark elves, Nords and Bretons scattered among them. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, these grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together. Even the Dark Elf Knight seemed somewhat uneasy. Barenziah felt at home, felt the welcome extended to her by this land. Symmachus met her at the Mournhold borders with an escort of knights, about half of whom were Dark Elf in imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade into the city, and speeches of welcome from elders. "I had the Queen's suite refurbished for you," he said, "but you can change anything not to your taste, of course." He went on about details of the coronation ceremony, which was to be held in a week. He was his old, commanding self, but she sensed something as well. He was eager for her approval of the arrangements. He asked her nothing about her stay in the Imperial City, or Tiber Septim, although Barenziah was certain that Drilian had told him everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new, parts of it dictated by imperial format, as she was sworn to service of the Empire in Tiber Septim, as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. She then accepted fealty from the people and the council. The council was composed of a mixture of imperial representatives, advisors they were called, and native representatives of the people. On this episode of Alex Reads Fanfiction, dude, I am genuinely loving this. Barenziah, I think Barenziah might be one of my favorite lore characters. I fucking love her. Just bad bitch that I want to see. I want to see her beat. I want to see her, one up the people that have screwed her over. But yes, Vintage, good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? These latter were mostly elders, in accordance with elven custom. Barenziah found that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile these two forces, and the elders were expected to do most of the conciliating in the name of the reforms introduced by the Empire, such as land ownership and surface farming, which went clean against Dark Elven tradition, as laid down by their ancient gods and goddesses. Now, Tiber Septim, in the name of the One, had decreed a new tradition, and the gods and goddesses themselves were expected to obey. Oh shit, she's in this game? Yee. I think I might have already met her. Hold on, let me check real quick. Daggerfall, Barenziah. Yes, she's for some reason white in the original game, but yeah, I've met her. Oh, not yet though. I do have quests for her later on. Yeah, they whitewashed her, but I mean, yeah. Mine not the. I don't worry, I fixed it. Baron's Morgaiah is a fucking dark elf though. Morgaiah, hold on. Morgaiah looks the part. Daggerfall. Morgaiah. Ugh. Human Morgaiah is weird. Yeah, when I saw Morgaiah earlier, she was a dark elf, so I think I modded it. Barenziah threw herself into work and study. She was through with love and men for a long, long time, if not forever. There were other pleasures she discovered, as Symmachus had promised, those of the mind, of power. Damn, I fucking love this bitch! She developed a love for dark elf history and legend. You're goddamn right she did! Dark elves have the best lore. A hunger to know the people from whom she sprang. Proud warriors and craftsmen and slavers. But don't worry about that last part. Tiber Septim lived another half-century, during which she saw him on a few occasions, as she was bidden to Imperial City for one reason or another. He greeted her with warmth on these occasions, and they had long talks together about events. He seemed to have quite forgotten that there had never been anything more between them. That there had ever been... Oh, damn, did she fucking get that... Did she get that Talos cock? Had ever been anything more between them. He changed little over the years. Rumors said that his mages had found spells to extend his vitality, and even that the One had granted him immortality. Then one day a messenger came with the news that he was dead, and his son was now the emperor in his place. These books were non-approved. Yes! So, yeah. As far as I know, there are 3. There is the Imperial one, which is the biography of Queen Barenziah, which fucking sucks, and is lame and full of lies that make her seem worse. All I know is that when I read this, and when I talk to Barenziah in person, in-game, this feels like her. But then there's Crassus Curio's books, which I haven't read yet. And I believe that's the true Barenziah, right? because there's the biography of Queen Barenziah, the real Barenziah, and the true Barenziah. We don't know who wrote this one, but Crassus Curio wrote one, and that's where the infamous Khajiit Dick scene came from. Anyway. I'm so confused, lol. Hi, Doter. Basically, there are 3 books. There's 3 series of Barenziah books. That's how, like, she's a famous figure. So you have the first series, which is the biography of Queen Barenziah, which is a very truncated and bullshit retelling of her story, which is basically just imperial propaganda, where she's described as chaste and pure and innocent, when in reality she's a bad bitch who kicked ass, took names, and slept with everybody. That's how I see her. I see her as a badass bitch. And when you talk to her in game, that's what she feels like, and that's how this story portrays her, as this cold, calculating, hyper smart lady. And then there's the true Barenziah, which I think Crassus Curio meets, and when you meet Crassus Curio, who is a fucking total pervert creepazoid in Morrowind, I don't think I can trust anything that guy writes. He didn't even, he fucking plagiarized The Lusty Argonian Maid, his most popular work. True, real, and biography. Got it, yeah. Well, that's ESO lore. That's ESO. That last part's ESO lore, but regardless. Tiber Septim lived another half century, during which she saw him on a few occasions. Okay. Which one is in Skyrim? Real? Why are there so many? She was a hyper-famous figure and very controversial. She was a very controversial figure. She's a lot like, you know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of Cleopatra, but unlike Cleopatra, she did sleep with a lot of different people. But that's just because she liked to fuck. I mean, hell, don't we all? Cleopatra was somebody who was, like Barenziah, saw in 2 different ways. In the eyes of her people, she was this masterful tactician and diplomat. In the eyes of the Romans, she was portrayed to be a whore, somebody who slept her way to the top. I believe the Egyptian perspective, personally, of her being this badass tactician and diplomat. Yeah, no, Crassius is just straight up a sex pest. Sexual harassment is part of his quests. You have to let him... I don't even want to get into it. Morrowind, hey! That's the biography. Yeah. They're all in Skyrim, I think. They'd heard the news in private, she and Symmachus. He took it stoically, as he took everything. It doesn't seem possible, Barenziah said. I told you it's the way of humans. They are a short-lived race. It doesn't really matter. His power lives on, and his son now wields it. You called him your friend. Do you feel nothing? He shrugged. There was a time when you called him somewhat more. What do you feel, Barenziah? Emptiness. Loneliness, she said. Then she too shrugged. That's not new. I know, he said, taking her hand. Oh, damn, Symmachus fell off. Holy shit. Barenziah, let me try to fill that lonely place. Oh, yeah? Yeah? After fucking cutting her boyfriend's tongue out? Really, bro? All right, let's see where this goes. He turned her face up and kissed her. It filled her with astonishment. She couldn't remember him ever touching her before. That's kind of creepy because he was an adult when she was an infant, but she'd never thought of him that way, and yet undeniably an old familiar warmth spread through her. She'd forgotten how good it was, that warmth. Not the burning heat she felt with Tiber Septim, but the warmth she associated with Straw. Straw, poor Straw. She hadn't thought of him in so long. He'd be middle-aged now if he still lived, probably married with a dozen children, she'd hoped, and a wife who could talk for 2. Yeah, gotta realize not everyone reads the book, and it's a shame. It is. Who the fuck's Straw again? Straw is the fucking Nord farmer boy who she convinced to run away with him, and they fell in love, and she kind of learned that they fell in love and they screwed, and then she realized she could make money by screwing at age, I think 16 or 14 or 16. She was super young, and then she couldn't, but her and Straw were disguised as boys. Like, she was disguised as a boy. So she couldn't sleep with Straw anymore because that'd be gay, and they'd get in trouble for that. So basically, Straw was being cuckolded the whole time, and she wanted him to go away. She's like, "Leave! This is how I want to survive. This is how I want to live. Go." And he's like, "No, I'm staying with you because I love you." And because he stayed with her, fucking Samaku's cut his tongue out because he knew too much. Yeah, she was doing the Mulan thing. Well, which version of Mulan did you watch? I know. You probably said that about the disguise thing. Yeah. She just enjoyed sex, and she made money doing it. "Marry me, Barenziah," he was saying. "I've worked and toiled and waited long enough, hasn't I?" Marriage. A peasant with peasant dreams. The word appeared in her mind as if from long ago, and yet, why not? If not him, who? The great noble families had been destroyed in the war and its aftermath. Dark Elf rule had been restored, but not the old nobility. Most of them were upstarts, like Samaku's. This is when the tribunal takes power, right? Like Samaku's, and not as good as he was. He'd fought to keep Mournhold whole and healthy when their so-called advisors would have picked their bones, sucked them dry, and Ebonheart had been sucked dry. He had fought for Mournhold, fought for her, and while she and it grew, she felt a sudden rush of gratitude, and undeniably, affection. Damn. He was steady and reliable. He'd served her well. "Why not?" she said, smiling. Probably Chipotle. The union was a good one, both in political and personal aspects. While Tiber Septim's son viewed her with a Juandist? I can't take that name seriously. Juandist eyes, his trust in his father's old friend was absolute. Samakus, however, was still viewed with suspicion by Morrowind's stiff-necked folk, suspicious of his peasant ancestry and his close ties to the Empire. Oh yeah, full-blown Outlander. Outlander, while she was quite popular. The lady's one of our own in her heart, it was whispered. Held captive as we are, Barenziah felt content. Damn! They did get her, holy shit! There was work and pleasure, and what more could one ask of life? The years passed swiftly, with crises to be dealt with, storms and famines and failures and successes and plots to be foiled. Mournhold prospered well enough. Her people were secure and fed, her mines and farms productive. All was well, save that the marriage produced no children, no heirs. Now elven children are slow to come, and most demanding of their welcome, noble children more so than others. Thus many decades had passed before they grew concerned. Damn, that's a bummer. The fault lies with me, husband. I am damaged goods. Oh, damn. Don't say that about yourself. Shit, I hate that. Barenziah said bitterly, "If you want to take another." "I want no other," Samakus snapped. "Nor do I know the fault to be thine. Perhaps it is mine, whichever we will seek a cure. There is damage, surely it may be repaired." "How so?" "When we dare not entrust anyone with my true story. Healer's oath do not always hold." "It won't matter if we change the time and circumstances a bit. Whatever we say or fail to say, Yeffrey never rests. His inventive mind and quick tongue are ever busy spreading gossip and rumor." Priests and healers came and went, but all their prayers, potions, and other efforts produced not even a period of bloom, let alone a single fruit. Eventually, they put it from their minds and left it with the gods' hands. They were yet young, with centuries ahead of them. There was time. Elves always have time. Yeffrey. Yeah, is it Jeffrey? Am I pronouncing it wrong? It should be Jeffrey. Ifrey. Oh, named after the god of song and forest. It's, he's an Aedra. Cool. She's an Aedra. Yeah. So I'm guessing they're saying that the god will spread rumors of her through song no matter what they say. Okay. All right, interesting. I know that she doesn't stick with Samakus. Like, she sleeps with other men. She sleeps with Nightingale. And maybe Yeagar Tharn, but I'm not sure. You're thinking of Joffrey. Yes, Joffrey. See, honestly, my memories of Oblivion have been totally fucked by Wilburger's playthrough. Because now I just remember Joffrey is that like hyper-aggressive guy who keeps attacking people for no reason. The Real Barenziah, Part 10. Barenziah stood at the open tower window, waiting. She could sense her familiar's nearness. But though the night sky was clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly, he was there, a swift-moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. Few more minutes and the great nighthawk was there, wings folded, talons reaching for her thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch, where it waited, panting while her impatient fingers felt for the message secured in a capsule on one leg. It drank, then ruffled its feathers and began to preen, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared its satisfaction with a job well done. Rest earned. Yet, beneath that was an unease. Things were not right, even to its bird mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin sheet and pored over the sheet of cramped writing. Not Symmachus's bold hand. Barenziah sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly. Okay, so the Pelagius, Morahatha, Lysandus, and Uriel VII are the ones who get assassinated. Yep. Oh, yeah. No, that period of time, just boom, 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 one after the other. Emperor... Wait, is that the... Yeah, Emperor Pelagius. There's the first Pelagius, who did a really, really good job and got shit done and was awesome. And then there's the other Pelagius, known as Pelagius the Mad, who... I don't really know how to put it other than he was very mentally sick and they stuck him on the throne as like a puppet ruler. And the story of Pelagius the Mad, followed by the Asylum Ball, is the single saddest story I have. It's one of the saddest stories I've ever read in gaming, let alone Elder Scrolls. It's fucking heartbreaking. If you want to be sold on the Elder Scrolls books, I'd recommend reading The Madness of Pelagius, and followed by the Asylum Ball. If you want to get into the Elder Scrolls books in game and you want to know why we all care so much, that's the good shit. That's where you start. The Imperial Guards had deserted Symmachus and joined the rebels. The loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. The rebel leader had been recognized as King of Morrowind by the Emperor. Symmachus was dead. Barenziah and the children had been declared traitors of the Empire and a price set on their heads. My lady? Barenziah jumped, startled at her servant's My lady? Barenziah jumped, startled at her servant's approach. The Breton is here. King Edivir. The woman added helpfully, noting Barenziah's puzzlement. Is there news, my lady? She said, nodding at the Nighthawk. Nothing that will not wait. Nothing that will not wait, Barenziah said quickly. See to the bed. King Edivir greeted her gravely and courteously, if rather fulsomely. He claimed to be a great admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently in his family legends. Gradually, he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted, My lady queen, you must believe me. The man posing as the Emperor, is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but No, Barenziah said. Yeah, so one of the previous stories is her visiting the Emperor to realize he had been replaced by Rhaegar Tharn and having to get out of there. And so she's basically, and she can't say anything, so she's basically watching in horror as the events from the Elder Scrolls Arena. We also haven't made Imperials exist yet. Yes, that's true. No, Barenziah said with sudden decisiveness. You are correct, I know. Edivir relaxed back into his seat for the first time, eyes shrewd. You know, you're not just humoring a madman. My lady, we need your aid. Barenziah smiled grimly at the irony. Of what assistance might I be, my lord? Quickly he outlined a plot. The Imperial sorceress Rhea Silmain had been killed and declared a traitor. Yeah. I think so, around that. I know that Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, and Oblivion all take place within the lifespan of Uriel Septim VII. It all takes place within a single generation. So I'm going to have to be creative about my characters' backstories going forward. The Imperial sorceress Rhea Silmain had been killed and declared traitor by the false emperor. Yet she retained a bit of her power and could yet contact a few of those she had known well on the mortal plane. She had chosen a champion who would undertake to assemble the missing staff pieces and use the staff's power to destroy Rhaegar Tharn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true Emperor who is now being held prisoner in another plane. However, the chosen champion languished now in the Imperial dungeons. Tharn's attention must be diverted while he freed himself with Rhea's help. Barenziah had Tharn's ear and eye. Could she provide the necessary distraction? I suppose I could obtain another audience with him. Would that be sufficient? What do you mean, his eye? Edivir looked uncomfortable. It was whispered among the servants that Yegar Tharn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers. That surprises you? Yes and no. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape. You trust me in this. Why? We are desperate, my lady. We have no choice, but yes, I do trust you. Symmachus is dead. Barenziah explained quickly and coolly. My lady, what dreadful news! For the first time, Edivir's urbane poise was shaken. Under the circumstances, we can hardly ask... Nay, my lord king, under the circumstances, I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murderer of my children's father. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphan children as you may. Rest in peace. Wait, did he die? Is Patrick Stewart dead? Don't say things like that, man. Time's moving forward way too fast. Oh. I thought he was actually dead. You scared the shit out of me. Most willingly do I pledge. Most willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble lady. Alright, I'm starting to feel the propaganda a bit, but yeah. Alright, so JFC. What is... I'm so sorry. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, did you, yeah, for real, you too? Yeah, right? Oof. Scared the shit out of me, man. I was terrified. 4, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 10. Okay. Do I want to read King Edward before the stream ends, or do I want to play the game? You know what? I honestly think that we should get these books done and out of the way so that next time I play this, we can focus on reading the books we pick up as we reading the books as we pick them up. Oh, it's all right. I need to drink some water. My chest's hurting bad. I got tummy ache, something fierce. Oh, there we go. That's good. King Edward, Part 2. Edward woke to a red sky. The sun was just peeking over the western mountains. They were nearing a glittering tower. Have I read this one? Alright, no, I haven't read this one yet. Peeking over the western mountains. They were nearing a glittering tower, fire flashing from every facet. The dragon veered to fly nearer and shot a long blast of flame. A light flashed several times from the tower's top as they dropped suddenly. Edward's stomach felt very peculiar. He sighed and stirred and felt Morellan shift so that his right arm now held Edward. He stretched and yawned.
Not much longer now. It's several days by horse from the Crystal Tower to Firsthold. But I judge that Akatosh will have us there within the hour.
We're not stopping at the tower.
Do not use that name so lightly. Not even to me. The Archmagister will not return for days yet. Unicorns are brothers to the wind, and travel is fast. Even burdened, but not as fast as dragons fly. You see the elven homeland at dawn from the back of a dragon. Count yourself fortunate among men.
Edward's gaze roamed the deep green woods and rugged hills. There was no sign of habitation. It's lovely, he said politely, but not as beautiful as High Rock, he added out of loyalty and truth. Are there no towns or villages or farms?
The firstborn live nestled deep in the trees, and they do not tear up the earth and plant anew, but take gladly what Auriel offers, and make return. Ah, the green smell of growing things.
It's gotta be crazy refreshing to a to a Dunmer, because, like, yeah, Vardenfell ain't too pretty. Indeed, the air was as heady as the wine Edward used to sip from his father's cup before. I'm hungry. I expect so. A bit of shifting, and Morellin's left hand produced a small leaf-wrapped package. The dusky hand was large and strong and looked neither human nor animal. Edward stared at it with revulsion, then took the package gingerly, so as to not touch the hand. He felt Morellin stiffen, and the hand that held Edward relaxed its grip a bit. Edward felt ashamed of his reaction. It was neither kind nor wise to give offense in these circumstances. Morellin dear was no... what the fuck? There we go. Morellin could quite easily drop him overboard. That's a bug that happens in the game. It's all good visual. Sorry, it's all good casual. Sorry, it's all good vintage. God, I'm so tired. I'll be honest with you guys. The energy tank is low. I think that's where we should wrap it up. I'll read this next stream. As much as I'd love to get it all done, I think that would be unwise. Do you think we should keep reading Tristictor? Yeah, I agree. Is his head spinning, or is he shaking his head? I'll let you guys figure that out. Anyways, thank you all for being here, friends. If you're new here and you haven't done so yet, and you enjoyed the stream, be sure to follow. If you want to see more from me, or if you just want to hang out, be sure to join the Discord down below, or via the link in chat. If you want to support the stream and help it grow and help us achieve our goal of replacing my currently busted hard drive, be sure to subscribe. Subscribers gain access to the special subscriber channel. They get to watch streams ad-free, and they get to join me on special subscriber streams we do whenever we can. Honestly, we don't do them every Sunday, but we do them when we can. Whenever there's a special subscriber stream, you'll be able to talk with me and voice chat on stream, and join me for whatever game we're playing. All that being said, we're going to go ahead and end it here. I'm going to go and try and find myself another Daggerfall streamer, on the off chance there is one. There is one! Wow! Endlessly walking through Daggerfall. Maybe. Let's find ourselves a different one, shall we? Hey! Goaty's playing Morrowind! Hell yeah! Alright, we're gonna go ahead and rate Goaty, who is playing The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Hell yes. Thank you all for being here, and I hope to see you all on, I think, Monday for some Plants vs. Zombies. I'll be starting my full playthrough of that. I hope you all had a great time, and I will see you all then. Take care. Bye. Bye, friends. Farewell, everyone.